Do it like that. 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 Do it like that.
One and all, welcome back for the final time to the Ramstein airbase here in Germany. That's right, we are live for Grand Final Sunday of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025, presented by USAA. And what a phenomenal 2 days it has been so far. We have seen brotherly bonds deepen, we've seen heart bled on this stage, and we've seen maybe just a hope that someone other than the Air Force Gaming Boys could take it down for the third edition of this fantastic event. And one thing's for sure, one way or another, it's going to be red, white, and blue to raise that flag as champions at the end of the day. But we need to figure out who. Because so far, there's been a lot of forgiveness here. A group stage into an upper bracket. We haven't seen the tears of true defeat. But today, we will cull it from 7 down to 1. For there can only be one champion here in the third edition of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. But we start this day off as we started the entire event off. Because our first matchup of the day is a repeat of the way this entire tournament began, but the journeys look so different. On the one hand, the Americans may be showing slight signs of weakness, but still triumphant. But the big proud ones has been the rise of the RAF boys. So let's get ready for our first match. But to do so, you need to join me and welcome to the stage. It's RAF Storm Shadow. It's the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows! And boys, these lads have shown a lot of heart, a lot of improvement to make it here into the upper bracket, but this upper bracket is no easy task because before them, it is a David versus Goliath moment for everyone in this event. It's Air Force Gaming. It's Air Force Gaming! Oh, and these lads, they have been ready to play from the very beginning, barely dropping anything, barely dropping a goal, let alone a set. So I've got to go to the challenges first of all. I think it'd be fair to say the biggest improvement day after day. I mean, you boys, the confidence levels have got to be going high here, but do you think you have what it takes to take on the champs?
We came into this thinking we did have. We didn't play very well, but of course we did. We've prepped, we've studied, we're ready, and we think we can take them on this time.
Well, improvement has been the story for the RAF boys. It's a little bit hard to improve on just winning all the time, but do you guys feel like you've leveled up day after day here?
Absolutely. I mean, we just take it one game at a time and only see improvement.
Do you think you're going to drop a game here?
I don't think so.
Ooh, raw confidence, but that's what you'd expect out of the Air Force Gaming boys. But you know what? We've got a long day ahead of us. There's no elimination on the line, but this could be a statement if someone could put a dent in AFG. But let's prep for the first series of the day as we get ready to head across the casters for RAF Storm Shadows up against Air Force Gaming.
Oh, you're muted, Joe.
Indeed, I am. My God, I am. I was too excited. I'm just too excited for it. Thankfully, I didn't have a whole soliloquy right there for 5 minutes before I've noticed that. Thank you very much, boys. It wouldn't be possible without KP, without Vaudeville, without Relic. I'm Jarv Jam, and it has been 3 days full of action. We're entering our final one, and I'm really excited to be here. That first matchup on the docket is just many of the things that are going to be happening today. But of course, at the end of the day, we're going to be finding our winner. But I think the mood is high in our camp, and we're starting this day strong, Vaudeville.
Yes, we are. I'm really excited to see how all this competition comes to a head. Every team is still in it and has a chance to raise the crown or their trophies at the end of it. The glory is what this is all about, and seeing if anyone can take a game from the start and then maybe a series against Air Force Gaming, and starting off with them Relic is going to be a great thing.
It really is. Look, the intro video does so much talking with so little words. Eating up the competition. You can't see me because we've already left you in our rear view mirrors. It's a team that I think deserves the title of Goliath. Check this out, folks. 6 wins, 0 losses. The 18 in that third column means that they didn't drop a single game. They've not dropped a single game since the first edition of AFI in 2023. To say that even picking off a game from this team is a tall task is arguably an understatement, but that is the task in front of every single team that will face them today. I don't envy the Storm Shadows, who open up our bracket here. Coast Guard Gaming going up against French Air Force on the other side of the upper bracket. But Jam, we also have elimination games today. There's a lot of them. Only one team can stand on top of them all.
You mentioned those 2 games at the start, but HMS Triumph and RAF Shadows are going to be following up the 2 upper bracket matches, and this is going to be our first elimination game. One of these teams is going to go, well, not home just yet, but at the very least out of the contention. We're going to follow with a couple of other lower bracket matches as well. In the end, it's only going to be one standing, but somebody can make that legendary run through the bottom bracket. And it could be any of those teams. There's great contenders. The Storm Shadows themselves, Coast Guard Gaming, and French Air Force Gaming themselves. Hey, while Triumph and RF Shadows are still alive in the lower bracket, who knows what kind of porridge they ate this morning and what kind of superpowers they have developed to make sure that these can stay alive in the lower bracket for as long as possible. And as a special treat, we do have 2 staff show matches today, as well as all the folks that were making this happen behind the stages. The folks from AFG, the USAF, the ambassadors of this great event, are going to be on stage playing Rocket League, doing silliest of the stuff. We're going to be revealing more of that later. But first, Air Force Gaming versus RAF Shadows. The match is set. Relic is going to be joining us a bit later, but Vaudeville, it's us 2. Welcome to the morning game, and a really good one that's booked.
That it is. Seems like we're back to the simple names for RAF Storm Shadows here. No football players that they are trying to emulate. Instead, there's no funny business. Back to the basics. against Air Force Gaming. And that might be what they need to try and take them down. Chowder, we saw some good things from them in the competition yesterday, kind of being that defensive wall for their team and setting themselves up for success. Buck also really good as a playmaker to assist none other than Crow, who was kind of our MVP in terms of goals throughout the games that they were able to showcase yesterday and the first day of competition. So we haven't seen a goal just yet. This is good news for Storm Shadows, but both these teams kind of waking up and warming up for this first game.
Yeah, they are all fast. RF Storm Shadows are trying to go toe-to-toe, head-to-head with Air Force Gaming in terms of the pace on the field. And this is one thing that the Air Force Gaming have been utilizing so well, just running rings around the opposition, being faster to every single challenge, popping up in the air fast, rotating back into the defense, and always popping up from every single corner. Well, nobody expects them. P with a great shot, and it is Air Force Gaming's net that's currently being rattled.
First demo of Championship Sunday from Buck on to Envy. Knows how deadly Envy's been in terms of goal scoring capabilities, but Chowder trying to take it away from Cedric, and that will be Crow. Who else getting the first goal?
I've been saying yesterday that perhaps he has been playing as well. But no, today, completely different day, and he starts it properly. One of my favorite goal explosions as well. This is the one I use as well. The splash. Many came and went, but the splash just lives on. 1-0.
Storm Shadows doing everything that they can in this specific game. But Air Force Gaming looking for a second goal potentially. P does get the stop there. Envy trying to see what they can do with it, but Cedric is not going to be in the best position to stop these shots. A good setup play for Chowder to capitalize on.
I need a different angle because I see players, Envy gets bumped out all the way through, and that's why the net of REF Storm Shadows looks so empty. Everybody either has been outplayed or literally bumped out of the way, so nobody can contest that shot. And you can see the Storm Shadows low on boost. It's because Air Force Gaming just sticks in that attack for such a long time. The Storm Shadows just don't have a chance to recover, get the boost, and here goes another one. That's the second one for Crow. Goals just keep on accruing. When it rains, it pours, Vladimir.
It's tough to be in that kind of a situation in the first game of this series, but nonetheless, Air Force Gaming will see what they can do to keep this momentum going into the next game and the latter half of this one as well. We've seen teams score many goals against them, probably when they let their guard down as the day moves on, but the first games of the day for this team, they tend to just get in the driver's seat and are on cruise control the rest of the way.
Cedric will be starting off a run from his own side, but Crow denies him. Still in control of the ball until the point that Envy disarms him, but immediately more and more players of AFG are coming in, and there's just a whole line, a conveyor belt of Air Force Gaming players that stop anything there are Storm Shadows are throwing at them and keep on creating dangerous moments. Here on a follow-up, it would be nice if Storm Shadows had somebody on that flank, but not in that particular case. And now Pete, the last player standing in defense, has to very quickly dispossess Air Force Gaming of their attack.
Storm Shadows looked confident in their hype video, and also as they took the stage. So far, still having to find their pace of play that they want to establish in this series against Air Force Gaming. I think the biggest issue for a lot of teams is that they play to the tune of Air Force Gaming, and it's not exactly their favorite that they have on their likes on whatever music platform they use. They kind of want to just get it out of their heads, but it keeps getting stuck in there instead. So Air Force Gaming in the minds of the competition for sure, and you got to find some way to open up more avenues of success. And that's been the biggest struggle for a lot of teams, especially when it's all three members going for the ball.
It's already unfair when one of the Air Force Gaming players is styling on you, when all of a sudden three of them get in the same spot. Buck wasn't even there originally, but he got bumped into the picture. It's impossible to stop them, and 4-0 in game 1 already. It's an expected result for Air Force Gaming. And yes, their tune is a very annoying one, very ear-warmy. Cedric, great shot. And that is a good beginning for them to at least claw something back in this game and in this series. Any sort of goal, any sort of opportunity to score on Air Force Gaming means that you found one tiniest weakness. I'm still not sure what that weakness of Air Force Gaming is, but little by little, they're showing cracks. They're showing again that they're human. That it's actually possible to defeat them.
Ooh, both players kind of getting baited out by Cedric on that one. Made it so that they couldn't fully commit on the play, expected them to carry it a little bit further and was pre-jumping for that play. Envy almost able to push it through, but again, met with the entire offensive line of Air Force Gaming. Not too much they can do in that situation. They will have to resign themselves the last 20 seconds and looking forward into the next game, but at least getting a goal on the board, huge for them. Preventing another one would also be another good milestone to move forward into that second game, but with the time remaining, not a chance at all that they could come back with 3 goals. So they will look forward to the next one. They got something for the road. Can they make more where that came from in the next game is the question.
I wonder if RAF Storm Shadows can pick up something from the book of French Air Force. One of the games versus Air Force Gaming, they just decided to play it easy, play it cool, just have a little bit of fun with it, and that was the game that became the closest to beating Air Force Gaming. That was an overtime. And they all used silly cars, and it was just pandemonium up there. But a 4-1 in game number 1. As a reminder, up until we go into winners, losers finals, and grand finals, we're still going to be playing best of 5s. The aforementioned series are going to be best of 7s. The show match that was also mentioned are going to be best of 3s. We're just going to have some quick, nice little fun. Back here, one game, and yeah, it's a tune. It's an earworm. The way that Air Force Gaming are playing, and everybody's forced to sort of hum it along. For me personally, if I have an earworm, I usually just then take that song and actually listen to it instead of humming it. I just listen through it from beginning to end, and usually it dissipates. It disappears, that earworm. Let's see if any of the teams, and right now it's RAF Storm Shadows, can sing the same tune, listen to the same tune, and see if they can beat Air Force Game.
We shall see. We know they have it in them. They showcased their skills against another US squad to get here in the first place through the bracket, all the way the distance, played the most game 5s we've seen out of any team so far. So in terms of resiliency, if you looked it up in the dictionary, you would see the RAF Storm Shadows. Now I'll have to see if that will come to bear in this specific game. Best thing for them would be continuing where they left off in the last one, getting the opening goal, where a lot of teams have struggled to do that against Air Force Gaming in general. Yes, they haven't dropped the game yet, but if you could get on the board early, if Cedric got that connection, that would have been it.
I believe it was French Air Force with twice managed to score first, and Cedric actually on a chance versus Crow. Rather than that, he appears still trying to be a nuisance. Chasing on Chowder. Chowder gets demolished. But best that RAF Storm Shadows can do is make a big clear. So yeah, there were teams that opened up the scoring first versus Air Force Gaming. But after that, it's still, you would have, what, 4 minutes of play? And Air Force Gaming is known to score not just 1, not just 2. Multiple times they've scored more than 5 goals. Their biggest result in the game being an 8-3.
Good touch there by P to just send this forward as well. Envy towards the backboard. Problem here that they're finding themselves in is that they don't really have the boost reserves to sustain themselves on offense. It's been a tough go of it. Even Envy, who got possession of the ball, had time to go back. They haven't been able to secure the midfield whatsoever, so it's been giving all the room in the world to Air Force Gaming for these kinds of shots, and Chowder, of course, gets that first one.
That is a problem. Air Force Gaming just rotates so well that when they're going somewhere, they're perfectly ready. Their backpack is fully packed. They're out on an adventure. They can stay in the opponent's side for as long as possible. When you see RAF Storm Shadows, because Air Force Gaming is so efficient at collecting boost on the field, the Storm Shadows in the attack might not have much. In the defense quite often find themselves low on boost as well. And more goals are coming through this as Air Force Gaming just with a full battle gear coming on through. And it's hard to stop them, and it's hard to stop Grow when he's just moving through like nobody's business. An unstoppable object when it comes to dribbles.
That's just the name of the game for Air Force Gaming, being unstoppable. Because that's what we've seen for the past 2 years. Now running on 3 if things continue for the rest of this competition on the bracket stage. But even then, Air Force Gaming can make mistakes. I mean, we saw HMS Triumph take them almost to their first game loss, then a valiant comeback from Air Force Gaming afterwards. But even then, see how it goes.
The goals just keep on coming on through. Every single time you see a touch from Air Force Gaming, you expect something to happen. And they make it happen. That's their efficiency is through the roof. Again, you cannot find a better, more efficient team on the field right now. Every single touch gets a result. Every single move that they make on the field moves the ball somewhere and progresses. And so whenever they get any sort of even a whiff of possession, you expect them to create chances and in some cases like this, create goals as well. Find them in the corner again and they're set up perfectly. Nothing on me because Caster cursed them. Oh goodness gracious, I've casted curses myself, apparently, as they let the ball just a little bit. But just as quickly as that, even if they let the ball go just for a moment, 5 seconds later, you see them full on boost and returning to the attack.
It is a tough spot to be in for this RAF Storm Shadows side. After the halfway point, they got a goal at the end of the last game, but there's already 4 that had been scored up to that point in time. And talk about this Air Force Gaming roster and how every time they get on the pitch, it's like riding a bike. They know exactly what to do, where to maneuver at the perfect time, avoid all the different obstacles that are in their path, and just have a good time with it as well. And that's what we've been seeing from this roster. A good passing play again, stopped out by Cedric that time though, so might have a chance if they got possession of the ball. But it comes down to the speed of the pace of play. Air Force Gaming, they have been the ones to set that every time, and even with the slowdowns that we saw there from Envy, it just comes right back into their faces, and that's 4-0 again.
Oh, yes, it's the speed. See, Envy tries to dribble, but again, it's patience. Chowder just waits, and it's so easy for him to bump the ball against the oncoming player and just send it flying up forward. At the speed with which they move around the field, it's not even riding a bicycle, it's doing one of those death-defying stunts inside an orb on a motorcycle while juggling 3 flaming chainsaws. Because that's how great they look when they go up in the air, when they go up even on dribbles, when their passing plays are connecting. Air Force Gaming are putting on a show of the highest caliber, and we are loving what they're showing to us.
Great looks up to this point. Can they continue it out through the long day of competition? Thankfully, if Air Force Gaming do get the win here, they'll have a little bit of a breather as we play some lower bracket matchups after our other winners round 2 match between Coast Guard Gaming and French Air Force. I'm so excited for that rematch as well, Jam. But before we get to that point, we still have a little under 40 seconds, another goal potential for Storm Shadows if we can get possession. He does have it there. Good bounce right in front of the net too. Bucks in position. Cedric's there again, and a good stop by Chowder.
Everybody else on this one? Envy gets beats. Cedric has to go back to get some boost. And in the meantime, both Buck and Chowder are already rushing in on through. And if the pinch comes through, there's Chowder with a shot. There's Scro rotating, looking for bumps. They're all there and ready to pounce at anything that RAF Storm Shadows will put as a response to this attack by Air Force Gaming. Another 5 minutes have passed Vaudeville, and Air Force Gaming are still a mystery in the sense of how on earth do you beat them? Yes, they still all keep on working like a perfect machine. Teams don't even get a chance to take a sniff at what's happening on the other side of the field where the net of AFG is located. Every single time, the attack just breaks down much earlier, or not being allowed to happen. That's why no goals in this game. Match point for Air Force Gaming.
See what they can do to close things out here in a 3, as they always have been. 6 series that we saw before. Now they're 7th in a row that they go without dropping a potential game, depending on how this next one goes for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational presented by USAA. The RAF Storm Shadows, I mean, they have some things that have been working pretty decent for them. Even on low boost, they've been able to transition downfield, get some pressuring chances available to them. I think the biggest thing is that they just haven't been able to secure their boost reserves, maybe using it a bit too much afterwards, so we'll see what they can do.
I think boost is one of the it's so many things actually. It's not just boost. Reducing this to boost I think would be too simplistic, but yeah, there's so many things that AFG has that RAF Storm Shadows unfortunately just cannot get on the field. AFG has the boost, has the positioning, while for RAF Storm Shadows a lot of these things are lacking, but that's due to what Air Force Gaming are doing, how well they're executing on boost management, how well their positioning is working. Rarely do you see a gap in the defense of Air Force Gaming. There's usually always somebody picking it up. And they're so great at collecting rebounds as well. They know exactly where they need to be wherever RAF Storm Shadows are going to put a shot. And speaking of shots, Buck wastes no time in getting the first goal in game number 3.
Business as usual. But that's also just such an unfortunate bounce off of all 3 defenders. I mean, that couldn't have been more perfectly positioned for the shot. A perfect storm for the Storm Shadows for that goal to go in. So they can't really worry too much about that one. You just kind of have to shake it off and go anew. They had the positioning kind of on lock, but unfortunately it was just a ping pong scenario where the dominoes fell in the right spot for it to hit the end and go into the net.
RAF Storm Shadows found themselves on the attack. Shot rattles up P. Not too high. You can see that Air Force Gaming is immediately ready to start on the other end. Chowder versus Cedric. Into the air we go. Envy, I believe, still the top goal scorer for the team, although that might have changed. We had a lot of games played. Now RAF Storm Shadows have the possession, have the time. Air Force Gaming finally a little bit far away to immediately contest. But just like that, you feel like they're far away. You look through them in the binoculars, but you blink and all of a sudden they're right in front of you and dispossessing of the ball.
I feel like blinking happens so much against this Air Force Gaming squad. Every time you blink, there's just a goal in the back of your net. We've seen in so many of these series. The Storm Shadows have to be eyes wide open against this team. See what they can do. Keep their eyes locked on the prize, which is getting a goal to tie things up. We've seen them get one at the end of the first game, but since then, not as much as they would like to showcase on offense. Talking about the stats for a second here too for both of these games. We only saw 3 shots from Storm Shadows in game 2 compared to 6 that we saw in game 1. So it just kind of goes to show that they were stuck in their half a lot more than they wanted to, and then whenever they tried to go for shots, they were intercepted before they could even be on target.
That's the problem. Too many interceptions. The shot counter just does not increase because shots just get stopped much earlier than that. Then the whole play gets stopped middle of the field. Quite often, our Storm Shadows just have a chance to throw the ball there, just like Cedric currently doing to P. And removing the ball laterally, trying to really just shake out the Air Force Gaming, make sure that as they spend their time running from one side of the field to another, there's finally maybe some sort of an opening that Storm Shadows can utilize. And right now, look at that, they're moving the ball around Air Force Gaming so well. But positioning of Air Force Gaming does not crack as easily.
Ooh, might be a chance there. I didn't want to speak too soon though. Chowder scooping it out like a plate that they had at the mess hall in between the series yesterday. But even then, there won't be a just dessert for Storm Shadows until they get that first goal to tie things up. Air Force Gaming though, we'll see what they can do here. Envy. Oh no, another unfortunate event for them.
That's just that. Unfortunate. Envy tries to bring the ball out, but the problem is Air Force Gaming is the team that is not shy about pouncing on you whenever there is a possibility. The speed that they're going around the field, speed to the corner, but not into the corner of the net. Air Force Gaming is the team that is not shy about just pouncing on you because they know that they have the speed to rotate back even if they commit too hard. Well, they always have somebody in the back. Now, while we were talking about the previous goal, the third goal has already come in. Bach just passes everybody on the left lane, overtakes and zooms into the distance. We are in Germany. The autobahns over here do not have the speed limitations, and it seems like Air Force Gaming are utilizing just that. They're running as fast as possible.
We'll see how fast Storm Shadows can run things up enough for them to get on the board here too. Cedric with full boost, so that does give them a bit more maneuverability, but the demo is not going to play them any favors. Such a rough spot to find themselves in between a rock and a hard place. Seems to be the state of being for any team is on the opposite side of the pitch against Air Force Gaming in this tournament. Feel like this first series of the day has been a statement maker for them. Storm Shadows look so good against other teams in the competition, but when it's Air Force Gaming, the top dogs out there, you just have to take a seat and watch the show, and that's what's been going on with the goals they've been putting on so far.
We are in the best position. We are not having to sweat out there trying to defend versus Air Force Gaming or try to find these goals. We have the best seats in the house. Hello, those watching at Ramstein Air Force Base. I think are having a great look as well. I heard there's a lot of great amenities at the venue as well. But thank you very much again for Ramstein Air Force Base being the gracious host for this event for the third year in a row. Crow, Rhymes, Crow, third year in a row, fourth goal in a row too. Air Force Gaming continue an undefeated streak already in the second round of the playoffs.
11 seconds to go in our first series of the day. You talk about the streak that we've seen happening up to this point in time, and I don't think it's going to end any time soon. They'll be moving on to the winners final, and awaiting them will be the winner of our next series on the docket, Coast Guard Gaming and French Air Force. But before that, congratulations to Air Force Gaming, one step closer to winding their way back up into the grand finals. RF Storm Shadows, they're not down and out yet. They still have a second chance in the lower bracket.
Yeah. Double elimination means that there is still one life left for REF Storm Shadows, and as it stands for everybody still left in this tournament, that's all 7 teams that you've come to see and love throughout the previous 2 days. Eliminations are starting today, and it's actually going to be, I'm going to quickly check the schedule. Actually going to click on the dang schedule.
There we go. You can see on your screen
Not
right
yet,
now.
actually. Yes. Air Force Gaming versus RF Storm Shadows, Coast Guard Gaming versus French Air Force, and HMS Triumph versus REF Shadows. That's going to be our first elimination game. But first, we need to figure out whether French Air Force or Coast Guard Gaming are going to be strongest. That's going to be our next series. But my God, Air Force Gaming. Again, fast. Okay, great. You cannot make your cars go faster. It is like NASCAR. You just have the same cars all over around, and it's the quality and the talent of individual players. So let's hear from KP. Let's hear for Air Force Gaming. What is it about the talent that makes them go so much faster?
Joined by a member of Air Force Gaming, and since they're not going to have to play now until after dinner, it felt appropriate that we got to talk to Chowder. So, Chowder, the streak continues. You guys seem unstoppable. Talk me through the prep for today. Like, how did you guys get ready? Did anything change in how you've been prepping between day 2 and 3?
It's a lot of mental. You have to reset it day after day. You're coming in fresh, new morning. You have to warm back up as a team, warm back up as a player. So, pep talks this morning, talking about what we're going to do, how we're going to play, and really trying to keep vibes at a good pace. So we're ready for every series that comes.
Talk me through comms, because I know some teams it's kind of like, hail to the dictator, the captain is king, everything he says it goes. Do you kind of have that sort of command over the squad, or is it more of a 33-33-33 split?
It's completely even. Whatever anyone says goes. We have full trust in each other. If someone's calling each other off, we're instantly off that ball. I mean, comms all around are just perfect in my opinion.
Were there any concerns going for this Storm Shadows series? Because you heard me on the stage, and I think it's fair to say, like, day to day, they've been the most improved. Was there maybe a little bit of concern slipping in going into the series?
I don't think we were necessarily concerned. It's the first game of the day, so we're definitely still warming up, getting used to like playing here. But I mean, we're showing what we're doing. I don't think we have anything to be concerned about.
I mean, it's concerning if you're still warming up when we're on Grand Final Sunday. But up next, we've got Coast Guard Gaming going up against French Air Force. Any preference for an opponent?
For an opponent, I love playing the Coast Guard guys. It's always a fun series. But honestly, either one would be really fun. The French series yesterday was really fun. We enjoyed it a lot, and I think it's going to be fun either way.
Hey, you either get the heart on the stage or you get the stare down from the CGG boys. But Chowder, pleasure to talk to you. Congrats. Enjoy your break. And we're going to head to a break. But when we return, we've got another upper bracket series. It's going to be French Air Force Gaming going up against Coast Guard Gaming. So stay tuned.
Folks, welcome back. Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025. It's its final day, but we still have the whole day to go. Air Force Gaming has just won their series 3-0 versus RAF Storm Shadows, but it is time for another US team to step up. Coast Guard Gaming is going to be playing versus the French Air Force, our second upper bracket match. We're going to be starting the day with. Winner of this series is going to be moving on to play Air Force Gaming up there. And the loser is going to be dropping down to the lower bracket. Again, nobody has yet lost a chance, but Coast Guard Gaming, considered to be top 3 team coming into this tournament, will be fighting with Air Force Gaming and the French Air Force for those coveted 3 spots. And God, it's going to be really hard to separate these two teams. Well, I think Laudable, the Coast Guard Gaming started this tournament strong, and they ended up being the second in the standings in the group stage. French Air Force, seemingly like a fine wine, has been improving throughout, and by this point I always want to consider them to be equals.
I'm so curious on how this one's going to go, especially as you mentioned, like you kind of consider these teams to be equals based on how we saw things go before, not with the series individually because that's the first one of the day, could be some jitters, but based on how French Air Force were warming up throughout the competition, and then also Coast Guard Gaming just kind of proving their dominance against the rest of the squads out there. They didn't really drop more than a game or two against the other teams, so now we'll have to see if this French Air Force roster is going to be enough to scavenge up a win for their team.
The puns are just making themselves, aren't they? The Air Force, French Air Force Scavengers. There's the coach, hitman, / manager, / I think person of many things, including the father to a 4-year-old daughter that has celebrated her birthday yesterday. Again, Madeline, happy belated birthday. Congratulations now. It was really sweet for the broadcast as a whole to wish her a happy birthday. So in honor of that, the French Air Force, pretty sure it's going to try and win as many games as possible. Still a best of 5, and still an incredibly tough game. Xylem, Echo, Lights, it's a roster to be feared of. Echo and Lights, I think their connection on the field has been tremendous. Their skills in the air, nigh unmatched. And Xylem, by no means, is a pushover. He has a depth stare, and he's, every single time something is asked of him on the field, he delivers.
I'm really curious how this team is going to fare against the other competition here. I mean, both these teams have potential to make it to the finals, but staring down the competition here for Coast Guard Gaming might be exactly what gives them the victory. So we'll have to see what happens.
Well, the match is ready. Coast Guard Gaming repping the blue colors, while the French Air Force take the color. Well, I mean, it's on the overlay, they're sort of reddish, but on the field they're orange, and there's no orange in the French flag. I've checked. I know my flags. It's all good. But a 0-0, 5 minutes, and a best of 5 with a start from the French Air Force. They are pushing that ball through. Sakata will be moving it forward as well. I'm looking for a pass and block, and Xylem could work out, but there's the boost. There's the player beat. It's not a comfortable ball to take. Zalu and the rest of the French Air Force will be taking a shot here, a touch there. Echo beats all of them as it goes. Lights already there, center field. About to intercept. Great blocks are coming through. So far, NZH and the rest of French Air Force meet Coast Guard Gaming, again, as their equals, but also as equally just put them away and start an attack of their own. Slowly but surely just... You cannot walk the ball in, although we've seen a couple of very silly goals. But walking the ball in is going to be hard. Sakata just drives towards Slides, and it works perfectly.
There we go. First thing on the board, we talked about the French Air Force. Pretty consistent with that so far. One of the only teams able to take those early goals against the U.S. squads. And who else but Zulu starting off strong for their first series of the day.
French Air Force scored on Air Force Gaming first in 2 games in a row. As I said, then the whole game was ahead of them to try to create something out of that, and you need more than 1 goal. Never, I think, have the Air Force Gaming during this tournament scored less than 2, so at least that's the benchmark. Score at least 2 goals versus AFG, and here with Coast Guard Gaming, I'm sure more are going to be needed as well. We do not have low-scoring games here in Allied Forces Esports Invitational. We go all out.
That we do. Expecting big things for both these
whoa,
teams,
whoa.
especially Echo here on the double tap from the crossbar and in. Could have gotten it in on the first shot as well. Zalud tried to deflect it aside to give NZH some time, but Lights actually got in their way, made them second guess themselves on the challenge, and it's kind of a tough read to make defensively. So good looks there for Coast Guard Gaming to tie things up.
It's always a tough move to defend as the ball is coming towards you and you have to pretty much invert everything in your head. NZH with a long-range shot, Echo behind Zalud. There is a lot of screens being thrown by French Air Force. And the Coast Guard Gaming defense is required to have 2 players ready just to make sure that the ball stays as far away from the net as possible. Lights, every single time he has a full tank of boost, same goes for Echo. You know that they're going to be threatening. They have the full capability of carrying that ball from their side of the field to another, while putting in a great threatening shot, or at the very least a setup on the backboard.
Well, the first half of the game number 1, as eventful as we expected for this series, could easily see this one going the distance like we saw for our first series of this bracket stage during the final hours of yesterday's tournament. The Coast Guard Gaming, not as confident as they were against the French Air Force from the beginning of the tournament. Whole different style of play that they're having to adapt against. And recognizing that they have to take a bit more time on their approaches. They know that they can't overcommit on the play all-out offensive attacks like they did before, and now have to be a bit more cognizant when they go for challenges on the ball.
Yes. Even without overcommitting and playing slowly and carefully, and even having somebody in the back, the threat for Coast Guard Gaming is still there. So, same goes the other way around. Both of the teams perfectly recognize how careful they need to be. Oh, and that demo on Sakata will open up the play despite French Air Force players still coming in on through. Play has been delayed long enough that this demo perhaps was not as efficient since Zalud and NZH were already there. But there's too many opportunities for Coast Guard Gaming still. They have the players in reserve that they come in, make a shot, get a goal.
See what Zalud can do here again, though. Getting tackled out of the way is not going to make it easy for the French Air Force. And another demo afterwards. Efficiency is what we're seeing from Coast Guard Gaming. Making sure that they can repeat their performance against the French Air Force, because they would love to go 3-0, but the amount of game wins doesn't matter as much in this stage of the competition, as long as you get the end win for that match point victory. And Lights, well, that's a nice shot from them. A little overextension from French Air Force that's going to bite them in the butt.
I think we've seen this from one of the RAF teams yesterday, this tough angle that makes it incredibly hard for the defender to react to it, because you don't expect the shot from Movdell, let alone one to go on target. But Light makes it look like child's play on that particular effort. It puts it straight on target, and who's with the ball immediately after the kickoff? Well, it's Lights again. French Air Force, though, immediately moving out to the other side of the field. And if they cannot get a shot on target, well, that's all of a sudden already 2 defenders out of the way. Echo only carried as far as the exit of his own third. Sakata underneath. This needs to sneak in, but Xylem, oh, so slowly moving it on through, but beats 1, beats 2. No passing opportunities for Sakata. This is going to be returning. Unless French Air Force have something to say about it. They're hitting the backboard, but they're not hitting the net, and that's where the eventual goal lies.
See where the next goal lies for French Air Force, though. Because right now, they haven't been able to do as much to create opportunities as they did for their first goal. Instead, it's been the Coast Guard Gaming show. Time and time again, seems to be the case for most of their series. They haven't had to struggle too much, and seems to be the case after we had that first goal go through. Coast Guard Gaming staring down the competition, saying, is that all you got?
I don't know. Xylem looks sadder today. It's not an intense stare of, I'm going to destroy you. It's like, oh. He's sad that, I'm not even sure what he's sad about. Maybe it's not sadness. Maybe it's whatever it is in the morning, but he is winning, and that's the important bit. 1-0 Coast Guard Gaming, and they just found these great opportunities. Execution was great. Let me get into the stat lines, because overall the game felt quite equal. And yeah, if we look at the stats, French Air Force actually outshot their opposition. But the save they were coming in from Echo, from Light, Xylem, everybody contributed on defense to make sure that French Air Force do not get more than one goal. Again, that opening goal, that unfortunately just wasn't enough for the full game.
It's tough when you're in the shoes of the French Air Force like that, where you get the first goal, you're on top of the world, and then, you know, a minute or so later, you give up one, and you're like, okay, we still got this. You know, it's tied, it's fine, we can get another one, and then, well, 2 more follow through in short succession, and then you just gotta be like, okay, maybe the next game will be the one that we come out on top. It's more just coming down to figuring out the strategy here for these teams and what they need to do to come out on top, but even then, Coast Guard Gaming, they know that they had this before. They just got to emulate their performance from the first day of competition. Xylem, a great touch over to Lights, who ended things off for that last goal, and Xylem is able to put it through.
No more an opener for French Air Force. It's Coast Guard Gaming with the first one. Lights somehow just gets everybody to attack him in the same spot, and again, his redirect could have been deadly, but it feels like him in the center just allowed the ball to continue on sailing whatever Coast Guard Gaming wanted it to go. That's how Xylem was able to finish it aptly at the very end. Bumps not to be. Lights is already running away from whoever's trying to bump, and Zalo goes all the way back, and Echo with a chance. Zalo is going to need to be very careful, as there's going to be touches here and there. Echo is fully ready, had so much boost to work with. And again, air, ground, whatever it is for Coast Guard Gaming, they are apt and able to be the masters of every single one of these domains, including the long shots. There's a bit of an overcommit. French Force aired home, but Coast Guard Gaming know how to use that.
You blink and you miss it. You maybe go to the bathroom for a second, come back, and 2 goals have been scored. And, well, French Air Force, it's not exactly where they want to be here. They need to show some signs of life against Coast Guard Gaming, especially if they want to make it to the grand finals. This is basically the second team you have to take out on the way to the final boss, that is Air Force Gaming. The mid-boss, you could say, in gaming terms there. But even then, a great redirection, I think that was from Echo to put it through 3-0. Just beautiful plays on display.
God, again, Coast Guard Gaming, I presume a lot of the coast guarding means that you look out into the sea. And right now, they just find these great long-range opportunities, seeing as French Air Force are committing very close to the ball. And Echo and the rest of CGG just keep on finding these chances that run all the way from the midfield, even deeper sometimes. If the net is not guarded, they keep on getting these goals.
It hasn't even been the halfway point of this game yet for the amount of goals that have been scored. Just goes to show that this is a tale of 2 teams in the upper bracket at this point. Air Force Gaming, Coast Guard Gaming. I mean, they were our runner-ups for a reason, speaking of Coast Guard Gaming, from last season. So now seeing them keep their roster, the only team to do just that, makes sense that the chemistry is there. They've been in this scenario before. Maybe not the exact same venue, but still in the same position. Having to play through the endurance of multiple days of competition, even with a demo coming through for Zulu, still not proving to be enough space created.
They are still with the ball. Sakata will put it on the backboard, but needs a follow-up immediately. And while the rotation for French Air Force continues, Coast Guard Gaming basically take a beat, do not commit for the first attempt, but they're immediately ready to jump whenever they see that nobody's going to come from French Air Force. This is the moment where we can intercept the ball, get the possession for ourselves, and keep on pushing. There's a chance. Nobody can be there fast enough, and now Echo on the breakaway versus 1. Zalo denies him to the side, but it just falls straight into the hands of Xylem. He's already up and running. More blocks are being thrown in. French Air Force, even with the boost, cannot get out of their own hat, because just like Air Force Gaming, Coast Guard Gaming are not shy about immediately contesting every single time that French Air Force try to move out with the ball. Coast Guard Gaming just says no to French Air Force.
Oh no. is what I'm also saying there too for French Air Force. It could have been disaster if it goes the wrong direction, but thankfully for Zalou, lands right on their doorstep. They will pick up their package and enjoy it, not having to worry about any Forge Pirates this time. Instead, though, it'll be Echo. Almost got robbed of a goal for Coast Guard Gaming, but they secure it either way.
It's his. Woodwork might have denied him on the first time, but maybe just made it a little bit more spectacular. A hat trick for Echo. Long range efforts, close range efforts. Everything is working out for him, and straight off the kickoff, Xylem commits quite hard on that. But he's still there, like immediately turns around. Even if he misses on the ball, he still manages to find enough time to immediately contest the ball in the corner as French Air Force are recollecting themselves. Maybe now on this breakaway, but everybody's home for Coast Guard Gaming. Everybody's on full boost, and Xylem stops this whole move even before it really starts, even before it manages to cross the midfield line. Long clear, spottable. This is a goal for French Air Force.
Exactly what we needed to see for them, getting on the board and not being the first goal. I mean, it's been since the first couple of seconds of game one that we saw that opening goal, and now we do see another come through. Minute and change is enough time for them to get 3 on the board to tie things up at the least, give us our first overtime of Championship Sunday. We'll see what Echo can do with this one. At least going for some style points. Good centering shot from Sakata. Zalou with a back pass of their own. Into the corner it goes. Good boost pickup from Lights to at least keep the possession play for Coast Guard Gaming. They know that they don't need to do much other than wear down the clock. A demo. It's making it a little bit easier for NZH to get possession of the ball, but with no boost, they can only try and bait out the attackers of Coast Guard Gaming. Less than 30 seconds to go, though.
Zalou had to go all the way to the blue side of the field. Actually, Sakata gets the ball, forget about that. It's hard for French Air Force to find boost on the field, but right here, I guess the it's as simple as that. 2 challenges from Coast Guard Gaming were won by French Air Force. They got there faster, and with 2 defenders beat and the third one still on rotation, that's where an opener happens. So off the kickoff, we see some great pseudo-fake kickoffs from French Air Force. I would love for them to utilize it one immediately. They opt to go for a normal one. And the time is not good for creating something the usual, the normal way. You need tricks up your sleeves. You need something to wow your opposition. For now, all of that wowing will have to happen in the next game. 4-2 for Coast Guard Gaming means that game number 2 of this best of 5 series goes in their favor, and a match point is now right there on the stage. CGG rather, Coast Guard Gaming are ready to move forward into the next round and play against Air Force Gaming. Seems like the 2 teams that have played against each other the most amount of time.
Makes a lot of sense, especially with how strong both those teams are. Coast Guard Gaming had 8 shots, 4 for Echo, 4 for Xylem. Lights didn't really need to do too much for their team. Kind of carried on the backs of their teammates, but had an assist, so they were involved in the play. The MVP Zalou for the side of the French Air Force. Not a goal, but had an assist and plenty of saves, but was lacking in the shots category again. That seems to be the case for a lot of these games. The teams who struggle just kind of aren't able to create that offensive pressure that they're hoping for. So Coast Guard Gaming looking to close things out like their brethren in Air Force Gaming. We'll see how things go there. But the lower bracket awaits potentially for the loser of this series. They'll have to face off against Space Force Gaming.
There are just no good opportunities for French Air Force in the attack, and because quite often they just cannot even get there. Coast Guard Gaming meet them much earlier and nullify any of the attempts. It's chances like this off the kickoff when everybody's a little bit more equal, when Coast Guard Gaming was not able to get into that flow of things where they're full on boost, their rotations are there just in a rhythm of some sort. That's where the French Air Force can hit them, strike them hard, but it only takes, I would say, even like that, less than 30 seconds. Case in point, Echo already gathers everything in the back, and with a couple of swift moves, that's Xylem setting up Echo middle of the field, and he just twists, twirls, and turns towards freedom, and the first goal for Coast Guard Gaming.
The control that we saw there. They've definitely played some of those custom rings maps based on the maneuverability we saw with their boost and spinning around in style for the freestyling shot. Echo with a great save from inside their own net to get it aside. Sakata, see if they can set themselves up for a windfall that they so desperately need. They got 2 goals in the last game, the most we've seen from them. But they needed more where that came from after already giving up a goal in the first minute. Demo does open up some space. Sakata with a little nice setup into center of the box. NZH gave that up a little bit too soon, lost control of the ball before they could go for the 50-50.
NZH will be clearing off the backboard of French Air Force. Right now, Zulu has maybe a couple of bumps. It seems like option one player hard commits to be a destructive force in the net of Coast Guard Gaming, remove those goalies, open up something for French Air Force. Option number 2, passing plays. Option number 3, I suppose, is these long clears, but it's rare that you find Coast Guard Gaming not in their net. Wow! Even with 2 goalies, Zulu makes a great shot on target. These are a bit of a far few between, but this is the main option that I was going to suggest. Passing plays. Move the ball around, because individual plays don't really work out for French Air Force right now versus Coast Guard Gaming. Coast Guard Gaming's one-on-one plays are that good. But something like this that can start creating. Zulu, look at that. Wow, cheats up so high, and that could be his downfall. Has to immediately run back.
That was such a nice passing play as well. Up to the heavens, straight back down for the centering shot, and then we had the follow through afterwards. Beautiful 1-2-3 play. We need more where that came from for French Air Force. You talked about it. That needs to be the name of the game for them if they want to come back in this one. But they also have to be careful about these counterattacks, especially with no boost. NZH went back to their side. Sakata, thankfully, no pressure from Coast Guard Gaming. They were just more focused on getting back to base safely. So NZH into the air for Zulu. Off the corner it goes. Back to their own side. A little bit of an awkward challenge. Might have been better to leave that up for their teammate. This dangles dangerously in front of the net, and it will cost them.
It has been a story throughout all 3 days. Today is no different by the looks of it. Give a chance to Coast Guard Gaming, to Air Force Gaming. Leave the ball unattended just for a moment. And these balls are just get reported and sent straight to where you don't want them to be, in your own net. And Lights already on Zalu, no boost. But Lights beat Zalu even without nothing in his tank. Look at that great kickoff. He stays there as the second player coming in, and then stays with the ball until the explosion come on through. 3-1 French Air Force. Being able to find any goals on the other side, are suffering a hit after a hit. This was looking great, but now NCH needs to rush because it's Lights, it's Echo, it's 4-1.
No. And it might be Lights out for the French Air Force in the upper bracket. A statement being made by Coast Guard Gaming that their first series against them was no fluke. 3-0 that time. A little bit more resistance from French Air Force, so we have seen the improvement and growth from them as the event has progressed. They can only improve so much against the skill of top teams out there. Coast Guard Gaming just need to hold on to this lead. A lot of teams have struggled against 3-goal lead, almost insurmountable at times. It feels like you're just trying to climb Mount Everest when you're going against the odds, and it's still a possibility, but it's going to take some teamwork and coordination to get all the way up there.
Again, it should be something that's literally in droves right there on the stage. And the whole event, Ramstein Air Base, these are service members of UK, US, France, and all the ambassadors and representatives. They know exactly how to work it. So if we can ask it of anybody, it would be those folks on the stage. The scoreline so far still very comfortably in favor of Coast Guard Gaming. There's some explosions right long off in the distance, not really affecting the play. But this little pinch on that original camera angle, it looked like it was going into the net. But Coast Guard Gaming spare French Air Force on conceding yet another one.
Nice pop-up by Xylem. Keep this out of the clutches from the French Air Force. Delay time as much as possible. Good drop down. Echo onto the side. A good follow through as well as the Lu in position though for the challenge. Less than a minute remains in our second round 2 matchup. Coast Guard Gaming just a little bit away from getting another rematch against Air Force Gaming. The one from earlier in the group stages didn't go exactly how they wanted it to, and well, now they might get a second chance. The time that's remaining, French Air Force, they can still technically do it, but they need to score as soon as possible.
Let's be right here. Sakata commits, and Xylem. I think that patience that Coast Guard Gaming have shown in some of their plays is remarkable. They know that they do not need to rush head first. It's the opponent, especially since the opponent that currently needs to be getting ahead, needs to be trying to get anything on the field. They're going to be rushing. They're going to be going on towards you. All the Xylem needs to do is just stop, and all of a sudden he has won the challenge without sort of doing anything at all. At 0 on the timer, the ball is going to drop eventually. But one thing is known for sure. On today, Sunday, June the 20th, as we're hearing some pinball noises here and there from the post. Today, Coast Guard Gaming once again proved to be the second best team, the top 2 contender, after defeating French Air Force again.
What a win that was. Smiles all around from both teams though. French Air Force, they know they gave it their all. We'll see them in the lower bracket later on, facing off against Space Force Gaming. They looked really strong in that series before, so I don't think they have too much to worry about. Might have a rematch in their future, but we'll see how things progress.
Bravo, bravo French Air Force. Now they're going to be preparing for upcoming matches, scouting their opposition as well. As next up this year is going to be HMS Triumph versus RAF Shadows. Here's a look on the bracket. We already have the 2 top teams in the upper bracket. Air Force Gaming and Coast Guard Gaming so far haven't lost a single life in this double elimination bracket, meaning that they still have plenty of chances to make it to that grand final, as you would see on the right side of your screen. But since that upper part is gone, we're going to be bringing our attention to the bottom of the bracket. And again, HMS Triumph versus RAF Shadows is going to be our next series after the break. And as it stands, this is our first elimination match. It's been a long way. It's been plenty of series. Last time we actually quickly go. So we had 24 previously, 25, 26. So after 26 series play, 26 best of 5s. And it has been a great 2 days of action. We have to do the saddest thing possible, and that is to send somebody home. Triumph and Shadows. We're gonna figure out who that's gonna be. But before we even get there, I know that the Killer Pigeon is standing with Coast Guard Gaming player to let us learn more about the series that just happened.
Thank you, lads. I'm here with a killer himself, as of course, Lights from Coast Guard Gaming. Lights, first of all, got to ask the most important question. How many hours of Rocket League last night? How many hours of Escape from Tarkov?
No Escape from Tarkov. We're locked in, so only Rocket League right now, but we put in the hours. We did.
And it looks like it's paying off. I mean, your performance here, like, would you say it's fair to say that this was a big improvement over your last match against the French Air Force? Because you beat them then, but I feel like that one was closer.
Yeah, we had to make a few adjustments. The French, they went on a good run, so we had to adjust to them. Started off a little slow, but we adapted well and were able to sweep.
If you could be any French food, what would you be?
A baguette.
You'd be eaten within a day, man. Like, I would have went consumables and been like wine, right? Because then they just stick me in a shelf and I live forever.
Yeah, I don't know. Baguette sounds pretty good.
Big and strong, just like this lad here, just like Coast Guard Gaming. Thank you for the interview. Good luck. We're going to do everything like this. We're going to give you all the pump up because next up you're up against AFG. What has changed this time around?
Well, we put in a lot of practice last night. We looked at some of the replays, so kind of got to see once we get up there on stage, but we're ready.
All right, well, we'll have to see if they're ready a little bit later on in the day. But folks, that is it for now. We're going to head to a break. When we return, it's time for the Bloodsport lower bracket elimination online. That's going to be a British derby. One of my lads is going home. Is it going to be HMS Triumph or is it going to be RAF Shadows? Join us after the break to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, time for more Allied Forces Esports Invitational action. Jar Jam here with Relic. We are moving on to the lower bracket after spending some time in the upper side of said double elimination playoff bracket, our final day. And we have a little bit of something extra Relic. Look at the tier on that pack of cards.
I hope you get something good here. We've got a Jirachi in there.
It's the final one. It's the final one.
The final, I mean...
Hand them out. I love them.
Norman. Oh, nice. Roaring
That's an
Moon
X.
EX. Nice
Wow.
art.
Quick
And,
scan it,
for
quick
anybody
scan
who's
it.
interested in the live game online, there's your code to input into whatever machine you can get to quickest. Speaking of machines, Jam, we got two of them in the winners finals. Air Force Gaming, Coast Guard Gaming, both 3-0ing their European opponents to get to that stage. But we now tune in to our first elimination match of the day. And it's the Storm Shadows sister team, the Shadows, up against these lads from the HMS Triumph.
Judge Drury. Him and the rest of HMS Triumph are gonna have a tough task on their hand. The previous series between these two teams have ended in favor of RAF Shadows. And of course, new day, different pressure on it. But Blue Money, Stimplebuck, and Judge Drury are gonna have a tough task ahead of them. On the other side, RAF Shadows has this man, Daromas, I think the most animated player on the stage for sure. There's going to be prizes for that. He will be getting exactly that. You love seeing them be excited for his team, whether they're winning or losing, but especially when they're winning. He is bringing the energy to the team, and that might just be the difference maker in this series.
I think if Daromas was any more animated than he has been over the course of this weekend so far, Jam, he'd practically be an anime in his own right. It's really so exciting to watch this squad via the cams, let alone on the pitch. And as you rightly say, the Triumph know exactly how dangerous they can be. 3-0 sweep, of course, the Triumph. With only one game win across this weekend so far, they would so dearly love to, double that total by getting one more. But what a story it would be if they could find their first series win here when it matters the most. Their backs are up against the wall. They've had as much experience now as they can possibly get. They're sending the death stares over from the Shadows to the Triumph. But we've heard from Stimplebuck, this team's having a lovely time. As much as we can look at them heads down, looking quite serious when they're on the field, as the heart's coming out from the lads as well. They're having a good time, and that's actually such a relief to hear, because I think when you do lose a lot of matches consecutively, that's a hard place to get out of. It's a place they've got to get out of. Nonetheless, though, Jam, as we're onto the field once again for yet another best-of-5 elimination on the line.
In the royal blue colors, HMS Triumph, flying high in their orange RAF Shadows. And yeah, if in a real life, well, this is real life. Still, but in a tournament environment, you cannot just say, okay, let's finish here and on the loss and go again tomorrow. They need to continue on playing. Daromas, Greyman, and Death Dark Jr. are going to be the roster. Kurt, the captain, is going to be sitting in reserve and doing just that, coaching, captaining, making sure he has all the right information for his team. On the other side, Stimplebuck, I think the player to watch on HMS Triumph, he was the one to show up for the AFG match, and it is Lumani and HMS Triumph opening up the scoring in game one.
How many nice things can I say about this entire opening minute from the Triumph? A lot, Jam. Great pressure, proactive. Even if they're not necessarily hitting the ball, they are luring out the Shadows, committing to challenges. And Lumani with a wonderful dunk on that final defender. Sees them take the lead, but only for a few seconds. A straight off kickoff, the Shadows get them back.
HMS Triumph commits 2, and RAF Shadows commit more players up front to follow up on the play, leaving the net vulnerable to anything that RAF Shadows can put on the Death Dark Jr. But again and again, 2 players Nobody's going to be on a flank. I say that Greyman is already waiting over there. Again, this skill, very important. It's not flashy flip resets. It's not dribbling skills to beat every single opponent in your path, but it's vision on the field, knowing exactly where the ball is going to go, where you should be to receive it. That really pays off for RAF Shadows. First with a goal, then was just stopping the opponent's play. 1-1, and this is shaping up to be a great start for a great series.
Jury. Got plenty of boost over an aerial play here. The passing field to Lou Money. The Romas gets a piece of it. Stimplebog simple along the floor and a demo on the way out. Greyman looking for the transition through Doromus, breaking out the breakout. Something a little bit different for today. Maybe taking a little bit of inspiration from those who have come before with some rather unique, shall we say, card choices. Not that it ever really has mattered. It is purely placebo, but the Greyman dribbling through so many cannot find the final shot. Doromus can, on target, saved away.
Stimplebog continue to push the ball forward. HMS Triumph would love to have somebody immediately on the block. Stimplebog goes high. Lou Money, the scorer of 1 goal for HMS Triumph in this game, is hunting, and he gets that. Stimplebog on the follow-up. In the corner it goes. Greyman is there, but the post would have denied that shot anyway. He still removes it from immediate danger, and so the Triumph need to try again. Stimplebog, Judge Drury is now going to be the player to defend this in the corner. They should have the boost, but they're all stuck in their own net. Not sure if by their own choice, by the force that RAF Shadows are exerting on them.
Stimplebog, pass one, Doromus in net with the save as Greyman charges forward. Judge Drury won't be able to have a say in this as Deathstark Jr. sets up Doromus. Both Judge Drury and Stimplebog miss, but Lou Money tracks back off to the side, but they've lost that 100 boost. Lou Money throws it away.
Go back. I think Lou Money was rotating through the net of REF Shadows. Yeah, I see a demo in the top right corner of the screen. Yeah, if you're already there, if you're moving really fast, why not go through some opponents? Just remove them from the field, and your teammates have a chance. Then take that chance right there and try and make a shot. Fantastic. But now HMS Triumph return to their own side and watch their boost meters. They need to be really careful. Stimplebog is going to be starting this one up, but since he doesn't have the boost, and since Judge Drury is a little bit later on, can only move it as far as the middle of the field. Long clear. Lou Money needs to find a bounce. Greyman once again denies. Has been great on these shots. Deathstark Jr. to the side and goes. It hits the woodwork, but it does not want to go into the net.
That's tough. You can see the hesitation in Drew Money because a little more mustard on that shot, and maybe, just maybe, we're talking about too much pace for the Shadows to be able to deal with, but restrained. Hits Deathstark Jr. already in net. I'm always tempted to say Deathstar Jr. Like, I'm always thinking it's like a Star Wars. It's Deathstark Jr. A bit of a tongue twister, but what about this? Can Stimplebog twist their way into the net? No, Greyman with another big save. 30 seconds left, counter opportunity, and there is Deathstark Jr. Misses the chance to get a shot on net. Straight to Greyman, handed directly to him. A gift, a present, Christmas in July. But Stimplebog looking to play Krampus. Cole in the sack, and to the midfield line. Judge Drury towards the net. There's Stimplebog! 2-1 triumph! 15 seconds away from a second game win of the entire weekend.
They're just keep on pushing on through, and the gates part in front of Stimplebog for him to make that shot. Again, players up front. Without having all of these players available for a shot, none of this would have been possible. And the pressure on REF Shadows pays out for HMS Triumph in form of a goal. There needs to be strong pinch, big follow-up, but Lou Money disarms them. They can just allow it to drop.
Yes.
Nothing too fancy. Is there a boost for REF Shadows to even continue?
Like
Judge Drury, a perfect block. 1-0 HMS Triumph.
Let's go! Let's go, lads! There's so little movement. You should be so hyped, guys. This is your second game win. Let's go. Not only that, Jam, it's a wonderful way to start a series. I want to say that this is the French Air Force. They beat their first but they took that first game, didn't they? So this is actually the second time that they have led a series alongside the second time that they have won a game, and now they've got to reach into those memories. What did they do in that second game? What did the French Air Force do to adapt, to overcome what the Triumph had on this particular day? I think from a Shadows perspective, maybe a bit of nerves here and there, maybe a little bit unsure, a little bit scared perhaps that this is the banana peel series for them. They should, from previous results, be sweeping Triumph off the table. Not the case. Completely different complexion now. Oh, what will game 2 bring?
HMS Triumph never allowed RAF Shadows to catch him off guard, lacking boost, off position. It was all very clean for the Royal Navy representing HMS Triumph roster. And Deathdark Jr. decides to pause just for a moment. We might be restarting, doing a little pause. He's there. Everybody else? Okay. Playing? Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know. There's just some hand warm-ups. We're gonna figure it out. Clearly, it is a bit slow. I think at Crash, yeah, I'm seeing Stinger on the field. Clearly, these are not the players that we're supposed to see on the field. A restart, why not? But yeah, HMS Triumph were never caught in this position where they were vulnerable. And coupled with the goal output on the other side of the field, which again was working because they had players on the other side of the field that has to follow up to, led to that result.
Significant reduction of double commits. I think I counted 1 or 2, which I don't think is completely uncommon for this level of Rocket League. It's certainly not out of the ordinary. I didn't see a single triple commit, of which we've seen multiple over the last 2 days. And so that in of itself is going to be hugely beneficial to their defensive rotations. And we did see a stronger defense from the Triumph to match rival better. A lot of their best results so far. Stimplebog amping himself up, keeping those hands warm. Yes, get the claps going. Or maybe not. Yes, no, there's a great cheerleader here, guys. Let's get the claps going. Let's get the hyper building as we await game number 2. But I think also, Jam, it was in that midfield where the press was actually so much better overall. We're actually seeing them lure out Shadows, as we were talking about, as Lou Money scores that first goal. We're seeing a team that is not too... there we go. Yes. Thank you, lads. We're seeing a team that actually has the confidence and the assuredness to go for those challenges, but also not sell themselves too short. Game number 2 upon us. Let's get things going.
I wish the Ramstein Air Force Base venue was big enough for the folks to do a Mexican wave, but best we can do is the Iceland clap, I suppose. It works out. Romas tries to put it on board as quickly as possible, 12 seconds, but it's again him and Greyman, great exchange of touches. Also, what is Taroma's wearing on his car? It's no longer a breakout. He has swapped once again. Oh goodness, who that was? Relic, we've casted that man, I think, together as well. Who in RLCS, I think starts with F, the name, has been so wild with his car choices every single game. That's the name.
Yeah. We did. This is the most that Flakes has probably mentioned since that point in RLCS as well. Sorry that you're catching us straight today, my friend. But I will say, a really lovely readjustment from Doromus after initially winning that challenge. He then gets set up and to generate... Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, what did we just see here? I'm sorry.
Still continuing.
Rule 1 broken, and then it leads to a Shadow second goal? Not that I think they care, Jam.
Blue Money needed somebody there on the backboard so badly. Since his initial touch just prolonged the inevitable. Deathstar Jr. was still there and still ready to shoot. Well, that's 2 for RAF Shadows. Stimplebach and the rest of HMS Triumph. Okay, 2-goal disadvantage. Need to forget about that and keep on moving. Oh, to the corner it goes. And that's a second one for Deathstark Jr. Also, his nickname, Relic, I think, suggests that there's a Deathstark Senior. We should know more
Possibly.
about this. We absolutely should know more about this.
We'll get KP on it. We'll get KP on it. This is not the game 2 that HMS Triumph were hoping for. And I do feel like it was quite significant to see Doromus move over to the Octane in particular. This is the card that they have been using. And again, mostly placebo. But in this case, if I remember my Rocket League body types correctly, I believe the Breakout follows the Plank body type. Whereas the Octane is, of course, the wonderfully and inspirationally named Octane body type, which does indeed bring a different profile to the field. And clearly he's thinking that game 1 was a bit of a mistake. And it's time to go back to basics and what they know best.
Breakout actually has its own hitbox called Breakout, but a bunch of the other
Oh,
cards are
really?
following the very same. Yeah.
Huh.
There's both the Breakout, there's the Flank. Dominus has its own hitbox as well. There's 6 in total. And right now, Lumani would like to get a hitbox on that ball, hit the ball on target. Stimplebog goes to the side, and that particular attack by HMS Triumphs breaks down up until the point that Judge Drury is there. Stimplebog was also going to be intercepting. And it seems like HMS Triumph is getting a lot of space. Just return, get the boost, and commit the next player over and over again until they get a result or are forced to retreat.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that Shadows are necessarily parking the bus, but you're spot on. They absolutely are giving up a lot more space in the midfield, which I don't like the idea of giving Triumph more confidence, because when Lou Money especially does get their shots away, as we saw just then, you are required to expend a bit of boost, because generally speaking, they are very well placed. They are very powerful. Another runaway opportunity. But Doromus sends it right back to sender. Deathstark Jr. with the setup for Doromus, who gets a little bit too excitable, and that shot will ultimately end wide.
Out to the orange side of the field it goes. Blue Money, great block, but ends up being almost like a pass to Deathstark Jr. Stimple, Blue Money, love the
Nice
passes.
pass.
Judge Drury quite far in. Stimplebot with the boost in the corner, with a start off the ceiling. Rayman is going to be closer to it, slows it down. Stimplebot already on top of him. Stimplebot does everything around that field right now. I see him just go for every single one of these touches to Lumani again. Deathstar Jr. denies them. The passes from HMS Triumph are coming in style. And I think it's only a matter of time before we see a goal of one of these plays. They are on point.
Legitimately the best build-up play that we've seen from this team, and that's a demo in net that Doromus has to deal with. Is Lou Money. The play unfortunately coming to a grinding halt for the Triumph. That demo will only delay the inevitable, really, which I believe will settle as a clearance for Shadows, although that's a great challenge won. Triumph definitely looking to prove me wrong, that's for sure. But time is running out, Jar of Jam, and despite the demos, despite the change of play, and despite some very pretty passes, still no goal for the blue team.
All of that effort so far, unfortunately, goes not wasted. It's still threat. It's still REF Shadows recognizing that they need to be ready for all of these passes, and they've been countering them really well. There's Dark Jr. on a dribble. Lou Money denies him. Then Dark Jr. immediately goes over Stimplebog. Doromas in the center pinch. Not going to find the net. Though Lou Money was chasing it pretty well. No boost for him either. Judge Rui already. He is there for support. Pass does not come to the center. And with this high-paced gameplay, we have reached the final seconds. Score for RDF Shadows is going to be undisputable. 3-0 in game number 2, 2-0 in the... 1-1 in the series. I was so certain that this already has been another win for RDF Shadows. Not to be. This is a turnaround for the series, and a tight series at that.
Yeah. Gonna use the old analogy. Jam, game of two halves. If you look at the first half in isolation, you're expecting the final score to be 6-7-0. If you look at the second half, you're thinking, wait, they scored 3 goals in how little time? Really strange, but that for me is a huge positive for the Triumph. Purely because they were able to adapt mid-series. I do believe that the Shadows may be lifted off the gas a little bit. We, as you rightly pointed out, giving them a lot more space in the midfield. But it's what you do once you're given that space. And we only saw the Triumph throw in confidence, arguably with the best chances, plural, in that second half of the game. So if they're able to carry that over to the first 2.5 minutes of next game, then maybe we'll see something more similar to game 1 than game 2.
Well, it's time for the third half. That is game number 3. 5 more minutes, and we're gonna figure out which way it goes. Again, let me grab those stats, folks, because I am absolutely certain I stand very much corrected. It looked like so many chances for HMS Triumph went through, and the shots were reaching the net. But overall, they've been outshot 5-8 by REF Shadows. Well, the chances are still there. Matter of fact, RF Shadows cannot for 1 second forget that HMS Triumph have been connecting with these plays. And Greyman wants to put any stop to HMS Triumph, even trying anything funny. 1-0 REF Shadows very quickly for the game number 3 rat.
This goal is Alderomus, though, removes the defender in the most optimal position to make a save on that. And so the job for Greyman is pretty simple. Get it on target, and you have scored. How many times have we seen a shot on target in this series alone, which has been straight at a player in net or has been saved? You'll find that they tend to add up quite significantly when a lot of these battles are being won and lost in the midfield. Stimplebog denied by Greyman, back into the center, but Lou Money reading the play wrong. Stimplebog over Doromus, but Deathstark Jr.'s got so much boost in. Oh, a bit of ping pong now, actually, as Doromus will corral this. Not too long. Stimplebog, that's on target, kind of. Again, Deathstark Jr. on hand to save.
Look at that. HMS Triumph are allowed to continuously get shots on target when RF Shadows are ready to go out, seeing as none of the attempts by HMS Triumph have reached the intended destination. RF Shadows are full on boost, not looking worse for wear after sustaining that attack, and are looking good for a setup of their own. There's going to be a pass. It goes to the corner together with the 3 of the HMS Triumph players. That's Stimplebog to Lou Money. Going to be a dribble past Doromas, but Deathstark Jr., second player committing in that situation, was good. They covered all possible avenues.
Judge Drury. Deathstark Jr. Did have the 100 boost behind him. Make the right choice in luring in the challenge. Look how much the Shadows have been able to move upfield, albeit not for too long. Very nice work from the Triumph to deal with this, although a double commit really opens up the way. Lou Money at the last possible second with a big save to keep it a 1-goal game. Now down the other side, backboard, Stimplebog, third player surely, and Doromus gets a piece of it.
Had to, absolutely had to. HMS Triumph was already sending Judge Drury to finish up what they started originally with 3 players. Lou Money's flick put it on the backboard, and it's continuing getting more and more dangerous. Now, Greyman and REF Shadows want to extend the lead. 1 goal means nothing. Here at the Invitational, 1 goal is just an appetizer to what's to come. Stimplebog, they're still keeping the ball in, or maybe with a little bit of a lucky bounce here and there. No chance to bring it to Lou Money in the center. Judge Drury, they're going to reset, and they're going to set up for a follow-up. They have the boost. They can continue this attack, even if they have to retreat slightly past the midfield line.
Deathstark Jr. was hoping that Doromus would come a little bit sooner into position, struggling to make their way out their own half. Doromus ultimately loses out. Deathstark Jr. doesn't really control that well, does he? Heading towards the backboard, it's Doromus again. No, dear! Well, Stimplebog is going to eat that up for the lunch, which I hope is going to be very delicious once again today. But that's a tie game!
Stimplebog just find himself an opportunity, and finally, there are no obstacles between him and the net. REF Shadows were really great at throwing bodies at the ball, making sure that there's no easy chances. It's a 1-1. To be immediately, though, aware there's a shot coming in through Stimplebog, who puts it to the side where there's no juniors already coming on in. There's no immediate shot. This is not going to threaten the net, but HMS Triumph are in the chase. And honestly, if there's no touch from REF Shadows, this could have been on target.
They didn't know how good those opportunities were. And to be fair, I don't blame them. That's a ghastly open defense from the Shadows. And you know what, Lou Money? I think preying upon the uncertainty and the what are we doing here, lads moments. 2-1, 72 seconds left to play.
They keep on finding these small opportunities, but it's like an avalanche, starting with a couple of snowflakes falling down, mounting in a snowball off the kickoff. They're already making an attempt. Blue Money would like a little bit more mustard on it while they're in the lead. They're making the Triumph quick in their boots, but ooh, that explosion, wow, blinded me, absolutely blinded me. Death Dark Jr. brings REF Shadows back, tie game.
Solo effort. Could you say more conservative defense here and there? Yeah, sure, but goes back to these one-goal game scenarios, Jam, where it is never enough in truth until the buzzer's been rung. Stimplebog! Too tight an angle for them. Doromus. Ooh, double commit. Stimplebog, though, straight to Death Dark Jr. Needed a bit more lift than that, lads. As Lou Money will win out over Death Dark Jr. Judge Drury completely misses, but Stimplebog over the top of Doromus. Death Dark Jr. handles it well off the backboard. Less than 30 seconds left. You can read it on your screens, folks.
Stimplebog still with possession. HMS Triumph for a pass on backboard. Doromus is already there. Smart moves. None of the touches of HMS Triumph should be just allowed, just be given with the hopes that, oh, it's not going to be threatening. No. The moment you try and set up something on backboard, it is threatening, and RF Shadows are wise enough to remove that. Feels like an overtime Stimplebog. Will he try one more? Not to be. He sees a player of RF Shadows just looming over him at any sort of block and end up in the net. So we put some extra time on the clock. Those kickoffs, though, almost as deadly as the rest of the gameplay. This neutral situation where HMS Triumph or RF Shadows do not have all of their resources can turn in and be that difference maker.
An overtime without the French Air Force. Feels slightly wrong, doesn't it? Yet here we are. And it's been strong from the Shadows. The Triumph now given the space and time. Not for too much longer. Shut up, Mr. Commentator, says Doromus. A Stimplebog does well, actually, with that second touch. 100 boost. This ball going to go around the world, where Lou Money's going to help it on its way. Allow me to put my teeth in, folks. Doromus goes Drury. Stimplebog here. Was hoping for Lou Money to be a little bit further back than that. Crossbar. Where's the shot, Jam?
RF Shadows were lurking really deep, not wanting to commit any risky moves, all the while HMS Triumph were playing very risky with the ball in their own side of the field. It's like juggling knives or carrying a hot chili and being this close to spilling it. They're not getting punished, and so they find themselves on another side of the field. Doromus looking for some bumps. Stimplebog as good as he can make it on that clear, and more need to come as Doromus is already there. Boost for Stimplebog. Good. Bit of a clear would make all the difference in the world for HMS Triumph. Anything for Stimple? No. Who's back to the blue side?
Shadow's got these mid-hundreds on lock. Doromus, that's a beautiful flick. Doromus! All on his own! Wins to take the Shadows onto match point.
Wowee. It took them extra time. It took them really endurance and perseverance to even get through everything that Royal Navy's HMS Triumph have thrown at them. And they're going to be sighing so many sighs of relief. It has been rough. It has been tough. That is the match point. Only one game separates them from moving into the next stage over lower bracket, where it doesn't get any easier. It does not get any easier with teams from the upper bracket coming on in. The opponents are only gonna get stronger. 3-2. Extra time played in the overtime. HMS Triumph looked really great in this game. But either you keep your opponent from getting goals, or you need to be making an even bigger output. HMS Triumph looking great on both sides of the field. It's just that REF Shadows are outperforming them, even if it's only 5%. It's just
think the occasion really is affecting the Shadows more than the Triumph. The word that comes to mind is nonplussed. We saw little to no celebration for their game win in game number 1. But I think that steadfast mentality is actually serving them really well. And they have saved their best performances, Jam, for last. But they need to find a second game win now. And if they are able to take it to game 5, well, I can't think of a more sweet and delicious looking dangling carrot than a series win this weekend.
RAF will start the game in their own side of the field. I see more RAF Shadows coming into your own side of the field than there are HMS Triumph's players. And yet still, this discrepancy does not allow HMS Triumph to score the opening goal after what felt like it was their penalty area to command. They'll have to be satisfied with just a couple of attempts, return back in, start collecting that boost. No, not you, Doromus. HMS Triumph need that boost badly in their own side. They want to get stuck in their own half and not being able to get out of it. Fart's looking exactly like that. There's just no angle on which they can safely boot the ball out of there. So you're seeing RF Shadows coming in through Doromus, intercepts that one, but dribbling for Judge Drury finally released the pressure.
I'm still in shock. I'm stunned. 99% of the way there. But it's the 100% that you need to score a goal in this game. Simple Bog. All on his own again. No. Judge Drury just again a little too eager. Slightly just compromising his jump to get into a position to make contact with the ball. I think the best we can say for the Triumph right now is that they are still in this game. They are still in this series. Although moving forward, Doromus will have a shot opportunity and he can't take it.
Back to the inside of the field we go. I think there's a couple of demos attempted as well. Lou Money, no chance to perhaps affect the ball itself. Tries to affect the opponent. And it could be a strong opportunity for them. Back to HMS Triumph's side we go. Desdar Jr. had a perfect opportunity to bump 2 Triumph players out of the net. The thought against it. They're trying to win the game on merit alone, as opposed to pulling out some dirty tricks here and there. That pinch beats the whole defense of HMS Triumph, and still in control are RAF Shadows. More players will be coming through the flank, I'm sure.
This is absolutely a game of nerves for the Shadows, Jam. It's written all over their in-game body language. Simple Bog! Good shot, good save. Greyman in transmission over the top of Lou Money. Greyman in field to Doromus! All it takes is one!
Ooh, on the other side, Greyman waits patiently. Oh, and again, finds a great angle. This is pretty much 90 degrees off to where he was himself, passing all the way back. And well, all HMS Triumph players are located around the net. There's obviously nobody closing down on the attacking player, Doromus, with that opener. A much needed one in a series that has been as close as it gets. HMS Triumph, what's your answer?
They got 2 minutes, not just to save this series, to save their tournament run. I'm so genuinely proud and thrilled for them, as Greyman had little area else to go. Picks it up again. Doromus. Greyman waiting for a pass opportunity. It won't reach him. Doromus went himself. Nestark Jr. keeps it low to the ground. Spikes high. Simple Bog doesn't really get the clearance. He was looking for good shots. Lou Money with a save, but that's 30 more seconds where the Shadows don't have to worry about defense.
That's a good old point. Lou Money, Stark Jr. Right, but he needs to follow up. He has to outplay the defender. Ooh, Dexter Jr. with a great redirect, and Doromus will try to finish. Cannot reach it. The ball hits the backboard. Off it goes. Now Doromus is already going to be there. Triumph needs to retreat and set up around their net, but also set up in a position where they can immediately start an attack to go for ball for Triumph. No boost. He'll have to retreat back. Only Judge Drury on something, but he so far usually has been that third player. Usually always comes when the rest of his teammates have already expended their shots. He is sitting safely. Good for him that he's keeping his tank full for opportunities such as these one. It's not going to be enough. Stimplebach, I think, being bullied out of the net, but he now himself will be able to start an attack. No control ball, still moves to the orange side of the field. Romas lets it go. There's Lou Money, wants to find Stimplebach, but it goes all the way back to the blue.
There's desperation. It stinks of it from both sides. Stimplebog now going ahead. Lou Money waits! Oh, what a great save from Greyman! Judge Jury! The anvil's being struck and it's a tie game!
It's Judge Drury again, coming in as a third. And there were so many things in front of him. He still makes it work. Bravo. With 9 seconds remaining, well, the best time is maybe 2 minutes ago. The second best time is now, tying up that game. But off the kickoff, Stimplebach doesn't need even to be thinking about bringing this to the other side of the field. Whew. Good thing the timer has run out. HMS Triumph can go again. It's another kickoff, though. Stark Jr. lays it slowly. Stimplebach goes aggressively. And I was worried just for a second. Just sneak underneath and Judge Drury.
Oh, Judge Drury!
It's slow. They go past and Stimplebach to Lou Money. Need to be careful. Duromas, 1, 2, 3. Raymond to the side.
There was 3 or 4 opportunities there that should have been a goal jam for both sides. This series just, it's serving everything. I am sat and I want to see more, but I am also well aware of the shadows. They don't want to risk a game 5. That's backboard uncontested until Death Star Jr. Lou Money! It is a game 5! Triumph with a second game win!
All right, crowd at Ramstein Air Force Base, give it up for HMS Triumph. They need your energy. Guys, I first and foremost, I know what everybody else is doing right now. Stop doing what you're doing and cheer for HMS Triumph. What a performance. What a comeback. Game number 5 on our screens. HMS Triumph versus Royal Air Force Shadows. Oh, it is a doozy.
Again, the occasion. You can sense. You don't even need to sense the disappointment, Jam. You can see it, and this is where it matters most. Will your heart pound too fast so that you can't do the things that you know that you are capable of, or will it drive you to a new height? Stimplebog looking to hype up the crowd. You can see him there doling out the instructions. Let's keep it cool. Let's keep it calm. It's what's gotten us this far before. They've literally tripled their amount of game wins in this series alone. But the grand prize for this team, everybody knows it in this venue, in this casting booth that is proverbial, ethereal, whatever you want to call it. They want this series win. Forget the rest of the tournament right now. It's about now, Jam. Game 5.
5 minutes, and one of these teams is going to be knocked out of the tournament. 2025 Allied Forces Esports Invitational. The other will continue their run through the lower bracket. And so far on the field, both teams have proved that they should be the ones to stay in and keep on that run. Greyman individual effort. Jeromas has a lot of space to work with. 1-0.
Out of his seat. I'm pretty sure his headphones have come off more than he's picked up his controller today. 1-0, early goal. Does that settle the nerves? In my mind, Jam, not at all. They need that second. They need to pull away from the Triumph. But Lou Money with a lovely backboard hit. Will he have a follow-up? Well, there's a demo, but it's the Greyman onto the aggressor. Judge Drury misses the chance to score on a largely open net.
Blue Money as Judge Drury versus 2. Blue Money does not have the boost, but any sort of counterplay he can put in that corner. And these bumps that Stimplebog is going for, since he has let go of the ball, go for the player. Why not? Gonna set them in good stead. Passing plays, Greyman, Darumas. I'm pretty sure Greyman is currently hunting for some players down there, but Stimplebog is unfazed and sends it all the way back to the other side.
Stimplebog prioritizing 100. Death Dark Jr. Got support here with Greyman. They've expended all their boost in transition. Darumas, oh wow, was left to have a free shot. Greyman on the other side, and there is that daylight.
2-0 from the flank. Greyman makes a great shot. Again, it's just being there. Without players present, none of this would have happened. So having the wherewithal to be in a position where you know the rebound is going to come to, someone gets removed. Money, but the Greyman is already on the flank. Beats Stimplebog 3-0. The score lines, oh so close in the previous games of this series, have ballooned again for REF Shadows. Great position for them to be at 3-0.
We're either watching, Jam, the greatest individual story of this tournament, or we are simply watching the inevitable just on delay. 4.
Greyman just keeps on adding insult to the injury, to the death's toll. And this would be for HMS Triumph. Off the kickoff, REF Shadows are not even committing to the ball. Drumus knows that probably he cannot affect it that much, doesn't have boost, so might as well just retreat. He does not have to try much harder than that. But I feel like if RAF Shadows get stuck in their own side by choice, decide to park the bus, it's not gonna pay off. They need to be out there, and that's exactly what Death Dark Jr. is doing, increasing the lead to 5-0 now for the Shadows.
A hero's journey, perhaps, for the Shadows. They suffered their nadir at their lowest, knowing how close they've come to elimination. But elimination has never seemed so far away. 5-0. Could it be 6? It's Death Dark Jr. A save from Lou Money. Their only hope, Jam, is that if you can score 5 within the first half, then they can score 5 in the second. And here's the first.
Hey, I excelled at math in school, up until the point they made it really complicated. You can do this. You can score as many goals as you scored in 2.5 minutes. First, and repeat the same thing, but more chances like that need to go. Again, passing plays. We praise HMS Prime for how well Blue Money, Stimplebog, and their teammate were moving the ball around. There's Judge Drew again. The third play, he was clutch. When they need a third, Judge Drew always delivers. Blue Money to the Greyman and Stimplebog and Darumas. Nobody really gets the ball, so that's where Judge Drury comes in on. Blue Money closer to the ball again. And it feels like they're getting behind the rotations of REF Shadow, so for HMS Triumph, this seems like a good flow of play. Even if for a second REF Shadows get control of the ball, it's like it's HMS Triumph were really in control of the narrative right now.
These seconds, Jam, the crucial seconds where you cannot seize up. Go for the sip. Keep doing what has found you so much success before. Don't adjust unless the Triumph make you. That every second that ticks down is less for the Triumph to find that second goal, and it was there, Jam. But for some heroic interception, Greyman! Oh, it's deception incarnate!
God, he just out there and keeps on putting a dagger after dagger after dagger, little hip shot. 4th of the game for him already. RAF Shadows are being carried by whatever Greyman is putting on the field here. More and more still coming on through. Death Dark Jr. throws it to the blue side of the field in hunt for even more goals. Shot here, shot there. Greyman, does he want to add another one to go to an absolutely crazy amount of goals? I mean, why not? Sets up Death Dark Jr. That's a 7.
Goal! Brazil! 7-1 1 to the Shadows. Just shy of 80 seconds left. And I think now we might be writing the eulogies, Jam. HMS Triumph, an average of 1 goal per just over 10 seconds. Feels like too much, but I think they can be so proud of what they have achieved today, despite being the first eliminated from this competition.
Bravo. Bravo to HMS Triumph. Their first invitational event. 8-1 runs in. Doesn't really matter by this point. No, not really. For HMS Triumph, they came, they saw, they had fun. They participated, and this is as much as we can ask. I'm loving what they've displayed, and I would love to see them next year again. HMS Triumph were a great competitor. And for now, they can still show us a trick or two. Lumani Stimplebog again. I keep on getting reminded of how Stimplebog, not single-handedly, with the help of his team, almost brought down the Goliaths that are Air Force teams.
Yeah. They, along with the French Air Force, are the closest to do it. I genuinely, this morning, hearing that they were having such a great time, it was a relief. Because I think sometimes we forget that these players, some of them have got a mighty fine game face. Even in this, a 9-1 smacking, they still scored that one. They can still be happy. It's one more for the road for the Shadows. They're looking to build up momentum now as they look forward to what would be the longest of lower bracket runs if they can make it all the way to the lower finals, maybe through to the grands. What is on their horizon, Jam? We will have to wait and see. But for the moment, the sunset has arrived for the first of our teams. It's time to decommission. In dry dock, we take to land. Job well done, boys. Job well done. HMS Triumph, we bid you adieu.
Brilliantly played by everyone involved. REF Shadows, especially with that performance in game number 5. And it had to go to game number 5 because HMS Triumph would not want to go down without a fight. For now, it's going to be a sigh of relief for Shadows as they continue on their run down in the lower bracket. For HMS Triumph, well, they have teams to cheer for now. It's going to be really fun to see them in the crowd and make sure they get all their energy. So once again, a round of applause for HMS Triumph for being their great competitors and for sportsmanship all around.
Wonderful to see. And now we look forward for the RAF Shadows. They have earned themselves a Royal Air Force derby. Going up against their sister team next on stream. The Shadows take on the Storm Shadows. Before then, we continue our lower bracket coverage with Space Force Gaming going up against French Air Force. Shadows are going to be happy with those 9 goals to finish things off, Jam. What do they do in this break, this ever so brief break between series?
Oh, pray. But no, realistically, what they need to do is take this momentum. Right now, we've pitted all of these teams against each other once already, effectively. Then, for a couple of these cases, already for the second time, as the first round of the playoff bracket have happened. You know the strengths. You know the weaknesses. You know how well you fare against certain teams and where perhaps they are a bit better than you are. So by this point, it's something that you cannot just put it on paper like that. It's something that's more fleeting, like the momentum. And so to take this win and move on forward, something like this is going to really lift them up. So I think the next series for the Shadows is going to be great. But we have the REF Shadows players standing alongside Killer Pigeon. We'll love to hear from them. Take it away, JP.
Thank you, lads. I am joined by Deathstark Jr. from the RAF boys. Deathstark, first of all, congrats on a fantastic series. A good old British derby. Bittersweet, though, because you had to send home some of your Brit boys.
It is unfortunate, really. I mean, I love the entire thing. I mean, I love all of this as well. But yeah, having a British derby was perfect, really. And unfortunately, we've got a back-to-back British derby. I'm sad that we are letting go of the Navy in this. And to be fair, I'm kind of thankful. They're too many demo heavy, you know what I'm saying? They're too good at it, too good. But yeah, it was a lovely series and a lovely game in the end.
Talk to me about the name. Where's the junior come from? How many goals do you have to score to advance to senior?
I can never advance to senior, so it's like a family thing. My granddad was Death's Dark Door. I was 4 years old, got my own like PS3, and God, that really shows the age, doesn't it? Sorry for some people here. Got made my account, and it's been that ever since, yeah. So, old. Very old.
I mean, you're very young, I'm feeling old right now. I mean, we've got to talk about the old guy himself, though. I feel like a certain grey man on the team there was trying to remind you that Rocket League may be considered a youthful sport, but after that game number 5, I guess you're going to have to keep him for next year.
100%. I mean, I think it was 6 or 7 goals. It's ridiculous. Like, he's probably one of the main people that are keeping everyone's spirits up. And he's got the decades of experience, shall we say. And, but yeah, he popped off, and well played, 100% to him as well.
I mean, he's proven that Grandpa can keep it going. But you know what? Congrats on the win. Looking forward to you going up against your brothers, your sisters on the Storm Shadow side. But we're going to have you step aside because we have to talk to HMS Triumph boys.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I am now joined by HMS Triumph's Stimple. Stimple, first time you get to do one of these interviews. You've been looking forward to it?
That was one positive thing to lose in every game, I suppose. No, this not. It was a joke between us that if we didn't win a game, we didn't have to do an interview. So it was, yeah.
Oh man, well, it's great that we have you here. We can ask you the very important questions, like if you were a Disney princess, which one would you be?
Sorry, say again?
If you were a Disney princess, which one would you be?
Snow White.
Snow White, that's not bad. I feel like I want to be an Elsa, but I know I'm more of a Rapunzel stuck in a tower playing games all the time. But you guys are stuck in a sub a lot of times, so, you know, coming to an event like this must be really refreshing.
Yeah, you know, we knew the quality of the opposition was going to be high. I wouldn't say we had very high expectations for the result for us. We came to participate, to learn. You know, you either win or you learn, so we did a lot of learning in the tournament. But no, looking forward to next year. Hopefully we'll be back.
Well, fingers crossed you'll be back and bigger and stronger than ever. Stimple, it's been a pleasure, mate. We're going to let you rest up, enjoy the rest of the event. Who are you cheering for to win the whole thing?
Has to be the Rap Boys. Either the Rap Boys, yeah.
All right, big ups to the RAF boys. Well, one thing is for sure, when we return from our break, one of the RAF squads will continue on and one will fall victim. Although we say goodbye to the Triumph boys, we've got to say goodbye to more Brits. All that after a break.
Do it like that. Do it like that. Do it like that. Do it like that.
all that work. You got to do it again. It's never going to be easy, was it? The pressure for it, just need to hold on and not make too many mistakes. It's back to Lou, but that's another shot on target.
Did it surprise you that Amari Shadows had kind of like the all-star right going against the very big boys? Did that maybe set an expectation for you guys? Oh, look, this should be very easy.
Gaming is our experience here now. Both your gaming looking to continue with the rest.
And you're looking stellar today. What did you hit?
Welcome back, everyone, to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. I'm Vaudable, and joining me, of course, is Relic. He's been here the whole time. I've just been enjoying the gameplay in the background, at least for that series. And what a gameplay-filled series we had there, Relic. All the way to 5 games. And then it felt like that wasn't really a game 5, but more of just a statement made by RAF Shadows.
Yeah, I think that there was definitely two teams who had two very different stories to tell. I think you had one in the Triumph who were honestly playing the best Rocket League that we've seen from them all weekend long. Delighted to hear from Stimpleborg at the end there. A learning process, he says, and I think that they were able to, in this examination, really demonstrate a lot of what they had seen throughout their many losses, but also the wins that they were able to pick up on that, what was it, Friday or Saturday? In any case, it was against the Fresh Air Force. But now for the Shadows, after a series where the nerves were showing, that 9-1 victory in Game 5 has to be the impetus and the foundations upon which they build their case against the sister team, Storm Shadows. It's a Royal Air Force derby. I love
that was great.
The coordination. Excellent. How long did you be preparing that one, lads, I wonder? But yeah, I think that this is going to be a fun series as well. Obviously, the Storm Shadows higher seeds, and I think that everyone's been really impressed with, despite their low moments, how when they are on song, they can truly score some spectacular goals and overcome many hurdles. So really, I think this is more a question of, have the Shadows been able to take that step up to consistently put the Storm Shadows on the back foot, or will the Storm Shadows and their inherent natural talent carry them over the line, despite a few hiccups here or there?
We shall see. I know last time I think it was like a 3-0 in favor of Storm Shadows themselves. So Shadows have their work cut out for them, but they did get a decent amount of goals from what I remember. So it was a lot closer of a series than it really panned out to be at the end of it. So they were really well warmed up now after that Game 5 scenario where they popped off. We saw Darmas with 5 assists, 6 goals from the Gray Man. Curious if they're going to be sticking with the same roster or changing things up a little bit, as they do have 4 members of their team available to participate. But either way, I'm sure they had a good time nonetheless to make it here into at least another round of competition, bare minimum, and hey, guaranteed to make it to the next round for one of their squads. So they got something to look forward to there.
Totally. It'll be interesting to see what sort of tactics Storm Shadows employ. As you rightly point out, in that first series, it was very much who needs a defense when we can just outscore you. But are we going to see a shorter passing style? Are we going to see more long hits, get it over the back of the defense, and then try and fashion something together once you arrive in the opposition half? Are the Shadows looking for those quick transitional plays? We saw some amazing assists. I mean, what was it? Jerome was picking up 5 in that last game alone. The Gray Man popping off. Lots of questions, plenty of answers to be found. Storm Shadows in the blue, Shadows in the orange, and Shadows and the aforementioned Gray Man at the center of the action already.
See what Cedric can do with this one. Been a bit since the Storm Shadows have been on the blue side of the pitch, so maybe that will be a lucky color for them. Envia off the backboard. Deathstark Jr. can't really do as much as they were wanting to with the play, so it will be Cedric almost sneaking it through the Gray Man. A beautiful save.
The Gray Man is the rock right now. And I can certainly smell what he's cooking, because the ball has had so much friction off the woodwork so far that it could practically start a campfire all on its own. But the Gray Man now looking to head into the offensive. Envy gets back in time, gets stuck on the post. Challenge comes in. Deathstark Jr. Oh, it's on the post as well.
Oh, everyone's just having a post-shooting contest, not conference, excuse me, but even then, an own goal contest, you could say there as well. It's just a little bit of an interesting play that's been happening at this point, but he goes for it. Cedric was there, almost a save from Deathstark Jr., just not in the right direction.
A contest within the conference, or a contest at the conference, or, well, maybe Gray Man scoring, picks up the ball, does not get past P. This debate will rattle on undoubtedly, but that's going to be a real nerve settler for the Storm Shadows, who have absolutely had the better of the ball thus far. Somewhat of a surprise that they haven't scored to this point. P moves forward as Deathstark Jr. will take to the backboard, heads out into town, runs straight into Envy. Deathstark Jr. pick up this 100. Escapes the clutches of Seabat to burn so much of that 100 just to get away. Not a great jump here from Deathstark Jr. Allows Envy onto the ball. Infield pass denied, and Cedric rotates back for more.
There's been a couple of good chances from Shadows to break out of their end and get something going on offense, but as soon as they do have control of the ball, Storm Shadows are like, yeah, we're not going to let you play. We're going to just take it away from you and then put some shots in your net instead. It's kind of where that goal that initially started things out in this series led to, but eventually we will get to the halfway point of the game. The Gray Man progressing it a little bit further. Deathstark Jr. almost having their own contest. Darmus, the playmaker for the last game of the previous series, looking to do what they can, but the Gray Man actually clears out the goalie with that bump.
That's really great awareness, and you can tell that the comms are there. Go for the shot, go for the shot. And Deathstark Jr. makes it 1-1, just shy of half-time. They've slowly but surely been growing into this game, Vodable. But can they take that next step and the lead?
It's a good question. We'll see if it's answered in the next half of this game. RF Shadows have their work cut out for them, and be huge if they could at least get a game against their sister squad. Deathstark Jr. though, not the touch that they were hoping for. Dharma's plenty of boost to work with, but all three attackers barring down at the ball itself. Might have a chance to get possession back from them. They're just being as patient as could be. They know that's what really bit them in the butt last time, was overextending on a lot of challenges and giving too much room to the Storm Shadows. Envy though, high and dry away. Good setup for P. Maybe the follow through for Cedric. It's a little too slow on the come up for them to create any meaningful opportunities out of it.
Support to P again. Loosey-goosey. Greyman with a bit more conviction. That's a forced save from Cedric. Oh, and that's handed over. P with no boost, required to buy some sort of space. And Greyman with a challenge. Cedric moving forward. Doromus fortuitous 100 boost pickup. Miss from the Greyman in midfield. Doromus takes it away from the third player here. And Greyman now having to start from square one. It's Cedric, and a little bit better from Doromus. Greyman can't get the connection. That would have been a difficult shot to find the target anyway.
Less than a minute remaining now. See if we get an overtime. We had a couple of those in the first series of the bracket, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we see one here, but maybe not that many.
And 2 overtimes back-to-back with the Triumph and the Shadows. So the Shadows already building a handsome resume to rival that of the French Air Force as P fires wide. Got to be disappointed with that one. You at least want to make sure it's on target. Greyman won't get past P. Remains stuck to that backboard. Deathstark Jr. bumped out the way. And looks like we are just meandering towards an overtime here, Vodable, but Shadows with the final chance, maybe?
Could be. UCP having a chance themselves for the Storm Shadows. Deathstark Jr. takes it downfield, though. And if they had maybe a couple seconds more, could have developed into a goal. Won't happen so soon. We got another overtime. I'm sure RF Shadows are kind of tired of these by this point.
Cedric, you can already tell that the kickoff is much favored Storm Shadows. That's a lovely second hit. Deathstark Jr. looking for the layoff onto the Greyman. It's gorgeous, but there was a save so far in front of the net it wasn't even registered. Envy with 100 steal on the back line. Greyman taking out Cedric. Envy to P. Backboard. Deathstark Jr. sends it right back to sender. That is going to be Cedric. Towards the backboard again. Goes for the shot. Big block. As P, they're peppering this board. But no, well, not too many rather, shots on target. Slowing down here from Envy to Cedric. Deathstark Jr. misses. Doromus has got to 1 ADP. Misses the target again.
They could have closed it out there, but still not enough for them. RF Shadows, they need to get possession of the ball. There's been so many opportunities that Storm Shadows could close things out. The flip reset though, crossbar and away. Envy denied access to the net too.
It's a midfield race. P lifts. Passes to himself almost. Doromus doesn't get anything on this either. Envy. Deathstark Jr. waiting at the door. Slams it shut to Greyman. Oh, miscommunication. Doromus lifting up a Greyman though. Cedric with simply too much pace off that launch. Deathstark Jr. Envy goes sideways. No boost in the tank, running off fumes. Cedric with a redirect, but it's too much of a slice.
Wow. Oh, the Gray Man missing the ball too. Wanted to get the touch so that they could hold on to possession. Good challenge by Deathstark Jr. And a demo as well from the Gray Man. Does reset things a little bit, but Envy had the read. Demo on the back line makes it a little bit more difficult, but it won't be enough. Crossbar and out somehow, some way that doesn't go through.
RAF Shadows have paid off their goal. Oh, Cedric, surely! There's no woodwork on the floor, Vodable. 2-1 Storm Shadows, but my goodness, they had to work for it.
They realized they were shooting it a little bit too high, and then eventually course corrected enough to take it down to the ground. Thumbs down coming out here. We'll see what happens in this next game, though. Another overtime, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if it's anywhere near as entertaining as that one, give me all the overtimes you fancy. That was, I think, a very similar situation for the Storm Shadows as we've seen from the Shadows before. A little bit nervy. I don't think we've seen P miss so many shots in one individual game as we did in this one. And I think that really does tell a story in of itself. The Storm Shadows could have had a far more handsome win had they hit the target more accurately.
I mean, Cedric was 1 for 6 on their shots. He 1 for 4. And then Envy had a couple of shots here and there. Only 3 shots total from Shadows. Deathstark Jr. pretty much the best shooting percentage in that game. 2 shots for 1 goal. So we'll see what happens in this next one. The biggest thing, of course, as always, more offensive pressure for Shadows is what they need. Storm Shadows is accuracy.
Loading onto Manfield for a second time today. Storm Shadows. Really got to come up with different names, lads.
Yeah.
Go at it again in game number 2. I know you're close-knit. But maybe just the Storm and the Shadows would... Or maybe that's heretical from me. Maybe that's absolute nonsense. And I should just cast him off the league.
I mean, the Storm isn't the name of a cruise missile, so... You know, they gotta go with something that is a cruise missile. Apparently that's what a Storm Shadow is, though, when I looked it up. Don't
Not
quote me
gonna
on
lie,
that,
Audible. I am a student of history. I could not name a cruise missile apart from the Storm Shadow to save my life.
Same here.
Same here. That's a bit of a grey area, or that's a bit of a blank spot in my knowledge armory.
A bit of a grey man, you could say.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. Double commit though by the defense. Deathstark Jr.'s like just waiting there, seeing what was going on with that scenario, and then questioned it, but still had to accept it to go for the save either way. And here comes another shot. Deathstark Jr., the final line of defense for this team. Trying to see if they can pull out the anti-air missiles themselves, speaking of missiles, and send it away from their net.
Feels like we're taking a trip to the theater. And I feel like we're seeing a movie that we've seen before, Vodable, where it's a lot of Storm Shadows pressure and not a lot of goals to show for it. And the Shadows do still look dangerous on the counter, although that is not ideal. Deathstark Jr., not for the first time in this game, comes to the rescue. Waterfall down. That's awkward for P, who runs under the ball. The Shadows doing enough. It's Scramble City out there. But is there a crack in the armor? No, it's Deathstark Jr. once more on hand, and that is a lovely clear. Breathing room for his team, but only momentarily.
Ooh. Miss from Envy.
Oh, wow, what a pass.
The Gray Man, there's the counterattack, but Cedric, wise decision to lay it low and back enough for the save. Ooh, that was dangerous too.
Piece of that. Yeah. There's just glimpses, brief windows of danger that the Storm Shadows have to be well aware to. With astute defense. That's not the first goal we score.
No way.
No. That's not the first goal we score here.
Oh, fakes the flip reset.
Oh, man.
And an own goal from Darmus. Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. Didn't have the best
Feels
positioning
bad
though on the goal
backflip
line.
as well.
Yeah. Not the way you want to go. Still
But what
half
is
a game to
interesting,
go, though.
tell me.
What is interesting?
You were going to share something. You said, you know what's interesting? And then I rudely interrupted you.
Well, I forgot. That's because, because Pete keeps scoring goals and interrupting me whenever I'm trying to have a thought about this series, and it's like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Look at this instead. Squirrel.
Yeah, literally. Well, at least he got that one on target, and you can see the damage done when he does. 2-0, bit of daylight for the Storm Shadows. And despite all of the opportunities that the Shadows have had too, and there have been some very well-worked ones, feels like the defense has tightened up ever so slightly. Another good chance here. But once again, just demonstration that Storm Shadows playing it a little more safe. Player on the line. Oh, P. To be fair, rushing in, difficult to get it on target, but if you can't.
Would have been nice. That seems to be the case for like a lot of opportunities for both teams. Is if it was on target, could have been a goal. But so far, not so good for the Shadows. Death Starks Jr. had to do as much as they could on defense. We'll see what they can do on offense this time. Cleared out the net, but Cedric's in position yet again. That's the second time we've seen them get a crucial save to keep them in the lead.
Yeah, it's nosebleed territory for Cedric in this game. All the way up to the enemy backboard. Stealing 100 on the way out, so his job wasn't done. And Greyman, that's a freebie. Possession gifted. Ooh, Envy. And P a little bit suck it in here. Doromus over Envy again. Ooh, bit of miscommunication at the back. Doromus had a boost, but not out of ideas. P's got plenty on the backboard, but that's down to Deathstar Jr., but no player to intercept, a cut in on rotation. P down to Envy! Oh, Storm Shadows! Classic!
Beautiful touch by Envy, over to P, then back to Envy, straight down. Deathstar Jr. so close, but didn't have the angle that they were hoping for. Far right corner for the slot. 37 seconds, this one's all but over for Storm Shadows. They just want to have an early lunch if they can. Taking this forward as best as possible. 30 seconds now for Shadows. Need to score here and now to stay in this game. They'll still have a chance to stay alive in the series, but they'll have to pull off a full reverse sweep, which we've only seen one so far in all of the matches we've played all 3 days.
That's true. It's very true. Ooh, nice demo, and P to the rescue. So not even a consolation by the looks of it, although Doromus has won this challenge. Envy goes high. Greyman, Doromus, they will take one for the road. Still worthy of a pop-off, says Doromus. But RAF Storm Shadows head onto match point nonetheless.
Arduous journey for Shadows. They have quite a high peak to climb up to. We've seen their skill before, especially at the end of that last series, but now, well, it's their sister team that's been taking all of the glory. It's looking to take the win here in a sweep fashion yet again. They've been scrim partners, I'm sure, plenty of times, so this will be difficult for them to come up with something new that the other team hasn't seen to get a potential victory. But looking at the stats there, only 3 shots yet again from the Shadows. Storm Shadows a lot less, but they didn't really need as many because they were more efficient.
Yeah, chance creation, I think, coming to the Storm Shadows very naturally. In fact, they've got an abundance of chances, which, although we can highlight a miss here and a miss there, it's the overwhelming nature of this Storm Shadows force that sees them win a game and then win another game, despite some very good looks from the Shadows themselves. But although those are some of the highest quality chances, VOD, you got to put them away because they are struggling a little bit to work something from open play, as we'd like to call it. I think that there's really great work from the Storm Shadows in the midfield as well to lock down those hundreds, ensure that there's not any shenanigans or no ability to switch up the pace of play. Shadows, the reverse sweep, or sadly, they're heading home.
It's a tough spot to find yourselves in, especially after doing so well at the end of the last series, showing that fighting spirit pull through at the end of it. We saw them score a goal at the end of the last game, but no one is there to stop this shot from Cedric.
Very similar deflating moment to the first goal in game 2. Had to be saved. Doromus with another technical OG. I don't think there's much he can do about that. He's expecting one of his 2 teammates to intercept this mid-air so that he's not even involved. A dagger and another hurdle to overcome in this series.
Luck has not been on the side of the Shadows this go around. Almost had the perfect connection. I love the initiative for the setup, but the flip reset is as pressuring as can be. P with the missed shot, so Darmus has a chance. They just had to keep the ball a little bit closer to the nose of their car, almost underneath the crossbar, but a little bit off the mark.
Right pace, slightly off accuracy, as you rightly point out. So the lion's share of this game to go, though. And the Storm Shadows lead is narrow for the time being. Deathstark Jr. to Greyman. Too high yet again. Lower, Shadows, lower.
They just like hitting the top fin every time, similar to what we saw from Storm Shadows. Oh my goodness, that would have been an insane goal from Deathstark Jr. Valiant effort, though. Respect has been earned there. It already had it throughout the rest of the series that they've played so far. Even then, though, the effort that we are seeing from RF Shadows cannot go understated, and it is probably making Storm Shadows sweat a little bit more than they were before.
Romus watches as Deathstark Jr. loses out to Cedric. Oh, P! You can't be ball watching when this fox in the box is lurking.
The first bit of your call there, Relic, is what I would call Storm Shadows. OP. That's the way that they've been performing so far. Overpowered as can be on offense and unstoppable.
Very good. I do like working.
I'm glad you did.
Love working with Jam and with everyone here, to be fair. Oh, and I love the look of that. My goodness. A very simple looking double tap here from Envy. But he beats the first man, switches it up, and just shaves off enough speed off that ball so that it slips in underneath the crossbar, and exactly on 3 minutes, it's 3-0, Storm Shadows.
Turned me into Santa Claus at the end of that, just based on the gift of a goal that was for Envy. Christmas all over again in July. We'll see what they can do. Keep this pressure going for the last half of potentially the final game for RF Shadows in the competition for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational presented by USAA. But even then, Darmus to the Gray Man. Deathstark Jr.'s had a lot of good looks too. I think they're just trying to figure out where they stand. Currently, they are in a pit of quicksand instead. And with nothing to grab on, they're slowly sinking away.
All it takes is 1 goal. But you get the distinct impression that the next goal is the important goal, if it is to arrive at all. 4-0, it's surely all over. 3-1. And maybe there is a light at the end of the tunnel for the team in orange.
Time will tell. And right now it's ticking down more and more and more. The counterattacks are decent from RF Shadows, but there's just a lack of power, a lack of purpose behind them. They haven't been able to find any purchase either on offense, and it's been a struggle for them. Cedric, though, slowing things down, wasting even more precious seconds. Deathstark Jr., nice touch, but RF Storm Shadows, they know they don't have to overcommit. They always have somebody on the back line so that RF Shadows just can't do anything about it.
Cedric's been really responsible this series, especially with the just locking down and making sure that they got that safety net first and foremost. It forces the Shadows to commit a man to try and get the demo, as we see with Greyman here on Envy, who avoids their clutches. P to the side. Oh, Death Star Jr. misses, and that just forces the entire rotation to take a step back. 50 seconds now left to find 3, and that's just to get us to overtime.
The tough look for RAF Shadows. They've given it their all throughout the competition. Just hasn't proven to be enough to usurp the throne of the top dogs in RAF Storm Shadows. Here with Envy dropping it down there.
And so, I fear we must sing the song of one of these Royal Air Force teams. It's a sad melody, and it goes something like this. Shadows, no, I'm kidding. Shadows, unfortunately for them, come up short in this series as a 5th goes into the back of their net. I will say, from a Storm Shadows perspective, they're going to be delighted. They look so solid, so secure. The opposite of the word that we've been calling it throughout the entire long weekend, Vodable. Consistent.
That's very true. This is exactly what RAF Storm Shadows need moving into the later stages of the competition, is that consistency. With the time dwindling away, the final strands of sand in the hourglass, still not enough for a goal to go home with. It will be RAF Storm Shadows taking the victory in this series and moving on to the next round, the lower bracket, with one final cherry on top from Cedric.
I think it just wasn't their day. RAF Shadows, it just wasn't their day. Because on another day, those would have gone in. Alas, hugs all round. The Royal Air Force dismantling itself. Half remains. Applause for both of these teams. I'm excited to see what the Storm Shadows can conjure up later on in this lower bracket run. They got a chasing and experience against Air Force Gaming, Vodable. But with those sorts of defensive foundations, I think they can actually do a lot more. Let's see whether their confidence builds.
I'm excited. There's a lot of great matches still to come. The winner, Storm Shadows, will be facing the winner of Space Force Gaming and French Air Force. So that's going to be a really good series. That one first, and then the winner of that, then the lower final. I mean, looking at the bracket we have remaining, these teams are the best of the best, trying to give it their all. Rest in peace to HMS Triumph, of course, and RAF Shadows. They gave it their all throughout the competition. No team went out without getting a single game as well, keeping it as competitive as possible. That's what we like to see, is the competitive spirit here, Relic.
Couldn't agree more. And that competitive spirit is going to be stoked with this French Air Force, Space Force matchup. I think this was a real eye-opening moment for us in the round-robin league stage, where French Air Force 3-0s the Space Force. I mean, that was not a result I think that anybody was predicting. A statement, as you rightly put, but whether they are able to do it again when they themselves have lost 3-0 to the Coast Guard for a second time, a reality check perhaps. This would be a wonderful opportunity to bounce back from that experience and start their lower bracket run in style.
We shall see how that matchup goes, but again, we still have teams from RAF Storm Shadows and Shadows that we'll be hearing from the players. So take it away, Killer Pigeon.
Thank you, thank you. I'm joined by RAF Storm Shadows. Cedric, congrats on a phenomenal victory. A clean all over. What happened here? Because I feel like, these are the guys you probably scrim with the most. I was expecting a back and forth derby. How are you so clean on this one?
In all honesty, I don't think we did it that cleanly, but a sweep's a sweep nonetheless. Shout out to all the boys, Shadows, Storm Shadows. It's unfortunately, we didn't want to have to be the ones to knock out our own. But they've played phenomenal whilst they've been here, and I hope they've really enjoyed their time as well.
I mean, it's turned into a vicious bracket, right? They had to take out your other Brits. Now you had to take out the Brits. A lot of pressure on it. Are you starting to feel it? The last British team standing.
What pressure?
Well, there might be some pressure coming around the corner, right? Because you've either got your biggest cheerleaders in Air Force Gaming, or you've got Space Force Gaming coming up next. Is there a preference there on who you face?
Oh, we want to play the French. We need that rematch.
Yeah, but my wonder here is, like, does that mean the Shadow Boys have to be cheerleaders for both teams at the same time?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Oh, we will, but we're not going to have to wait to see to talk to Shadows. So, Cedric, I'm going to let you head off and get ready to review, watch, and anticipate for your next matchup because we're going to talk to the Shadow Boys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I am joined by Steve, a.k.a. the Grey Man, formerly known as the Brunette Man. Steve, a rough series, but one that I think, you can feel good going into, especially after that Triumph match before.
Yeah, we played really well. I think we held our nerve in the Triumph game. Obviously, we played these guys quite a few times before. We know how they play. We know a little bit of their weaknesses. Doesn't mean we can exploit them too much. So we try to give them a bit of a run for their money.
What's next for the team? Are we going to see you guys back bigger and stronger next year?
I mean, hopefully, yeah, if we qualify, which I'm pretty sure, yeah, we're going to qualify. Yeah, we're going to qualify.
How's the event been for you guys overall, right? Because this is the 3rd edition. I keep hearing that it's getting bigger and better every year. Have you felt that camaraderie, that coming together that this event's all about?
Oh yeah, everyone here's been really nice to talk to. Everyone's really friendly. Obviously made some friends with the French Air Force. Shout out to them. Yeah, it's been amazing. It's probably obviously the closest we'll ever get to playing on an RLCS stage. So this has been phenomenal.
And you guys bring the heart. Congrats on your great performance throughout. Commiserations on leaving already, but go enjoy the games, enjoy all the company, and I'm sure we'll talk to you more in the future. All right, looks like we've still got more action to come. Short break. When we return, it's going to return the Frenchmen to the stage to face off against the Americans. That's right, they're going up against Space Force Gaming after this break.
Do it like that. 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 Do it like that.
We welcome you back to Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025. Heartbreaks in the lower bracket, but we have to find our winner. Oh my god. First though, my god, Vaudeville. He goes, is that pasta? Is that pasta? Oh, he puts in a lot on his plate. That's a lot to carry. Oh my god.
Trying to make the right decision on exactly what kind of food to pick up on the line. The biscuits are available to them though, and they have to pick the prime one. You gotta make sure you get the
third one,
biscuits that you want. So many biscuits, I can't believe they're able to get them all on the plate. There's so many available to them, my goodness.
Just take the whole bowl by this point. He is drowning in biscuits. Yep, they're falling. There we go. There he goes. KP is out. Ladies and gentlemen, Allied Forces Esports Invitational is proudly presented by USAA. Let's get back into the action. Here is the bracket for your enjoyment. Air Force Gaming and Coast Guard Gaming still undefeated in the double elimination playoffs. But we are looking down at the lower bracket where RF Storm Shadow just defeated RAF Shadows 3-0. And the next match on our screens is going to be Space Force Gaming versus the French Air Force.
Space Force have a lot to prove in this series and tournament. They started out really strong in day one alongside the rest of the US squads where they were just 3-0ing the competition. Then after that, well, it was a bit of a rocky road ahead of them. So now we'll see if they can bounce back against the French Air Force that took them down in a sweep before. We have Sour Patch Kid, Dingleberry, and Sir Sizzly for Space Force Gaming representing their regiment.
Beautifully. And of course, the French roster, and incredibly strong, proving it on the field. But there are two teams that so far they could not defeat. One with them was Air Force Gaming, the second one Coast Guard Gaming, that sent them down to the lower bracket, represented by the best of the best by the French Air and Space Force. That's what the AAEE stands for in their A scavenger names: Zalu, Sakata, and NZH.
It's gonna be a great series between these two here, Jam. I'm expecting big things from both squads. Space Force, I mean, we keep talking about it every time we see them. They have really good offense, struggle a little bit on defense. If they've had one thing to work on between yesterday and today, that would be what I hope they have practiced the most, is some defensive rotations, figuring out exactly where to be positionally as they advance downfield to prevent any counterattacks. That's what I'm going to keep my eye on for them. On the other side of things, for the French Air Force, they don't really need to change too much. Business as usual for them as they're back into the main stage seats. They were pretty warm from when they played in the upper bracket, but unfortunately up there, they didn't manage to do as well as they were hoping.
No, it is tough up there. The competition is cream of the crop. So down here, French Air Force, even when it's lower, I think they're going to get a little bit of a breather. But by this stage of the tournament, when we're already said goodbye to two of the teams, matches do not get any easier. You're getting stronger and stronger opponents as the day goes on. So either you end up on the top, or you get swept away to the side. How about early forays for both of the teams? Nobody yet getting an immediate advantage. Starting from the game number one, we're still playing those best of fives.
Not too much longer though till we do get to the best of sevens. We'll have to see how these two teams perform. Winner of this series faces off against the RAF Storm Shadows. Both teams struggled a little bit against them. French Air Force had to pull off that victory though in game 5. I'm sure they are focusing as much as they can on this series, but Space Force Gaming, we'll see what they can do. They are the underdogs in this scenario after their loss to French Air Force last time.
French Air Force, again, out of all of the teams, there are the top 3 seed, specifically the number 3 seed. So anybody who's going to be playing versus them in Space Force Gaming or any of the other teams remaining in the bottom bracket are going to be aware of what a caliber of team that they are. Zalu, NZH, and Sakata. Hard to pick one player out of that team that is necessarily just doing everything. Everybody on that roster make sure that the team works as a unit. And so NZH attacks, Sakata's going to be on a follow-up. They all are out. Zalu is going to send it underneath the Sour Patch Kid, but Dingleberry is in position. No goal.
What's crazy to think about here too is that we could have easily seen Space Force Gaming in that previous series if they had won that game 5 against RAF Storm Shadows. Would have been a different story there, but now they have to face off against Dingleberry. Well, he's going to be the one on offense this time, taking the shot and scoring the goal for Space Force Gaming. French Air Force kind of struggled to get a grasp of the situation. It was already too late.
That clear could have been better, but then the follow-up from Space Force Gaming was even better than that. They just make sure that as long as French Air Force do not make a long-range clear completely, disarm that ball, that they can continue on playing. And that's how Space Force Gaming get their opener, committing everybody for a great attack, but perhaps not over-committing, but it would be looking too bad. Sir Sisley, really on point for Space Force Gaming in the previous games. Great on defense, great on offense. Another all-round player.
Solid touch here by NZH. Salou with the drop down though to quickly tie things up. The celebrations coming out from those players as well. NZH with the perfect setup. Zakata just kind of baiting out Dingleberry a little bit too much there and could have gotten the save, but they jumped for the initial shot and not for the follow through afterwards.
Yeah, it was really hard to stop anything like from here, but Dingleberry versus Sakata, bottom right corner. Sakata makes it work, but this is the very same corner that the ball went through when Space Force Gaming scored their first. Sisley just being a wall right there in the corner, stopping anything from coming on through. Sarpach Kid looking for a teammate that would put this on target. He only finds French Air Force players making it clear. It goes all the way back around the world. Just like that, we're back in the Space Force side. But just like previously, Sarpach Kid needed a player, NZH needed somebody to make this run on the flank too. There's nobody that can receive.
See what Sir Sisley can do with this play. Not much, just Sakata takes it away instead into the corner and a big bounce up into the heavens. NZH denied by Sir Sisley. Will be sent back to the top corner of the box as it gets cleared out to the orange half. Sour Patch Kid tried to send it up to their teammate. Get some sort of play developing. Into action they go. They can get possession of the ball, but that's actually right behind their noses. Somehow they get the save at the last-ditch effort for Dingleberry. Zakata keeping this dangerously close to their chest, away from Space Force Gaming. They're just being stuck in their side for a lot longer than they're comfortable with.
So far holding on, but the question is really for how long? All these attacks keep on coming through, and while NZH and the rest of the French Air Force cannot find that deciding shot, this could be it, but blocked by Sir Sisley. He was keeping an eye on that ball throughout the whole of the play. Since none of these deadly moments coming that often, Space Force Gaming can continue to survive, and right here they even get a chance to get to the other side of the field, steal that boost. The problem then is, yep, NZH gets some boost for himself in the middle of the field. Demo comes on through, a counter for Space Force Gaming, but Dingleberry needs somebody in support. No clears come on through. The rest of his teammates are tapped too far.
Well, we had an overtime in the previous series in the first game. Might see another one here. Depending on how this demo goes, Dingleberry with no boost, still keeping this away. You can tell that the amount of shots from the French Air Force pretty much dwarf what we've seen from Space Force Gaming. But it still doesn't prove to be accurate enough for a finish just yet. NZH back to their own side, gives it up to Zakata. Will be cleared out by Zalou. Sour Patch Kid would be wise to drop it down. NZH has a chance off the backboard instead. There goes the follow through by Sakata, and it does get deflected into the air. They could have gotten it through if they didn't have that final touch. Overtime we go.
I don't feel like they needed the player jumping from underneath, but then again, at 0 seconds, this could have gone either way. French Air Force still are really proficient at overtime. The only loss they've succumbed so far in the overtimes to was to Air Force Gaming, and no surprises, they still are winning every single game that's in front of them. Expecting more of the same here for French Air Force, especially seeing how well they ended the regulation time. That was a threatening attack that just needed a little bit more time. Now, let's see if they can shake out the Space Force Gaming defense once again, go for yet another one of these big camping trips to the blue side, where they stay there for weeks at a time.
Oh, that could have been dangerous if Zalou expected it, but I don't think they expected a clear right in front of the net for Space Force Gaming. Sir Sisley taking this one forward, baits that one defender, and CH almost able to get it past, but it squeezes away.
Ooh, dangerous, my god. That was a position clear. Dingleberry's right on the spot. Sarpash Kid won't be able to commit. My goodness, that was a safe and a half. French Air Force. Lucky, well positioned, and everything else. It's at least part, perhaps luck, but really a skill to make sure it is blocked. Zalou needs to make this save as well. Sir Sisley now looking his third shot. He's slowly getting on the offense. 5 saves to his name, so he has been working the defense overtime. Now also moving into his second job, trying to make some shots here and there.
See what Sir Sizzler can do with this one. This would be a monumental win if Space Force Gaming can come back, because it felt like French Air Force were dominating the conversation on offense, especially with the way that they were able to keep the ball moving on the blue half for as long as they wanted. But they were a bit too hesitant to go for a full-on challenge with all 3 members of their team. They knew how deadly Space Force Gaming can be. They're backed into a corner. Cicada popped up into the corner this time. Dingleberry getting bumped around, and so is Sir Sisley. Nobody's really on the goal line. It's a dangerous spot to be in for Space Force Gaming. A miss from French Air Force gives them a sigh of relief.
There is not a good angle for French Air Force to strike from. Every single time the ball goes up, then usually the player is not ready for a straight-up shot on target. Sakata, perhaps with a demo right there, could have created something. Right now, it's a standoff. A pure off standoff that they're just looking at one another. Great shot. Sisley and Dingleberry, that's 2 players. I think that's 100 for Dingleberry.
Uh-oh.
Finally, the standoffs gets broken down. Long clear. Just how far they can send it back.
I don't know how that didn't demo. Cicada went straight into them, almost going supersonic. Even then, though, NZH could be there. Cicada again on that back line, defending as best they can for their squad. We're about to approach the 3 minutes played in OT mark, and we are just there now. And could have seen an insane pinch lead to an interesting goal scoring scenario. But you can tell French Air Force are just trying to bait out the defense as best they can. Somehow Dingleberry with the save.
Space Force Gaming are struggling for boost. Nobody has anything in their tanks right now. Perfect opportunity for NZH and Zalou to strike. This goes to the side on the backboard. Sakata versus Dingleberry straight towards him. Cannot find the rebound either. Now it's time for French Air Force to perhaps think about retreating back, but they still making those little crosses and clear. Sarpash hits. Stomps in one of the players of French Air Force, but that is not enough. 1 miss, second miss. Demo. Dingleberry is removed, but honestly, that just opened up the field for Sisley.
Oh, no.
Post crossbar. It is out.
So close. They hit it directly into the defender. They were hoping they would get the follow through afterwards, but no dice for them. So it'll be all eyes on Dingleberry with no boost to the tank to really keep this moving forward. Evens out the 50-50 on that play. If they won it, would have won the game as well. Almost 5 minutes in not regulation here. French Air Force starting to feel the exhaustion on offense. But again, they are playing it safe. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to give an opportunity to Space Force Gaming when they don't need to, and that goes in the back of the net. NZH closes things out before we get to a full game played in OT.
It took them 7 shots, but in the end, NZH finds one as a goal as well. Long overtime, showing that it is not as easy for a Seat 3 team, French Air Force, to be defeating the Seat 5 team, the Space Force Gaming. There's still laughs and giggles and having a lot of fun about it. We do not read lips, and most importantly, we do not speak French. Probably we'll learn something about exactly what's happening on the side of French Air Force, but that's 1 for them, 2 more to go, and they will move on to the next round, where again, their opposition is going to be somebody tough from the upper bracket.
Well, actually, their next series would be against Storm Shadows for their potential win after this, so we'll see. But maybe you're just predicting that if French Air Force win this, they would take down Storm Shadows and then have to likely have a rematch against Coast Guard Gaming. We'll see what happens, but this series is to make it into the top 4 for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. So a lot on the line, more so than just competitiveness between these 2 teams.
And at the end of the day, it is for fun, but you go home and you say, hey, I've have beaten 5 teams, 6 teams out there at the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. And everybody's going to be asking, oh wow, how did you do? How did it go? How was the event? So far from everything I've heard from the players, as Killer Pigeon was also asking everybody involved, everybody's loving it. And this is what it's all about.
Sour Patch Kid was looking for something off the kickoff, but was just free-flowing for a moment. We do see a demo come through already from Sir Sizzly, not giving them a moment to breathe and think about developing a play on French Air Force side. Good center for Sour Patch Kid or Sir Sizzly. Both of them fully connect on the ball. The double demo actually benefits Space Force Gaming. I almost said Sour Patch Gaming. But Dingleberry could be even a Sour Patch Kid flavor. Who knows? Either way though, Sir Sizzly with a potential center. The fall through by Sour Patch Kid could not sneak it under.
No, tries they might. Dingleberry still on a follow-up. NZH not gonna float past him. And for, Space Force Gaming would love an immediate follow-up. But 1 or 2 in a row so far on this particular attack is all that they can muster. After a turn against Sakata, Tagboard NZH beaten by Sour Patch Kid. Now in the corner past the whole of the French roster. It just gets bogged down in the middle of the field, up in the air. Goes mostly high than wide.
Tough spot to be in again for Space Force Gaming. Still positioned on their side of the field. Not where they want to be on the opposite end. Another demo comes through. Zalu's got so much time for the ball. Even with the challenges at this point, still just giving it back to their opponents. Like they're the rightful owners of the ball and possession. It's the French Air Force, with the way that they took that game 1 in overtime. They don't want it to go to a similar standing here, but the first 2 minutes seem to be leaning that way.
Took them an overtime just to figure out who is going to take game number 1. It's already took them half of the game over here, and nothing is still decided as they keep on exchanging pleasantries. Those pleasantries might turn sour pretty soon. Off the post it goes. NZH and Zalu. Sakata on the flank, but Sour Patch Kids moves it aside. And still no goal as French Air Force try all 3 of them. Past Dingleberry goes Sakata's shot. And off a tight angle, French Air Force open up the scoring.
Beautiful touch by Sakata. Defense is so close to making the save, but what a tight cut on the play to get that one through right past the halfway point of game 2. French Air Force on pace to continue where they left off in the last showcase between these 2 squads to make it into the top 4. They still need to close out this game and 1 more at least to get to that point in time.
Dingleberry stopped dead in its tracks by Sakata. And NZH is not allowing Sour Patch Kid to get out of his own half. Zalu, this is going to drop down dangerously. Space Force Gaming are surrounding the ball. Zalu, out it goes. Would love to get 100 in the corner. Follows the ball. 100 is still sitting there. Possession seemed more important in that particular play. French Air Force are looking for a second. Again, cementing that lead is ever so important. Space Force Gaming can strike at any moment themselves.
Minute and a half left. Say they can strike at any moment themselves, especially with all the demos, but nobody has possession of the ball. Dingleberry went all the way back to their side, and I know they saw NZH coming, but you would think 2 demos in a row would create enough space for them to net out a goal to tie things up, but it did not.
Patch Kid a back pass to Dingleberry, and they create more of those openings, but this time keep the ball close by. Sakata, strong pinch. Hard to see how that could have ended in the net. Even the presence of the French Air Force, there's them stopping Space Force Gaming from leaving their side for any prolonged period of time. Zalu shot too high. He'll be playing it back, but there's Sir Sizzly, and that's a perfect opportunity. They're giving Space Force Gaming a chance in game number 2.
especially giving them a chance. Zalou back past that, and it was a mistimed clear out. Gave it to the other side instead, so that they could get on the board. And then I did see the idea behind that play, but I don't think they expected as much power as they had.
Alrighty, there's somebody on Dingleberry. Ooh, but this was a moment. Oh, and another, not a back pass, but a touch that could have gone awry. Space Force Gaming, after surviving everything that French Force have thrown at them, and they keep on throwing, the Space Force Gaming now throws even more stuff. It is SFG that are trying to win this game after adding one. Regulation is running out slowly. No immediate follow-up effort. Beating one is NZH. Over Dingleberry, no to the side. Sakata shot. He previously has scored a really tight angle attempt, but this one is a bit too awkward even for him. For a second time in a row, Vaudable will go to the overtime.
I think this is like the 4th or 5th overtime we've seen for Space Force Gaming during this bracket phase, which is just insane to think about. We saw so many of them in the first series that they played against RAF Storm Shadows. Unfortunately, they did not come out on top at the end of that, but I mean, if you're gonna keep it close, might as well go to OT. It just comes down to winning those. You mentioned it before, the only one we had seen French Air Force lose was against Air Force Gaming themselves. So only time will tell if Space Force Gaming can come out on top here, but French Air Force have possession of the ball. The ball is in their court, essentially, to score this goal and go up 2-0 in this series.
NZH is going to make an attempt, beaten by Sizzly, but no boost on Sir himself. On the backboard, Dingleberry. That is protected by Zalou. Sakata, while not having much boost, they still beat Sir Sizzly out of that attempt. We're like flying towards it with some idea in mind, but no real execution. Sakata, big old return back to the blue side of the field. Gets a chance, at the very least for NZH, to grab some boost. Zalou grabs some in the corner as well, and is forced to retreat and pretty much use up all of that 100 of the boost that he has just picked up.
Oh, if Zalou had boost there, it would have been enough. Fortunately, the boost starving is working against them. So we will see what Space Force Gaming can do here. Sir Sizzly, the shot towards Zalou, making sure to hold on to as much as they can. Call off by Sakata. NZH didn't really have the best touch before, and we'll have to just rotate awkwardly back to their side. Zalou just delaying it as much as possible so that their teammates can get into a better position defensively. Just a wiser decision here, but it also gives a chance for Space Force Gaming to find their footing, clear out of the goalie. It goes off the crossbar and away.
Sizzly to the side. They keep on moving back and forth, one side of the field, another. Everybody's getting a look on target. That's two of the defenders of Space Force Gaming removed, but the ball spent all this time hanging high under the ceiling. And just like Space Force Gaming previously, those double demos did not result into anything, and this pinch was threatening. But Sakata, save hands, and immediately even goes for a counter. Will grab 100 for himself. Will be rotating through Dingleberry. I see him hunting him out of the corner of my eye. Dingleberry manages to escape Zalou. Shot on target. Dingleberry cannot stop it. 2-0 in series for French Air Force.
Saw NZH end off the OT last time. This go around, it's Zalou. At least a goal per game for them. Now we'll see if they can close things out in a sweep yet again against Space Force Gaming. One more game to go. Match point for French Air Force to move on to the top 4 of this competition.
One more, but twice now. They could not do it in regulation. Twice now. Their goal-scoring output was stifled. Space Force Gaming threatened every step of the way, and none of this gameplay is relaxing. I'm sure all of them right now, all 6 players are sweating buckets on that stage, but also I do hope there's a strong AC at Ramstein Air Force.
11 shots from Space Force, couple less from French Air Force as well. Doing everything that they can to keep the pressure going, and I feel like French Air Force could have closed that out before that overtime. It was just that awkward back pass that served up the ball. for a Michelin star meal for the Space Force to tie things up. Without that, they wouldn't have had to worry about overtime twice in a row, but I guess overtime is just what we're getting served with this entire series, and what's one more in this next game?
Interesting, I didn't see his on the menu at the cafeteria, but there we have it. Space Force Gaming start immediately. So Kid tries to go for a pass off the wall, while his teammates were already looking for a potential bump here, and there's Sizzly will be removing danger from his own net. Again, this is how quickly the tide of the game changes, not in terms of scoring goals or anything, but in terms of possession, in terms of how quickly we keep on seeing chances on one side of the field, then on the other. It is a non-stop bit of action right here.
First 30 seconds, not as expected for these teams based on how the last two games have gone. Zalou just spun on the top like a toy against their own teammate. Interesting maneuverability to see if they can confuse their opponents with different tech out there. But NZH, we'll see what they can do with the ball here. Got the game-winning goal in the first one, but haven't been able to put up the numbers that they were hoping for in the second. See what they can do for the third, going up towards the heavens, trying to drop it down, but Sir Sizzly has the read.
He's there. Nice little drop from NZH to Sakata, so allows him to continue with just throwing out again a little bit of a smoke screen, like a block or a screen in a basketball. While you're watching one player, and all of a sudden, all goes the other way. Zalou, he's just there. Yep, there it is, bumping Sir Sizzly in the net. Then grabs the boost. Sakata already on a follow-up. Great save by Sizzly. And NZH, not on this particular attempt, actually moves it more back to his own net. No back passes, guys. They've learned their lesson. No dangerous back passes.
Please.
They breathe out and still look for that first goal.
Pop-up flyer all the way to Zalou. A demo from Sir Sizzly. Looking for the waterfall is NZH, but no dice on that play. Follow through though, barely saved away by Dingleberry. Great defensive effort. French Air Force just trying to clear the net as best as possible to give them some space, but that's another odd spot. Sakata had to make the touch, and luckily enough for French Air Force, they did get it.
Sizzly, he does have his teammates in support. So far, they're just working that side wall. French Air Force seems to be there. It made it their own. More blocks are coming in and through. NZH with an attempt to the center. Sir Sizzly. Man, you take too long with the ball and your opponent is right there already taking it off your hood, making it even more dangerous. Sizzly, beautiful little play. Again, an extra touch over there on a full-on psycho, but still a beautiful little play. Dingleberry, Sarpatch Kid, collide, but as it takes a bit longer for French Air Force to get to the ball, you basically go back to the same very corner patch of the field where constantly the plays restart. French Air Force pick up the ball from them. NZH high, Sakata on the ground, but already has been blacked by the Sarpatch Kid. Back and forth we go, back and forth we go, and still at 0-0 bottom.
It's a tough spot to find themselves in. We'll have to see who breaks the mold against their opponents. Right now, Space Force Gaming with some potential. French Air Force have just kept them at a metered position so that they only have so much wiggle room to break out of their side. Space Force Gaming, they just need one breakaway opportunity, and that could be enough for them to change their fate, win a game against French Air Force. One goal is all it might take. It's only been a one-goal differential each time, so 1 minute remaining. See if we go to a 0-0 OT this time.
NZH would love to have Sakata even faster over there, but Sir Sizzly gets the ball first. Goes to nobody in particular. Sakata gets removed, and they cannot put any sort of pressure on Space Force Gaming. Boost utilized. They would love to have that 100, and Sizzly is exactly the player you want to see it on. Sakata, demo on the net, not precise enough. Zalou will be with a follow-up, but putting it on the backboard, hoping that there's going to be a follow-up either from him, as he does it himself. There's Sakata. That's the 100 there. NZH is in the way of the opposition. NZH in the corner. Sir Sizzly blocks. Feels like both of these attacks and still will be ready for yet another one. He's the one driving the ball forward. No boost, but he just takes it slow and carefully and forces French Air Force to overreact, overcommit, and go for that ball. One, the ball drops. Overtime for the third time in a row. This is for the match point golden goal if French Air Force score. And this already will be our lowest scoring game. Sarpatch Kid, wow. Showcasing his skills right there off the kickoff.
They are here, Jam. I feel like all of this was a result to panic on offense from French Air Force. Shot clock was ticking down. Just a few seconds were remaining, and they realized, oh no, we don't have much time left. They threw everything in the kitchen sink at the net, and nothing went through. Just a little too close for comfort for Space Force Gaming. I'd love to see at the end of this one at least the number of saves that they had to make to keep this at a 0-0 scoreline, because it's been all offense all the way for French Air Force. It'll be a tragedy for them if they can't come out with the win afterwards. But the way that Space Force Gaming have just been saying, hey, you can shoot as much as you want. We're going to stop it and wait for that one time you make a mistake, and that'll be our prime opportunity to come out on top in a game. So far, dangerous spot to be in. NZH could have easily ended things off there if they had the angle.
Talking about saves in game number 1, US Space Force had to pull out 13 saves. As Sakata gonna have a chance. He just bullies Dingleberry into the net, pushes him through together with the ball, and none would be happier than the French Air Force roster. After 3 overtimes, they managed to take this series down. Brilliantly played.
What a victory by the French Air Force team, pushing into the top 4, moving on to the lower semifinal against RAF Storm Shadows. More rematches to come, but what a great victory there. And of course, we got to thank all the players for giving it their all on either side. Space Force Gaming made it entertaining. It was a sweep, but it went to overtime every single time. So we'll see how things progress from here on out in the tournament, but valiant effort from the teams who have fallen. First it was HMS Triumph, then it was RF Shadows. Now Space Force Gaming joins them as they will be spectators for the rest of the tournament. The French Air Force have proven their fury and their might to move on to the next round.
And deservedly so. Yeah, the scoreline does not tell the whole story. This was an incredibly close fought game. Yeah, that 3-0, it needs to be an asterisk, and then a big old footnote explaining that all 3 games were overtimes. We didn't see a goal in game number 3 until we went into the overtime. 1-0. In the end, that's all it took. And we've been talking about saves. Unfortunately, we didn't catch all of them, but funnily enough, no saves were required on the side of French Air Force in this game, while I see 7 saves from Dingleberry. It felt like, yes, it felt like it was just defense on one side, offense on the other side. In the end, the unstoppable force did move the immovable object that was the Space Force Gaming.
I mean, had to be the most amount of saves we've seen in a game so far during this tournament, and a massive amount of shots. 15 shots, but only 1 of them went through at the end of it for Sakata. What a turnaround win for them. I mean, Sakata looked really strong during that series too. Everyone on French Air Force doing what was necessary for the victory at the end of it. And of course, because of that, they are granted with a victory. A lot closer than it was last time, I would say. It looked close before, but we didn't expect it to go to 3 overtimes here, Jam.
No, we did not expect that. Beautifully played. Well, we do have the players from both teams standing by to win. Killer Pigeon, Zalu, and Sir Sizzly are waiting out there. KP, what you got for us?
Thank you. I'm joined by the winner of this series, French Air Force Gaming, Zalu. Congratulations on a great performance. We're going to talk about this though. Can you maybe end a game in normal time? You guys seem to love overtime a lot.
Yeah, that was pretty tight. Yeah, yesterday we played against them. That was 3-0. Yeah, today it's a different day. I think they give everything to beat us, and they could win. It was possible. but yeah, we tried our best to keep this advantage, and yeah, that was crazy series, honestly.
Phenomenal. I mean, I think they specialize in defending, as we were seeing. I think that you heard there 15 shots and you just couldn't get it by. But, you know, you continue on. You're looking forward. You've got the RAF boys ahead of you, who I know have been some of your biggest fans. I've even noticed that maybe the coach is already defecting. I caught him wearing a blazer. If you beat him, are you going to invite Stelios on as your assistant coach?
Say again?
If you beat RAF, are you going to invite their coach to be your assistant coach?
Yeah, of course. Because we love the French, the Royal Air Force. That's really our best guy here. Honestly, they invite us to play. They're a really good guy, and that's really cool to play with him.
Zalu, I've got the most important question to close out here. How many French poodles could you fight before it would be too many?
I don't know.
60, 70?
I don't want to say that.
All right, he refused to punch a French poodle. That's probably a good sign. Zalu, congrats on the win. It's time to talk to our next team that's going to be we're losing here. Is, of course, one of the Americans. Surprise here. Sizzly, man. We finally get to talk.
I know, it's been a while. Long 3 days of waiting.
It's been a rough time, but a new experience for you. And, you know, I imagine an overall, despite the loss, a good experience being here on the base.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say we had a lot of good matches against a lot of the teams. You know, fell short, a couple open net whiffs, you know. Great teams, though. More than happy. You know, we've only been playing for a month. We got a champ one on our team. You know, we made it work with what we did, had to make some tactic switches, you know. A lot of plays of me just, you know, destroying too. So it was a lot of fun.
How do you proceed from here? Like, looking forward, I imagine you're targeting next year. How are you going to refine this beast of SFG to be even bigger and better?
You know, we're having tryouts this weekend for the Space Force Gaming, so it's going to be a good look for a lot of members. You know, it's a lot of figuring out who meshes well and who plays well, and getting the schedules aligned. So I think next year we're going to come out a lot stronger, a lot better, and you know, scoreboard may not show it, but we had a lot of great matches with a lot of these teams, so I'm more than happy.
You guys have definitely been entertained to watch. Now, you're going to be sitting on the sidelines enjoying the entertainment. The obvious answer would be to back an American team here, but is there maybe a surprise? Who are you cheering on to win the whole thing?
You know, I'd love to see a French upset. I don't think it'll happen, but, you know, got a lot of love for my French guys. I'd like to see them take the reins on the UK, you know, do what we couldn't do, and who knows, maybe even take a match off Air Force, you know, beat Coast Guard. I would take that as a win also.
Third time's the charm, we'll have to see. A pleasure to talk to you as always, mate.
Thank you.
And great effort. Commiserations. We look forward to seeing more in the future. Big cheers in the crowd because we have got phenomenal competitors, but still plenty to come. The French Air Force continues on, but standing in their way are the tall and proud RAF boys. We return after a break for RAF Storm Shadows up against the French Air Force, rather. Let's go.
Folks, we're moving right along to the next series of the day. It's still the lower bracket, and it's the team that has just won on stream, the French Air Force versus the RAF's Storm Shadows. They won their respective series in the lower bracket and are continuing their run, but their situation is still fickle. One misstep, they're out of the tournament for good and cannot no longer continue the battle for the 3 beautiful trophies that you keep on seeing from time to time. There they are, together with all of the teams vaudable. It is the stare down.
Yes, so we have Storm Shadows on the left, French Air Force on the right. Some chirping going on between both of the teams, and they are ready to take this to the field. Staring down the competition, showcasing those trophies as best they can in the middle. This is the first match of our top 4. And only one of them can move on to that lower final, make it to the top 3. It's going to be a pretty great series here.
Oh, I mean, the players are all staring each other down, but Stelios and Hitman are just exchanging jokes and pleasantries. They're just having a grand old time. Guys, be serious. Come on. Channel your inner Xylem and do a great stare down. Great show of sportsmanship. Thank you very much. Storm Shadows, thank you very much. French Air Force. You see them right there at the bottom of the bracket. They have made here through the victories in the upper bracket for the French Air Force. Same goes for the RF Storm Shadows, their respective opponents, Space Force Gaming and Shadows. But it is the Coast Guard Gaming and the Air Force Gaming that knocked both Storm Shadows and French Air Force down. So now they find themselves down here, still trying to survive, and only one of them can move into the next round. The loser is fine.
We shall see who in this best of 5 is going to take the cake. Last time we saw them face off against each other, 3-1, based on your records there, Jam, for French Air Force against Storm Shadows. So we'll see if there's a case to be made for Storm Shadows to come out on top, but the top dogs, from what we saw before, was the French Air Force, and for a reason. They were the number 3 seed coming out of the group stage. The only teams they struggled against were the ones waiting in that winner's final, Air Force Gaming and Coast Guard Gaming. And well, if they get a win here, they'll have to play at least one of them, whoever loses that upper matchup in the lower final later on.
Setting up and looking ready to take on one another. And for the side of the French Air Force, and try as their might up there, Coast Guard Gaming proved to be too big of a nut to crack. And even as a 2 and 3 seed, seems like there's quite a big matchup out there. Well, REF Storm Shadows, you know them, you love them. P, Cedric, Envy, in blue colors, versus the team that you've just seen on our screens, Zalo, Sakata, and NZH.
Good demos between both teams so far, just to lead some open air for both teams to navigate through. NZH right past Envy, almost barely got a touch on that one. It wasn't enough though to get it away from the clutches of Zalou.
Perfectly plays an Envy. Tries he might. He basically just helps out French Air Force to complete what they have themselves started. They want to bring the ball through the air to the backboard to get a rebound and get a shot off as a result of that. And Zalo was always there to pull off just that. Cedric does not get his pinch, but immediate threat does not happen. Zalo will be looking for a teammate of his own. And there's a couple of flicks here and there. They're playing keep away from the RS Storm Shadows. More shots are coming in through Zalo, too deep, but not enough boost. Killing time right now is his best option. Sakata barely reaches that shot. Keeps the net safe.
Crazy work being put in so far. Good flash there between players on both sides. NZH though. French Air Force between last series and now have realized they gotta be a little bit more accurate with their touches, and well, it worked out well enough for their first shot. They gotta get possession of it away. Sakata with a good demo, but another one exchanged for Envy in their favor. Sakata evened it out towards mid. P's got a chance if they can get this set up for Cedric, and NCH can't deflect it fast enough. There will be a tying goal.
Not on this particular attempt. NZH versus 2, and right there where he sees that the pass is not coming into P. P is not taking the shot. Cedric is taking a shot at the ground. This is where he knows that he needs to kick it in a different gear. By that point, it was too late. Zalu with explosions off the kickoff. The less players of RF Storm Shadows to contest with, the better. Those dribblers are immediately coming on through. Might have Envy right now still on pushing, and P already returning with enough boost to 1 Storm Shadows.
Okay, Storm Shadows putting French Air Force on notice. Wanting to prove that they are the better international roster against the 2 American teams awaiting in that upper bracket. Storm Shadows still have to work it out for them though. We saw how effective French Air Force were against them before. They came hot off of a series win in 3 back-to-back overtimes. This team does not really want to have to go through an OT again, but probably likely if they tie things up that it does go to their 4th in a row between series, which would be quite a feat to see.
Soon enough, even if you win all of them, soon enough, you get just tired of the same old thing. It's even the tastiest thing in the world if you eat it too much. It's too much. They might get allergic to those overtimes. We have Storm Shadows in a good position, and still with possession. It's not that they rarely get to get out of their own half, and those 2 goals are maximum they manage to even to get a look at. No, they're constantly returning to the orange side of the field where French Air Force resides and keep on pressuring. It is French Air Force right now who maybe are not getting as many looks in the opponent's net as possible, and Envy with P in tow. Ooh, that's a hard double commit. Zalu can redirect it for Sakata. Sakata goes solo. Zalu now in support. Out it goes, but for a moment, French Air Force almost punished RF Storm Shadows for committing way too hard.
And that's been a thing that we've seen. A lot of teams trying to punish the others for committing a bit too much. French Air Force seem to be that team who does a bit of the opposite. They don't commit enough. We saw the result of that in the last series where they were hesitant to give everything up for a goal. So we'll see how things can go. RF Storm Shadows though, I mean, even after having to wait through a couple of overtimes and almost 5 games of the series based on how much overtime was played, they are looking in top form. Been preparing in the practice area as best they can, aside from cheering on some of their friends. Sakata doing what is necessary to take this downfield. A little bit over a minute remaining in French Air Force. We haven't seen enough out of them to potentially push this to an OT.
They're keeping it safe in the back as much as they can, especially knowing that they have conceded too. Like quite often on all of these attacks, you see a touch from Sakata, you see a touch from NZH, and somehow it's Zalu always third and rarely in a position to commit. A quick turnaround shot on target. Cedric denies him. NZH won't be able to make a touch of his own. Well, Sakata would love to have some boost. Now he's the one coming out, but best he can do is make a touch and just pump it. Bomb it out there without any intention of staying with the ball or having anything to do with it. His teammates are not there either.
Less than 30 seconds ago, now 20 for the French Air Force. Pull themselves back from the brink, losing their first game in quite some time. But ticking it down even more so, and possession on the orange half. It looks like Storm Shadows all but secured their victory in this game. Cedric, one final ditch effort to knock it down and maybe get a go-home goal, but Storm Shadows looking much more confident in this showcase. And maybe the stare down is what got rid of the nerves for them ahead of the series.
And we implemented this for the first time. Previously, it was just individual stare downs and mostly to the camera as opposed to the players themselves. But it is working out. REF Storm Shadows with the first win. It is still a long series, best of fives, but with the overtimes potentially, as both teams do love overtime here and there. It could be a long affair. One game at a time, one goal at a time, but I think I can confidently say that the French Air Force was shut down in this game. I did not see them playing their own comfortable game that they got so used to.
It reminds me of when we saw the French Air Force play against Coast Guard Gaming, where they get a goal and then afterwards they're like, well, we don't really have a strategy from here on out. We didn't think we would get this far. It's how it felt in that first game. So hopefully they can change things around in this next one. We'll have to look forward to that for the French Air Force, but we got to give credit where it's due. The RF Storm Shadows did everything right in that game. Even after giving up the goal, we're thinking, oh, this is just going to be like the last series. Well, it isn't, because Storm Shadows are in the driver's seat this go around. They're trying to park the bus right into the back of the net as often as possible. They're looking for one here. Zalu deflects it off their own crossbar, but barely gets to the side for the second touch. And there's a counterattack that
Cedric
actually
misses it. Zalu can finish it on the other end. That bit of gameplay was exactly as our conversation was just right now. Everything over everything.
That's gotta hurt so much for Storm Shadows. But again, one goal doesn't determine everything, as evidenced by the last game.
It did once. So far on our memory this year, it did only once. We went to the overtime, specifically with the French Air Force. But yeah, it's the night is still young. And Cedric responds in style. What a boom to return this to a tie series.
What a boom indeed. Beautiful touches there so far. Cedric with about an average of 0.81 goals per game so far, but a lot of saves for their team, 1.68. And they've been a force to reckon with on the defensive end to keep their team involved in the play. He's also had a goal per game, so hopefully see a little bit more from them on the side of Storm Shadows. They have a lot to look forward to for this team. On the other end, though, Zalu, the top goal scorer with a goal per game. They've also been looking really good. Plenty of shots they've been able to put on. 16 MVPs to their credit as well. So looking really good there.
Yeah, I think it's well deserved quite often. Zalu we're looking out for, but previously I mentioned, and I'll say it again, Zalu wouldn't be Zalu and his stats without NZH and Sakata in support as well. No goals scored ever since. The RAF Storm Shadows Cedric managed to drop a bomb on the French Air Force, but this could be an opportunity. NZH can get it past two. One is beaten, the second one was not, and Cedric, ever so dangerous with the ball. We're trying to push it. P with an attempt to redirect. Envy already on the ground. The goalies are out of position. Boost is being stolen. And French Air Force, this is as good as it can get on the backboard. Zalu, I think, will be roaming somewhere. He commits. He's the last player, and P pops it a little bit too high. NCH can intercept. They once again remove the danger in the moment. He says nothing is going. Sakati in front of the net. Zalu, too many French players in front of the blue net. Not enough French Shadows defenders.
Exactly what they needed to do. A couple demos, a couple bumps here and there, disruption of the rotation, but also just a bad path, a bad trajectory. He went the wrong way for Storm Shadows from the runway to go towards the ball. Another interesting kickoff scenario this time. Some fakes from Storm Shadows. Almost able to get it, couldn't get the fall through, neither could Envy. They're gonna give it up to P this time, crossbar and away. Counterattack not so soon enough. French Air Force. NZH could flick. Zalu so close again to getting that one away, but no dice.
They had a great opportunity, but I think they overcooked it. There was a chance to pass to your teammate or go solo. In the end, it happened to be something in between that really did not work out, and then immediately a threat appeared on the other side of the field with long booming clears. Team exchange, trying to really pump and dump. Pump the ball into the opponent's half, then follow it and try to create something out of there. Sakata will respawn with him being demoed. I was gonna say not gonna threaten them, but if they just fumble the ball and spend more time than needed with it in front of them, it might spell trouble if this repeats again. Envy, that is a great shot because none of the French Air Force were reaching out.
Metal pipe sound of the post as it goes away yet again. Storm Shadows, they want to get this victory. They are hungry for it, even after their bellies were filled with the mess hall food that they had. But even then, Storm Shadows keep things going on offense. Zalou, high and away, trying to play keep away from Storm Shadows as best as possible. Good center for P. Zalou doesn't get the touch off the crossbar again. So many chances have gone by the wayside for Storm Shadows in the same fashion.
See, well, him and Envy are not able to continue on that particular play, but they create a new one. NZH to the corner. They keep on returning the RAF Storm Shadows. And their defense is still holding on strong, but they would love if it happened just a little bit earlier. Game is still in favor of French Air Force, and the time is running out. Last 45 seconds. P, quick turnaround. And support is Cedric. NZH was there. Who else is going to be there? I think the rest of the team. I see all two French Air Force players in the net. Sakata going out for demos. P just trying to keep it away from oncoming player of French Air Force. The center it goes, but too slow. RAF Storm Shadows can play read that play pretty well. Now they're playing with fire. Envy gets denied, but at what cost?
Well, the cost is no goals. Oh man, we do see another shot come through. Envy deflecting that one off the post and away. We'll see if they can get things going through here. Good touch into the air. French Air Force with the final one onto the ground, and they will tie up the series 1-1.
A close one. Again, another nervous matchup. Laughs are had from the side of French Air Force, and again, for a good reason. Well, they tie up the series, and in a game that, once again, had plenty of opportunities from both of the rosters. That finishing just did not work out, and we're talking about 13 shots versus 5. Almost tripling the shooting output. And it's still, at the end of the day, it's goals that matter the most. And our Storm Shadows were not able to find enough in this game number 2. But the fact is that they are even allowed on the French side. Means that they can try and repeat this again, and this time, hopefully, get a nice little round number. Well, round number is a 0, so probably not, but a good amount of goals in the next game.
Here's a question for you, Jam. Yep. Would you rather have unlimited boost or goals? Unlimited goals, but no goals.
Wait, run that by me again.
It's just a meme from the mind of Jay Slat, just reformatted, where it's you have unlimited bacon, or you have unlimited games, but no games. And that is the question there. Either way, though, enough of the memery. We're getting back into the action here. Game apiece between these two. We'll see how things progress. Who's going to take the advantage in the series?
It's all tied, but on the field, he's going to be heating up even more. If I say that, 2 demos, Envy and P removed from the field, but it's Cedric pushing through, getting the boost. Can even go for demos as both of his teammates are respawning and will be in prime position if time allows for them to get to the net much faster than this. And he's still the one setting it up. Ooh, that little chip. Sometimes even more dangerous than the full-on powerful shot. It can sail over your defenders and leave you with nothing.
Ooh, NZH. Trying to do stuff by their lonesome. Really just bought some time for Sakata to get back with some boost. And for their team to reposition. This could be a potential shot, though, if they can get it away from Envy. Great stuff from them. No boost, but they still position themselves in between the ball and the net. Well, not that time, though. Bardowski from Sakata. Beautiful one there. Not too much to worry about from French Air Force side. Storm Shadows are going to be looking at that one in the replays and in their nightmares. They could have gotten the save, but unfortunately didn't work out for them.
Yeah, I did. And NZH, him pumping the brakes on the flag just made Envy and P jump how high? He just toyed with them right there on the spot. And great opener for French Air Force. Not one of the quickest of our goals, but an opener nonetheless. Finding some weaknesses, and RF Storm Shadows know that they need to react to everything that French Force are doing, so no surprise we've seen those reactions on the flag.
Decent touches here by Storm Shadows, but it felt like they have been playing catch up for a bit, but not this time. Cedric with the doink into the net.
Long range effort. He keeps on lurking, I think, in the offense. He, I think, has been the most oriented attack player out of all of them. Well, everybody gets rotations. Nobody really stays in the net in Rocket League. But Cedric's play, I think, advanced even further than that. And he has spent even more time just trying to cherry pick. Trying to be that nuisance when time comes for somebody to follow up on the ball and actual second, third player cannot come in. It would be Cedric hunting for something. So it is no surprise he keeps on finding these goals.
Good look so far. We'll have to see what the Storm Shadows have to keep rallying behind to get it past one to lose there. Great deflection off their own backboard. Keep this going. Oh, interesting. There's a little sim racing going on as well. Shout out to the venue having all these different things that people can participate in. Could you imagine playing Rocket League like that? That'd be pretty crazy.
With a steering wheel or sitting in that chair and with a really wide screen monitor?
Both.
Both. I mean...
They're using tilt controls, is all I would say.
Yes, that would be something. I mean, obviously there's keyboard and mouse. There's the controller. I know that in Trackmania...
We have our first rule one.
Ooh, okay. Oh, we had one broken earlier in the day, if I'm not mistaken.
True.
But they're still staying there. So it's keeping a 2v2. So NZH and Sakata versus Envy and Cedric. And this might be a goal for French Air Force. Will one be broken before that? Ooh. We won't know. By this point, 2-1 French Air Force. This 2v2 goes in their favor.
This is what French Air Force were hoping for. I like the good sportsmanship to keep the Rule 1 going during that time. We respect it across the board for both these teams. But even then, French Air Force are looking for a third. Envy gets there in time, barely stops it out for Zalu's shot. Pinched it away with the roof of their car. SP is trying desperately to bring themselves back from the brink. They don't want to be on match point just yet. They want to be the ones to force it instead.
Zalu and Sakata coming in on through. Can they clear it out? Ooh. Cedric puts just enough on it. Zalu underneath. Hard to say. I think this is NZH blocking the ball. The trail on the ball is orange. So it's a bit of a friendly fire, so to speak. NZH will still continue with the ball from his corner. P, too easy for him to collect it. Again, that angle, you should know what's coming. Have an opponent, Zalu. Let's call it that he planned on doing it. He was called off so that his teammates can make a more efficient touch. And more the ball gets swatted away. They need to find a really big clear. Otherwise, again, it's P. It's Cedric. Right now it's Envy in the net for REF Storm Shadows. Keep on playing the ball. Zalu! After REF Storm Shadows could not take the control of the ball, French Air Force take matters in their own hand.
What a touch. Proving that they didn't just need that 2v2 goal for them to be in the lead for this game. 28 seconds to go, though. Still plenty of time for the Storm Shadows. Cedric, not the best touches that they were hoping for. Envy, going for whatever they can get, but P was the player who had at least a goal per game average before this time, and have not been able to strike true as often as they would like. Less than 10 seconds ago, Cedric Can't really do much. Baits out one, gets it past the second. There's a follow through. Okay, there's still a chance they get one within 4 seconds.
Okay, kickoff goals, we've seen them. We've seen goals as fast as 2 seconds throughout our 3 days of gameplay right here at Allied Forces Esports Invitational. So for REF Storm Shadows, if you've been keeping a kickoff strat in the bag, I wouldn't say that was it. Just committing everybody to the ball can give you results. But other than that, in this case, not yet three, just 2-1 in favor of French Air Force. They are on the match point. And I don't know what's happening in the camp of the French Air Force, the Scavengers, but after every single game, there's jubilations, there's jokes. They're looking like they're having the best time of their life.
That's what they said. It's all about the vibes. That's how they were able to get into the top 3 during the round robin stage, and how they are looking to book their ticket into the top 3 again. Bring the vibes and the goals will follow is their strategy, and it's been working out so far. We'll see if it can carry them into another game victory. This is a match point for our lower matchup here. Storm Shadows put on notice. They know they have it in them. They took at least a game. So that was the first one. They weren't able to take the second. So it comes down to what they can do here against this French Air Force roster. If they can force a game 5, they've played plenty of those. What's one more?
Well, as you rightly said, last time they've been stopped at just 1 win and suffered 3 game losses when these 2 teams met in the round robin group stage. Now it's a different story, different day. Both of the teams, I think, have evolved throughout the tournament. French Air Force currently in the lead and on match point with 5 minutes. All that's separating them from the lower bracket finals. And they're starting pretty fast. Why delay something that you can deal with in the first couple of minutes?
They don't want to wait whatsoever. They want to quickly progress into that lower final and have to wait the loser of the upper final matchup between Coast Guard Gaming and Air Force Gaming. They want a rematch, and they want to get to there fast as can be. Storm Shadows. Woo. They have their work cut out for them, especially with shots like that going by.
Cedric, really good on the ball throughout the series, but still looking for those game-winning goals as opposed to the goals that just rattle his opposition. Sakata, no touch at that. Zalou needs to help out his teammate. Cedric, everybody around the ball, but not really in control of the ball. It just goes ring around the rosy, reaches the blue side of the field. Cedric absolutely had to clear that. French Air Force was already waiting for it.
Shout out to the French Air Force fans in the chat as well, showcasing their support for their favorite team. We'll see if that'll be enough to carry them past the finish line into the next stage of the competition for this playoff bracket. Zalou gets another one, 2-0 now before the half.
And that demo starts out really strong. Sakata, well, there's Envy. He respawns. Thing is, neither of the other Storm Shadows were able to get anywhere close to the ball. See them turn around, and by the time they got to the ball, French Air Force were all over it. Sakata trying to get the throw over there. Envy will be on target. No, just to the side. Cedric on target. Sometimes these responses for REF Storm Shadows come immediately after the goal is scored. They only wish that they could concede just one or not concede at all before they score their first.
Tough loss of the 50 there by the defense. Gave it their all, but didn't quite have the challenge that they were wanting. Fake kickoff though. Zalou doesn't get the corner boost though as they go for it. Dangerous spot to be in, somehow pops up. And Zalou clears it aside. Envy back towards their half. Storm Shadows. They know that the French Air Force are faltering just a little bit. Pushed back to their own half for mere moments. Sakata, no boost. Trying to see if they can at least get a piece of the pie on that play. Cedric with the setup. Envy's there for the shot, but Sakata for the save.
He still continues the attack of REF Storm Shadows. This gets cleared long. And a breather, much needed one for French Air Force. Try to meet Envy up high. try to meet Envy up low. Cedric is going to continue to Envy. An attempt for a redirect. He collects the pass from his teammate. Cedric to Envy, Envy to Cedric. It all works out perfectly. French Air Force now looking at a 2-2. RF Storm Shadows continue their comeback.
What a comeback this is for Storm Shadows. Last game, after we saw the Rule 1, it felt like French Air Force had control of the series again. Storm Shadows showcasing what they did in the first game that got them to this point in time. They want to make it a Game 5 stunner for our final series. Before we get into those best of 7s, is one thing to remind people as well. Zulu has a chance to be into the air. Dangerous spot to be in, flip reset potential, but they give it to Cedric instead off the backboard. There's a fall through. NCH had to make the save.
And now somebody needs to get to the ball, otherwise Envy looks left, looks right, sees that nobody's contesting him, and as a result of that, P can just bring it into net. Again, nobody's around. He just sets it up. NZH tries to challenge from the backboard, but he sings more than he swims, and REF Storm Shadows get ahead.
I know I might have said oh no for French Air Force, but it's oh yeah for Storm Shadows as they Kool-Aid Man crash the net and put it through. Right past the halfway point this time. Envy, we'll see what they could do. Cedric again with a breakaway shot denied by Zulu. P gets to give this up to Envy. French Air Force struggling to meet the pace of play that Storm Shadows have set. There's their brethren cheering them on as best they can. P gets another goal, and there we go. 4-2 with a minute and 40 left for Storm Shadows to force a Game 5.
This was a game that started squarely in favor of French Air Force. 2 unanswered goals. The first game, the RS Storm Shadows quick response to the second one. Then the second one came in. And then they just keep on venturing in the orange side of the field and keep on bringing something home over and over again. Here's Zalu versus P, and P is just bullying him. NZH is needed to remove the danger. Cedric, perhaps a shot of his own. Yes, requires all 3 French Air Force players. They need to find a clear right there.
Zalu is just like a hay bale being unfurled at the seams there for a second. Oh, a rough spot to find themselves in. Still a chance for French Air Force to bounce back. Down by 2, but not out in this game. A little bit over a minute remains. That's right over top of 1. Had the connection. Envy with a better read, though, defensively.
Corner goes, and Envy makes a touch that relieves so much pressure for REF Storm Shadows. As connections are not happening on the other side, Zalu, there's a touch that was needed. And I can completely understand why in that case it did not work out. Tough as nails, that particular approach. Envy. Cedric on target, bottom left corner. He pulls it out of his hat. The lead increases to 3, and REF Storm Shadows are running away with this game number.
Beautiful look from Storm Shadows to pretty much force a Game 5. 40 seconds is still a decent amount of time, but it just feels like French Air Force have been clocked out since we saw it go 3-2. Storm Shadows, so many unanswered opportunities. Biggest thing here for French Air Force, getting at least 1 on the board to stop their momentum going into Champions Field. We'll see what happens though. Maybe 1 more for the road for either side. Envy pops it up. P, who's been so precise with their shots. NZH the other direction. Zalu, no boost. Sakata pushed up all the way for the last 5 seconds. Almost able to change their fate to get 1 more on the board, but it will be Storm Shadows. This bumps all across the board with their game victory to force game number 5.
What a turnaround. This game starting with French Air Force being on point, looking that they're just going to close it down in 4. But 5 unanswered goals after French Air Force started this game so strong was a performance worthy of being seen in lower finals later on. They still need 1 more game. They still need 1 more game, and either the REF Storm Shadows with their REF Shadows service member fans in support, or it's going to be the French Air Force. And I think there's going to be an overtime. You know what? There's going to be an overtime just to decide this, just to make it a little bit more interesting.
That'd be great to see, but only time will tell if we'll get to an OT, if one team will rise above the other, prove themselves worthy of that top 3 minimum placement. Again, the winner of this faces the loser of our upper bracket final in a best-of-7 series. So we'll see who progresses in Game 5. No Champions Field needed. They just want to keep it running as normal. We'll get into this one as soon as we can. Take the stage for both teams to prove themselves as the ultimate victor.
First attempt, French Air Force. It's going to be like hit for hit, attempt for attempt. We're going to be comparing them and looking how they fare. RF Storm Shadows, though, coming in from the previous game, that 5-goal uninterrupted streak. Doesn't mean much because the scoreline is now 0-0. Something still sticks with them. They know that how easily they were able to just waltz in the French Air Force side and put a number after number on the scoreboard. But it starts with the French Air Force side dominating the first 40 or so seconds, not allowing the ball even to leave the blue side of the field.
Storm Shadows. See what they can do here. Take this one on forward. Envy, P, and Cedric looking for their first goal, and this might be it. Wide open opportunity for Storm Shadows. Again, another goal unanswered by French Air Force.
It's B to C or a G. They just work their way into the back of French Air Force defense so easily. And answers are still not found there, while goal scoring output for the French Air Force has been diminished severely. They still go for them. NZH Zalu, Sakata, as another one rattles off the crossbar. REF Storm Shadows are eking ever so closer to making this wasn't a reverse sweep, was it?
No, it was not. Storm Shadows took game 1.
That is correct. Yes.
And French Air Force bounced back 2 in a row. So we almost saw kind of a gentleman's sweep in a sense, but right now, Storm Shadows forcing that game 5, using the momentum to their advantage, are primed themselves to take this the distance, especially with a goal like that from P. A beautiful drop down by their teammate C.
Oh my God. I don't know what it is, whether the lack of French cuisine during lunch, but this is not the French Air Force we have come to see and love. Yesterday they had Mediterranean, from what I've heard, so that's at least sort of close enough, but today Hawaiian, if I can actually pronounce that particular state in cuisine. REF Storm Shadows are on point, but we've been here in the previous game. It was 2-0 for French Air Force, and when you looked at the scoreboard at the end of the game, all of a sudden it was 5-2 to the opposing team. So Zalu, what you got in store? Do you have anybody on the follow-up? Feels like another moment where French Air Force could strike, as REF Storm Shadows are just juggling the ball in front of them. They were not ready for the opportunity.
They lost their footing, and it has slowly slipped away even more so into a landslide victory for Storm Shadows. With things continuing into this fashion, nothing's going to be stopping them to progress further.
3-0. Yes, there's still half of the game gone, but you know what's also gone in French Air Force? Guys, where are you? Sakata, Zalu, NZH. I see your cards on the field again. NZH goes up high. Under Envy, he tries to go. Possession is still with them. Zalu and NZH both on the same flank, and you're leaving your net empty. I know what NZH was doing there. What was the... they're just there. I didn't even see them. Both of them come in. Did they even need to be there? 4-0 is the answer. And no,
they did not need to be there.
Wow.
It's just, it's so rough to watch here, Jim, just because the French Air Force, I mean, we saw how confident they were when they got those 2 back-to-back games and proved themselves to be on pace to come out on top. But Storm Shadows, something awoke in them, and I think it was the cheering of the Shadows that they had to sacrifice on their way here Shadows probably told them, if you're going to beat us, you might as well go all the way into the top 3. And with the pace currently, 2 minutes remain for French Air Force to even get on the board. But it's going to be P yet again. 2 goals, 2 shots, and 2 assists. Too good to be stopped here.
This is a 10-goal streak that they're currently on. 5 in the previous game to take it, and 5 in this one. And we're not even done with the game 5. REF Storm Shadows. Again, if anything else, it's that sharing and the momentum from this game that they will be able to take it to the lower finals. Okay, stops the streak. 5-1. 5-2, we can start talking about something. 5-3, everybody needs to sit up straight in their chairs and put their game faces. 5-4, we got a story on our hands. And if we get to the 5-5, well, we'll get there when we get there.
A lot of work to be put in to get to that point in time, so we'll have to see what they can do. But even then, 1:40 on the clock now. Storm Shadows doing what they can.
Zalu needs his teammates up there. He's himself going out for Envy or any bits of boost. For Sakata, shot on target, dropped both by C and P. They together, well, then for a save, much needed for REF Storm Shadows. Since every single one of these attacks, if contested, shaves another 10 or 15 seconds off the clock. And with 4 goal differential, the time is just not enough. They need extras, and they're not going to be giving it one. 2nd for Envy, 6 for REF Storm Shadows.
Let's see what they can do on this one. Envy looking for a potential Brazil in game 5. It's interesting that we got to a similar story here in our first lower bracket matchup here, Jam, where it went, you know, all the way to 5. It was super competitive, and then one team just destroyed, and it was the Shadows that time, and the Storm Shadows take a page out of their book this go around.
They're all friends. They're all exchanging phone numbers, patches, jerseys I think were traded. Why not something from their playbook? 6-1, and REF Storm Shadow performance is out of this world, turning the series around on its head. It was all game number 4 that looked like French Air Force could finish it up in 4. Not to be a P on top. It was looking like the 7th was inevitable. Now, just keep on exchanging it back and forth. I presume that by this point, after loss in this game, says French Air Force, right now we're running out of chances, running out of options. And the French Air Force will be cheering for REF Storm Shadows from this point on. Zalu, together with Sakata, could double up for a beautiful goal. Well, it doesn't matter. The Scavengers, FAF, came here to have fun. And if I can say something with complete confidence, is that they absolutely did have a lot of fun.
That they did. Great performance here from both of these teams. Valiant effort from the French Air Force, but they do fall a little bit short of that top 3. So instead, we do see the Storm Shadows rise from the ashes, prove themselves the victor in this one to move on to the best of 7s.
Wow. Best of 7s, slightly different beast. You need more endurance to end up winning the whole thing and cannot give up at any point. Thankfully, you also get more chances for a comeback. The thing is, either versus Air Force Gaming or Coast Guard Gaming, you need a lot of these opportunities. But we are gonna leave this bracket for a bit later. Yes, RAF Storm Shadows, Air Force Gaming, Coast Guard Gaming are our 3 remaining teams. But before we return to the upper bracket finals, what we have on hand is 2 amazing things. We had those last year as well, and I believe for the first time as well, it's 2 staff show matches. Team Rocket versus Team Car Soccer, and Ball Chasers versus Own Goal Gang. Best of 3s, and I'm not gonna spoil anything just yet, but this is not your normal Rocket League. There's gonna be something you've never seen and never experienced yourself, and this one goes out to everybody who we have not seen yet on the stage playing being interviewed is for those people who make this event possible. Stuff working on site, stuff making sure even before the event is even created that this is happening. It's all out for them, and we want to commend everybody who's included. And unfortunately, it's only 4 teams of 3, so that's only 12 people. There's many more behind the stage that we would love to mention, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be a big round of applause and a combination at the very end of the tournament today as well. After the dust settles of the inevitable grand final, whoever's going to be playing in it, obviously going to be finding out later on. Still, the RAF Storm Shadows, what a performance. Let's hear from them, and we absolutely have to hear from the winners. KP.
When we talk about the RAF and we talk about entertainment, we usually turn to the Red Arrows, but it is the Storm Shadows that are providing piece after piece here at the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. I'm joined by Envy. Envy, a phenomenal series up against the French boys. What changed compared to last time?
What changed? Honestly, I'm not too sure. There's definitely a few coaching tips that we took on board going into that series, and definitely the mentality that we had going in is like, why not just go for it? So, yeah, I think that's what changed from last time we played them.
You know, I feel like coaches usually get the blame when you lose, but it sounds like there's a lot of credit to go to Stelios for the wins as well. Like, do you want to talk a little bit about what he means to the team and what he brings?
Yeah, so he's obviously our mental coach. So he brings everyone up. You know, if we're losing games, we're feeling a bit down, he brings everyone up, tells us what we can improve on. And yeah, he's great to have behind your back when we're playing.
I mean, some people might say the pressure's now on, right? Top 3, a phenomenal performance, especially with how this journey began. You just mentioned that you felt a little bit unleashed, like there was nothing on you to keep you held back. Are you feeling the pressure now that you've got either AFG or CGG ahead of you?
No.
The perfect kind of answer. Well, mate, congratulations. You guys continue to entertain, and I look forward to seeing what you guys can do in that lower bracket when we get back into that with the semi-finals. But we also have to bring in our losers. We have to say farewell to someone. So we're going to bring Sakata on now from AAE, the French esports team, to talk us through what happened. Sakata, a crazy run. You guys done so well. I feel like the best way to summarize you guys, no matter the outcome, pure fun.
Yes, it was so cool. Playing against team like that is so difficult, but we try harder, more and more, and we win against Space Force, and now so close to beat a second time our friend, the English team. So thank you to the Shadow Storm.
And you know, I gotta ask, like, what's next for you guys, right? What happens after this event? Because I feel like you've got a taste of the esports bug and you want more.
We will see. This year it's a great opportunity and we take it. So next year will maybe be different. So for the moment, we will enjoy the rest of the show. 3 more matches. So I really hope Shadow Storm will win this LAN. So I give him my energy.
And I believe you wanted to say a few words in French to some people at home.
Bon, un petit mot en français. Merci à tous les copains qui m'ont soutenu. Et vive la France!
Vive la France! And c'est le magnifique from you and the boys. Congratulations on a deep run and commiserations. And I look forward to seeing more of you in the future, my friend. But folks, we've got more of the show to come. We're going to head to a short break, and then we've mixed up some entertaining show matches because our boys need a little bit of a rest. So show matches involving some of the fantastic stuff behind the scenes. And after that, we've got semi-finals into grand finals. It's still all to be decided here on who is going to be champion. Will it be a Brit team or will it be the Americans? Stay tuned as the day goes deeper and we find out.
crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damn damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damn damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damn damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up. Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Put your hands, put your city, put your fans, put your state up.
Welcome back to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025. We've had a blast of a tournament so far. Have you all been enjoying yourself? Oh, perfect. Are you all sick and tired of watching very high-level players play the game? Yeah? Do you want to see someone maybe have a little bit of fun up here on stage? Well, then I've got exactly what we need. We've got show matches. It is a fantastic time. We've got a bunch of people involved behind the scenes, staff who organize things in their own countries, also help the teams here. But we've got, I believe it's, team, I don't say that word because we say football here. What's the name of your team?
Good point.
Mate, you're British and you're on Team Soccer Car. Okay, you have to stomach that. Versus Team Rocket, that I'm assuming stole the Meow from that Pokemon card pack earlier on. But we're going to first of all go across to Ivory Witch here, who works with Coast Guard Gaming. I'd love to hear a little bit more about what you guys do on your side back home.
We compete in all different kinds of games. Rocket League is a big one for us, World of Warcraft, Call of Duty. We compete, we do recruiting. So, yeah.
the recruiting seems to be working because you've managed to nab a Brit.
We did. It's great.
Well, Defector, Charlie Sierra from RAF Esports here. What's going to be the discipline when you get back home?
If Stelios beats us, there's charges everywhere. There's going to be several demos. Yeah, we'll have to report you, Stelios. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. We're going to beat you anyway, so it's all good.
I mean, you must be feeling pretty confident. You've got the original Hitman, not the discount one.
This guy, he is OG Hitman, also top chef. They cooked for us last night, so thank you very much to the French. And obviously, thank you to everyone that's helped put this on and allowed us to come and have fun on the stage. It's going to be terrible to watch, but we'll try and have fun while we do it. So thank you, everyone else.
I believe the word diplomatically we use is relatable gameplay. Well, let's get ready for some relatable gameplay. A best of 3 between these magnificent folks. We're going to head across the casters as we get ready for our first show match here.
My kind of level of gameplay. I wouldn't be able to chase the Air Force Gaming guys, no. But this is up my alley. Vaudeville, we are in for another treat. We hyped it up. So what's even going to happen? Yes, we've introduced the teams, we've introduced the players on the side of Team Rocket, Lamarama X, Hitman, and Charlie Sierra on the side of Team Car Soccer, or maybe something else. We're going to be seeing Ivory Witch, Stelios, and Blue, please. They're going to be playing best of 3s. It's going to be Rocket League, and oh my god, what's that face? Maybe it's not Team Car Soccer, maybe it's Team Car Stelios.
The best logo you could ask for their team as well. So shout out to the production crew for putting this stuff together, but also just like looking at the way that this whole show match is going to go. It's not a typical show match either, but we'll get into that in just a little bit. We'll still see the other roster out there, and they are just raring and ready to go for this next one. But for the show match, this specific first one, it's called the Around the World show match. Why don't you break it down for us, Jam?
It's very simple. Again, 3 versus 3, best of 3. After scoring a goal, the player who scored a goal must spin around in a designated chair 5 times before sitting back down. So you're going to have some dizzy, wonky gameplay every single time something is scored, and by the end of the game, feels like nobody is going to left without their head spinning round and round. And of course, representatives of all allied countries' teams are going to be here. Later on, there's another 6 more players from all sides. Oh, it's going to be great. Honestly, by this point, Rocket League even doesn't matter that much. It's the bit of fun. Wait a minute. Okay. Preparing, getting ready. Ooh, that's a very nice pink controller for Hitman. Respect on the colors. We're going to have some stylish choices on the field, I'm pretty sure, as well. We're going to see their selection of cars, toppers, colors, boosts, goal explosions, whatever you want to call it. Stelios, the competitor from last year, is going to have quite a big advantage on that Team Car Stelios.
Just a little bit. That might be part of the reason why this rule was implemented, where once you score... Oh, they exchanged jerseys. That's what it is.
They did.
I like it.
He's now the Hitman.
Wearing it backwards, by the way.
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
It's fine. We'll understand. We'll forgive. He is just the Hitman. All right. The best of 3, Team Rocket and Blue, Team Car Soccer in orange, and there's Stelios already high up in the sky. Blue, please, and Ivory Witch. His teammates. Whoop. Goes Blue, please. Whoop. Goes Ivory Witch. Nice little Sakura colored car for her. And another clear comes on through. Honestly, all of the gameplay does not matter. I want to see the chair spin. It was this close.
I wonder if own goals count for you or the other team. You could just tactically own goal and credit it to the other team.
You broke it.
So that way they have to be dizzy on the chair first.
Yes, you've unlocked the whole thing. Charlie Sierra with a strike. Charlie Sierra rushes to the chair. And now the important bit, where is the chair? Oh, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Charlie Sierra can return just in time. Wow, okay.
Extra
just in time for the
get extra dizzy.
5 turns around is a lot. The whole replay goes by.
It does, so you don't really have too much time. You gotta speed through it because you don't want to take too long on your turns around the chair. That way you can actually get back into the action as soon as the kickoff happens. So I'm really curious when we'll see the next goal. Team Car Soccer still down by 1. We'll see what they can do this time. Llama Rama X doing everything that they can. Regress this downfield. Hitman has potential for the shot. Charlie Sierra got the goal last time and they get it here, so they're back around the chair they go.
There goes 1. There goes a second turn around the block. 3 times ring around Rosie. 4th, and finally the 5th. He just keeps on going. He does not care. He wants to spin even more. Sits down, and how's he looking? How's he looking? Well, still needs time to put on his headset. He's not going to be there for a kickoff, so there's a chance for Team Car Soccer to strike. He's in the net. Hitman is needed to recover for him. Still, they tried to make a clear. If Charlie Sierra's going to strike a 3rd one, I'm pretty sure he's just barely going to make it down back to his spot. Blue, please. Shot on target. He scores, and on the other side, it's finally time for Team Car Soccer. Go for 1. There's another one. Yeah, he just goes at it. 3rd one. 4th one. Keeps on showing it to us as well. And then the 5th one, finally. There we go. Back to your seat, Blue, please.
Got to rush forward, though, because it's about to be the kickoff yet again. Team Car Soccer only has 2 people available to go for the ball. Thankfully for them, they could recover in time, but probably starting to feel the effects of the spinneroos around the chair. Rama X doing everything that they can at this time to keep this progressing it down a field. But it's back into the blue half. Stelios looking for their first goal, but maybe their strategy is to wait till they can tie things up and then go for the spins.
Oh God, so many strategies. We've just been introduced to this, and yet the strategies are already looking wild. Charlie Sierra with 2 goals to his name and somehow still on the attack. Are his movements looking dizzy? Does it feel like he's driving a little bit lopsided? I think he's still solid.
Not having to worry too much as we get to the halfway point of our first game for our first show match, the Around the World show match. As a reminder, but Charlie Sierra going for their 3rd spin. They have a hat trick
down this time.
I lost count. That's 2. Let's go for the 3rd. Now is the 4th. And here comes the 5th and final spin. That's 15 total spins that we've seen so far from Charlie Sierra. They have got to start feeling dizzy at this point.
Just really absorbing those spins, and there he is. God, gets a touch. Llama Rama X also trying to get at the end of this. Stelios, we're expecting some goals from him. Team Car Soccer is currently trailing by 2. Blue, please. Shot on target. Hitman denies him. Charlie Sierra, how on earth is he still continuing? Llama Rama X already running into the chair. Honestly, yeah, you don't even have to wait. You see that there's a chance. You go and have 1 and 2. I'm pretty sure the crowd is. Oh, wow, the knees. Yeah, the knees might get you. 3, 4. I hope you exercise a lot. 5, get that breather. Yes, can return back. And quick, because the kickoff is already there. You need to put on your headphones. You need to get the game. I half expect him to just roll off the stage in that chair after spinning so much.
Yeah, a lot of good fun being had by these teams. Team Rocket, though, maybe having a little bit too much fun around the Rosie that go around. We've seen it happen 4 times so far. The hat trick from Charlie Sierra, and then the 1 goal here from Llama Rama X. Doing what they can to hold this lead as best as possible. Team Car Soccer, they still have some chances to get on the board. Again, this being a best of 3 gives them more opportunities than not to try to go toe-to-toe with Team Rocket, who's just been blasting off again in circles time and time again.
Oh boy, Stelios. Hitman, then Charlie Sierra is on target. Blue, please, great save. And it'll be Stelios ringing the ball out. The coach for RAF Storm Shadows. The rest of that team will be looking to bring some goals on board. It's a best of 3, so it's 2 wins that are going to take it for Team Rocket. They're not the winners just yet. Oh, it's open. Stelios, Blue, please. And it goes off the roof of the car of one of the Team Rocket players. But still, it is going to be Blue, please, going for a 1. Can I hear a 2? Can I hear a 3? Can I get a 4? 5? Sold. I don't know, 6. Go for more. Why not?
Back into it again, though. Team Car Soccer. Stelios got saved by the bell on that one. Could have easily been them spinning around the chair instead, but they'll happily give it away to their teammate. That way they can stay cool, calm, and collected going into the last minute of this first game of the show match between our lovely support staff out here. Even then, 40 seconds to go. Team Rocket have been looking really solid so far on offense. I mean, Charlie Sierra, 3 goals on 3 shots and a save. A higher level competition than I quite expected here as well, Jam.
Please, Stelios, what are you doing? Goodness gracious. What are these moves? I understand. I understand you maybe want to show off something else, but... Okay, Blue, please. Ivory Witch, with a shot of her own. Hitman returns the favor to the other side of the field. Nassim himself tries to bring something in on through. Timer is going to be running out. I think I see Charlie Sierra, after 15 of those spins, being a little bit out of it. But now... Shot on target. Blue, please, Ivory Witch. Stelios all underneath the ball. They can still continue dribbling it. They still can bring one. Hitman's no longer playing anymore. He does not want to get any extra spins. They put the controllers down, and yet still it's going around. Down it goes. Maybe the winning team should go and get a couple of spins around the chair.
That would be one way to do it too, just to make it a little bit more even. I know the chat keeps wanting Hitman to get a goal so that they can be spun around instead, but we'll see for Stelios as well what their strategy will be to going into this next game. So far, so good for Team Rocket though.
I do believe we had an interview also planned with one of the players, so there's some shadow happening to the other side. We're watching one side, the other side. Ooh, an eyebrow game from Hitman bringing him through. What is that tattoo? Oh, we didn't see it from Charlie Sierra. Maybe we'll see it. Oh, yeah. Yes, not now. I was too excited. I just want him to spin. I want him to answer questions. I want him to solve binomials in their head. No, we're going to be returning into the game shortly. It is Team Rocket in the lead. If we're having fun over here, it's undoubtedly that they're having fun over there.
Exactly. Hearts all around for these players competing in the show match as we get set for the next one. See exactly how they can perform from here on out. I'm really curious on what the strategy will be from both squads going into the next one. Ivory Witch, Stelios, and Blue Please looking to turn things around, force a game 3. Can they do it? First goal. We'll see where it goes. We just know Charlie Sierra maybe needs a break from the spins for a bit.
Again, there's another strategy like countering the spins. What if he runs the opposite way, the counterclockwise? So everything that he has done previously might sort of disaffect him. He'll be back to normal. Hitman, the man they want to spin a couple of times around. I would love to see everybody take a spin at some point, one or the other. Blue, please. I missed on that one. Ivory Witch leaving it to Stelios, and Stelios is going to be on target. Now he goes, and wow, he is fast. Look at him. Oh, already 1, 2, 3. He's going to be the surrogate Hitman for this one. 4, 4.5, 4 3/4, 5. There he goes.
Quickly putting on the headset, getting back to the KVM as well. And KVM, I feel like, is an easier strategy to just get back onto the keyboard and mouse and getting your controller all situated. Yeah. Not to put anything down.
Yes. Okay, Stelios with another run, aided by Ivory, which setting Stelios up. Blue, please, lets it run. Off the post it goes, and it is Hitman. Ladies and gentlemen, you want it. I'm pretty sure the French chew. Oh, be careful with that chair. He's going to take it down. Hitman, it's in your name, but the mission, number 47, is not to assassinate that chair. And even now...
Oh, there we go.
Oh, my God. Loving it.
We'll have to add that into the next one. You have to hug someone on the other team after you get a goal.
First, all of those extra rules, Calvin ball to its fullest. Yes.
Yep. Should add unlimited boost into it too, just for fun.
Unlimited boost,
I'm always
but no
a fan of mutators for show matches. Oh no, no, not the riddle again.
I looked it up, and to answer your question from a series before, I guess unlimited boosts. At least I'm going to have unlimited boost. But in the other case, I get unlimited games, but no games. It's like, God, what? Huh? Stelios. Anyway, moving on forward. Blue, please. Oh, high on the attempt. Ivory Witch bringing the ball to the corner. Stelios on a follow-up. keeping it competitive in front of the net. Rama X not getting bumped out. Blue Please will be with a touch of his own. They try as they might, it just does not go into the net. Charlie Sierra bumps everything, the ball, the players, whatever team it is. But the long clear, not gonna be a threat just yet for Team Rocket.
A lot closer of a game between these two. Probably just scared to go on the spin wheel and see where they can go from there. Stelios, though, dangerous, but they do get demoed for their efforts. Blue Please had a chance there as well. Ivory Witch almost got a connection, too. Demoed again. Rama X not giving them any time for that play. Good touch by Blue Please down the field. They'll center it straight towards the net. Hitman does get a expert save. You can see where their teams get their good rotations from, because we've actually seen really solid rotations for both these teams.
Absolutely. And now, I think we've also seen those spins are getting to Charlie Sierra. No more great goal-scoring output. We're only at 1-1. Charlie Sierra just had one shot in this game. I think those 36 score, sort of showcasing Blue Please on the ground, finishing what their teammate have started. This comes off as Stelios, and there he goes, and a 1 and a 2 and a 1, 2, 3 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1, 2, 3. I'm not counting anymore, so Blue Please, I hope you are back to your seats and back into the game.
And into the game we go. Team Car Soccer looking to make this a game 3. So close there. Ivory Witch with the save. Gets to the side. Demo comes through, though. A pass down to Hitman. Bar down and out. No, it's not going to be a goal or a spin on the wheel that time. It will be Blue Please towards the other end. Almost had the counterattack themselves. Popping off a little bit in their chairs that go around. Charlie Sierra with the save. I guess the motion sickness might be getting to them for a second.
I think the mind process for Blue Please on that runaway was, do I score and spin again, or do I just miss it and avoid getting spun 5 times more?
True.
Do I need it? We are in the lead. We don't have to score. Can I be excused, please? Stelios versus Hitman. They both wear the same jersey, but down in the corner goes Charlie Sierra to add another 5 to his existing 15. Look at that. He still is looking chipper. Although, I think the chair is now getting dizzy, honestly, out of everything right there on the stage.
That it is. It's been turned around and just taken for a spin itself the entire time with everyone going around it. Game tied 2-2 though. Team Car Soccer looking to bounce back and see if they can get the lead in their favor, force that game 3. Otherwise, Team Rocket, if they get the win in this one, that'll be all she wrote for our first show match. The other one has some different rules, but we'll save those for when we actually get into that one. I'm sure the players and viewers at home and in the arena will also enjoy that one too.
You're in for a treat, folks. And yeah, we're just not going to keep it the same. Why not? Different teams, different rules, different amounts of fun. Ivory Witch on the flank. Setting up her teammate. Stelios already waiting. Shot. Hitman is away, and Stelios is off. Somebody's already there to give him a hug. I see the whole of the Team Rocket already standing up. Hitman following Hitman Jr. to seeing how it's going to go. And a hug as well. Brilliantly played. Back to the kickoff. Team Car Soccer in the lead. 30 seconds remaining, bottom.
I like it. Maybe this is their strat. If either player wearing the Hitman jersey scored, that they would have to get up and support the other. That is what we like to see, the kind of camaraderie there. But either way, 20 seconds left on the clock. Team Rocket have it in them to force an overtime. Ivory Witch with a great stop there. A bump on the net, though, somehow goes to the side instead. Stelios with the clear out. Less than 10 seconds now. Time ticking down. Charlie Sierra zooms past the ball just as they would speed around the chair. And with a second left on the clock, Team Car Soccer will force a game 3 here, Jam.
Bravo, bravo. Stelios. I'm just looking at all of the players who got a spin this game around and looking if their eyes are just running back and forth, back and forth. I think the effects are being seen. Absolutely. Stelios just says, oh, another day for me. I get spun every single day. Hitman says, why? In France, we do this all the time as well. It's a rite of passage.
That's the staring contest we were looking for earlier from Charlie Sierra that time. You know, their eyes weren't spinning at all, so maybe they need at least 20 more spins on the chair this next game, is all I'm saying.
I think we should raise the stakes. You know what? 5 spins doesn't seem to be enough. Again, the Charlie Sierra did 20, and that's not him. That's the other guy. But he still looks as if everything's normal, so I think... And they get in time for the kickoff. I say we should increase it. I think game 3, the decider one, needs to have 10 spins. They need to do 10 spins.
I don't think they'll do it, but we'll see. Either way, the way that it's been going so far, this is what we could ever ask for a show match. Going down to the wire to the final game of our best of 3. Who will come out on top as they all ready up for the next one, join their respective sides, and get onto the pitch. Final matchup here for our all around the world show match between Team Rocket and Team Car Soccer. It's only called that because the game mode in Rocket League is called Soccer instead of soccer, so it's technically different than football.
Oh god, I need to find this quickly if I absolutely can. I had the pleasure of seeing what it's called in French. Oh, and Charlie Sierra adds another one. Charlie Sierra, new rule. You need to do 10 laps around the chair. 10 laps around the chair, please. We're increasing it double the amount. Charlie Sierra, please make it 2 times 5 around the whole block. I haven't counted.
They aren't listening to you. They aren't listening to you. Oh, okay. They're going for it. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Charlie. And it's not just for you. Anybody scoring in this game is going to be doing it. Okay, now the question of endurance, and this going on the other side, but it's now Lamarama X has to step up and do the same amount, even with the player down. Lamarama X, it's okay. Again, man, if it's too much, it's fine. But if you can do 10, please.
Gives a bit more of a chance for the other team to bounce back, but even then, Lamarama X was able to get it on the board themselves, so not too much of a handicap for them. Ivory Witch maybe having the strategy of not having to go for a spin. I mean, that's what I would do if I was in the game. I wouldn't be missing the ball at all and, you know, not have to go with a goal of my own. Either way, though, Team Car Soccer down by 2. We'll see what Stelios, Ivory Witch, and their teammate Blue Please can do to get on the board. First minute, though, Team Rocket looking really solid, even with all the spins.
Well, you can do so many things on Rocket League field that does not include scoring a goal. You can be a great playmaker. You can be a solid goalkeeper in the net. So at the end of the day, as long as your teammates are scoring and spinning and you're still winning, you can avoid the turn around the chair.
What we need as a breakdown is the spins to goals, like total for each team, to see who had the most spins on each side and if it affected their capabilities afterwards. But I think Charlie Sierra has everyone beat in that category.
Absolutely. What is it by this point? Since he did a double streak as well, 30 spins by this point?
I think 30, somewhere around there.
How on earth is he still going? Oh, play on the field has slowed down just a little bit after those 2 goals, Lamarama and Charlie Sierra. Team Car Soccer, you have 3 minutes to turn the tides of this game number 3 in your favor. Otherwise, it's Team Rocket celebrating. And I don't know what the prizes are for the winning team, or what is the punishment for losing. Well, I doubt there is a punishment. We're going to see the winner. Charlie Sierra, man, I don't know what to tell you. You've already done 30. Go for another 10. What can I say?
So many spins for Charlie Sierra. Eventually, it has to end. But they just seem to be like the spin master on here. Maybe they're going to have a spin class after this competition. There's so many different ways that they could spin to win as well. So who knows?
He's still
what
going.
We're going to see. Maybe they're going to go on Wheel of Fortune and spin that wheel too. Who knows?
God, what else is there? Yeah, Wheel of Fortune.
Ferris wheel they could go on after this,
Ferris
you know?
Wheel, yes.
Yeah.
Wheel of Fate. He's Stelios with his own. Man, if you've been following it, 10 spins. He's really fast. He has a strategy. It goes back and forth.
Changing
back and
it
forth.
up.
No. You can do whatever you want. It's 10, the number in the end that counts. But honestly, I feel like you're making yourself more dizzy. But on the
There we go. There we go. That was great.
1 vaudeville.
10 out of 10.
There. Oh, 10 out of 10. And with a hog, that's worth an extra point.
So now, what I gotta ask you, Jim, are you gonna do 10 spins after the game? Once it comes back to us on camera.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid my background is not gonna take it. Stelios adds another one, and well, again, pace on him, tremendous. He's the fastest spinner Rooney over here. But you want to get back to the game quickly, but the faster you go, the more you get yourself dizzy. Will he even recognize Hitman when the Hitman comes around if he does go around?
There we go. There we go.
Whoop, oh, where's the chair? Where's the chair, Stelios? Where's the controller?
They got so dizzy they thought they had a controller, but it was just KVM.
I am laughing so much at sort of getting a little bit out of breath that I don't even need to spin around Vaudeville. I'm already having a lot of fun.
You're just doing it for them is all it is. Just making sure that you can support them. Be like, I'm also out of breath, even though I'm doing my part. You know. Yeah. Oh gosh, Stelios looking for the third though, and it will go in. They go around for another spin. They have to keep the chair planted because at this point it has been rocked like a boat in trepidatious waters. But we'll see them go around maybe for the final time, but kept this game competitive at the least with 2 back-to-back goals, 3-3. They're a man down. It was also just falling all over the chair to get back into position.
10 spins is a lot, but I feel like we needed to raise the stakes for the game number 3. And yes, he still goes up in the air. This is 30 in a row, pretty much uninterrupted for Stelios. And he still continues on delivering the results. Blue, please. There. All of the Team Rocket sitting back. None of them want to concede, but also, do any of them want to score? Do any of them want to take a turn around? Blue, please. That's 4 unanswered for Team Car Soccer. And the blue, please, comes on that 10 spins. Damns the rules. Damns the rules.
Going around like a merry-go-round at this point, as much as they can to get back into the driver's seat as fast as possible. And there we go, back to their side, having to set up as quickly as they can, but some good defense by the rest of their teammates. Shout out to Ivory Witch, who's been keeping that position on lock for their squad, doing everything she needs to keep them sustained with this lead. They don't want to go for any more spins throughout the rest of the series. They want that to be the last of them. 20 seconds left now. Might be one more if it goes through. No, it will not. Ivory Witch could have gotten it there, but was so close. Defense was just a little bit faster to the punch. 10 seconds now. Do we see any more spins? Do we see an overtime? Charlie Sierra goes for it. Hitman off the backboard, dropping down. Llama Rama X could not get it either. And Charlie Sierra towards the ground. One last chance, 0-second goal potential, but it will be Team Car Soccer with the reverse sweep. Drops the first game, comes back with the next 2.
And Team Car Soccer are gonna win the inaugural Around the World chair. They can hoist it like a trophy, no doubts about that. Stelios. Blue, please, and Ivory Witch. Well done. Their opponents, Charlie Sierra, Hitman, and Llama Rama X. What a match to treat us for at the very beginning. This is just something crazy. I love that we have something like this. Not just to commemorate everybody who's made this possible, but also just to have heaps and heaps of fun vaudeville.
See, I was expecting a chair like we have, and they were just going to be like spinning around the entire. I can't go all the way around because I got my mic cable, but you know, something like that. But I like the ingenuity to run around the chair that way and have it so that you're getting some cardio in there as well, getting that heart rate up, and maybe that'll help them focus a little bit more. Maybe we need to have the players do that in between their games to be energized. Who knows? Either way, though. Still great to see that the show match went the distance all the way to the end and a 1-goal differential to finish things off. As competitive as it could have been, which is great.
It has been absolutely great, and I don't think that we need to be running around. We'll be out of breath, and we need to be casting these brilliant moments. We need to be calling it. So let's hear it from the winners on the Charlie and Blue, please. come on stage and talk to KP if you still have any breath left.
Oh no, this man's a superstar. It's not on stage. He gets to come to the interview area itself. I'm joined by Blue, please, one of the ambassadors, of course, across at the Air Force Gaming. First of all, we can also agree the most magnificent moustache on that stage. Superpowers that it provides, maybe?
Super strength. It's gotta be.
I mean, you needed to. You were on the outside. You had to zoom forward to get there. Do you feel like you drew the short straw with that positioning?
Slightly.
Now, we've got to talk about Charlie Sierra, because that guy was kind of getting out of control. Feel like he maybe griefed himself with the 10 around?
Yeah, I scored that own goal on purpose so that he could run some extra laps. Hopefully he got some good cardio out of it, at least.
He did look fit and able. Now, moment on the stage to soak in the glory. Obviously a preview of what the player's been going through. How did it feel to be up there?
It's different. It's different. Being backstage and seeing how the show's run back here and then actually being up there, it's a wonderful experience. I'm glad to have done it.
All right, now I'm trying desperately to find an American that's not going to back the Americans, and you might get fired if I say this and get an answer other than AFG. But who do you think is going to win the whole tournament?
AFG.
Yeah, he wants to keep his job. All right, anyway, it's good to talk to you, man. We're going to do all the thumb bumps, the hugs. Whew, he's sweating as well. All right, we're going to head to a short break. When we return, we've got a second show match, and it's going to get even more spicy.
that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up. Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
Welcome back to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Did we all have some fun with that? So you want more of that? Was it too easy? I think it was too easy. There's maybe something on that chair. I'll let the casters explain it, but these guys haven't got it easier. No, we are joined by Air Force Gaming's ambassadors. We've got two teams on our hands. Of course, here in the blue side, we have got the Ball Chasers. And a less inspiring name, it's Team Own Goal Gang. That's a bold choice from a man in the cool shades. Can you run me through what the tactic is here? Is it so they can't look into your eyes and cause fear into the soul?
Yeah, so a lot of us aren't competitors. We barely touch the game. So when we get in the bright lights of this stage, we're ready and prepared for what's to come next.
And, you know, talk to me about what's next, Reiki, because, like, you do a bunch of things in your own base away from Ramstein. How does your work compare there? Like, have you been inspired? What are you taking away from this event to take back to your base?
I would say the biggest thing is the camaraderie between all the allied nations and just getting that networking and that love outside of the game.
Well, I love that from Sween. But Reiki over here, my brain, we got to talk because you're the kind of on-base go-to guy. You work here in Ramstein. You know, you've kind of, what's one thought? You've bathed in the esports on base. You know, talk to me a little bit about your day-to-day and how you bring it all together to make things like this happen at Ramstein.
I mean, it's just about putting in some work sometimes. Whenever we started it 3 years ago here on Ramstein, we literally had to go door to door to different squadrons just to be like, hey, come play games with us. So sometimes it is just about getting out, doing that networking and seeing what people love to do and then bringing it to them.
I mean, seeing people turn up like this must mean the world to you then.
Oh, we love it.
Do you think they're bringing the energy?
Yeah.
Guys, are you bringing the energy? There we go! That's what I love to hear. Well, we've got our teams ready. We've got a spicy twist. I'll let the casters explain because last game was too easy. So we've had to up it for these two AFG teams. Let's get ready for the action.
All right, Relic, it is time for the second show match of the day. We got 6 players waiting for us to explain the rules. And the matter of the fact is, I'm not 100% what to expect myself either. All I know that it's going to be wild.
It's called the Aerial Training Show Match. It's 3v3 best of 3. I'll read what you can read, guys. After scoring a goal, the player must hit a tether ball 3 times in a row before sitting back down. Now, tetherball, as I understand it, I used to play it a bit for fun in summer when I was a kid. You have this big stick, you stick it in the ground, you've got a ball, it's attached to the stick via elastic, and you just hit it round. And at least my experience is you try to hurt the other person with the ball, which I'm sure, with hindsight, not what you're meant to do. But there it is. No stick in sight, simply a strap. I am genuinely clueless, Jam, as to what's about to happen.
Honestly, by this explanation of what we've just seen, they're going to hit themselves with that ball, which I'm pretty sure is not the aim of this particular thing. I think we'll leave it to the players to interpret the task creatively. Whoever came up with this is the taskmaster, and now we have 6 players who will be doing their absolute darndest. Again, after scoring a goal, you go out there and you try to hit the tether ball 3 times. Then you run back. If it gets too easy, well, I'm pretty sure we're going to cram some extra rules on top of them. So it's Rocket League, but even more fun. We have coaches standing by as well. As you can see from the team-owned goal, it's the Romas. And standing on the other side, Stelios just played a game by himself. Will be joining Team Ball Chasers as their support.
Now, I'd like to take this moment to address our technological partners who provided all of these monitors here today. Look away now. Because there might be some scary scenes ahead. But here's a real horror show on demand, which we are going to be eyes peeled towards, Jam. The Ball Chasers in the blue, Team Ogol Gang in the orange, and Solid Sween, you are going to show us how this is done. Oh, here we go. Goes around the head. All right, so.
And then. Okay,
oh,
missed. Okay.
Wow, okay, so it's proper accuracy training.
Okay, need to do it 3 in a row. Yes, the timing is good. You spend so much time over there, and the kickoff has already happened. And there's a lot of putting it on and putting it off. It is harder now. Honestly, Team Rocket and Team Carstalk are going to be excited, running around. Again, I got some cardio in, but here, hitting it like that, oh boy.
Now, I say, Jam, if we get to game 3, you've got to go around the chair 5 times and then try and hit the ball.
Whoever's going to be scoring in game number 3 is going to be spending most of the game standing up there. Spin 5 times, try to hit it 3 times. Wow.
So it's 1-0 to Own Goal Gang in the opening minute here, and we have some cars. I've seen a Ripper out there. That was a favorite of mine. Oh, let's check the time. Oh, only like 8.5 years ago. So I'm delighted to see it out and about from the retired cars home, from the forgotten cars home, probably more accurate there, as we've got a bunch of whiffs. And I don't know whether the 2 teams here, Jam, will be slightly afraid, because I'd imagine that if you do score multiple goals in the last game, you get dizzy. You know, dizzy's dizzy, it's fine. When your fists hit that ball, I mean, those things aren't soft. It's going to be doing a little bit of chip damage every time.
It's an interesting thing. It's that. Oh, Darth, shot on target. Sween will be able to get it in the end. Off the post, it goes right. He missed. Caitlin with a shot. Beautifully placed. Bottom left corner. And Caitlin is going to be right there. Okay, bring it up. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Gonna have to try again 3 times in a row. Yep, that was it. I'm pretty sure that was it.
Nice, there we go. That was a more legit. Oh, respect for wanting to make sure that it was a legitimate ball-hitting effort.
Yes.
And they're able to get back just in time.
The thing is, though, you need to be able to do 3 in a row. And so that means you can fail and you have to try again. If you finish running 5 times, 10 times around the chair, you're done. Here you can be standing up there. And if all of this Rocket League gameplay has made you woozy, then you might be hitting these for a long time still.
Gata Noir with the coolest name in existence, running a Merc with bicycle wheels. Might
I've been told this is not his account.
Heinous combination.
And the color,
might be the most
it's
heinous
rusty brown.
It is rusty brown. We won't exactly be seeing them on any sorts of home redeco program anytime soon, but Darth is going to find a second goal for the ball chasers. 1, 2,
Nope.
There's the recoil as well. I mean, there's a legitimate fear in the face of every individual who's attempted this now. And we're taking a little bit longer than we'd like. Team Ball Chasers down to 2 off kickoff. And you can see here in our picture-in-picture, Team Olgo Gang setting up. Oh, Solid Swede misses the net.
Oh, I see the Romas. His head is in his hands. They still manage to convert. Solid Sween's turn. The stylish man is going to be putting it on. And he tries to make it fast, but also you need to be precise. Alrighty. Styling. 1, 2, 3. Whoop. I think you did it. Again, we're relying very heavily on the players themselves to just say, yep, that was enough. And him being out of the play was exactly it. Caitlyn is back on the ball. We're gonna go. That's a good strategy. Why hit it with a fist when you can just do it with the hands? Open ball.
Larger surface area.
Yeah.
I'd imagine, but here's the thing. Larger surface area, but you're also obstructing your vision of the ball. So although there's more chance in theory to hit it, I'd say that you have more control over your accuracy with the punches. But one thing is for sure, Caitlyn, although a veteran now at this tetherball game, taking the longest by far, laughs and smiles. She's heading back to her desk, and her team have done very well to keep the score at 3-2.
Let's be fair. Ooh, Darth with a shot. We spent more time analyzing this bit of tetherball than we've spent analyzing this whole game so far. And that's to be expected. It's the show match, folks.
Well, now maybe we'll get an elongated period of Rocket League down just down to soothe your soul. But Darth is going to put a stop to all that once again, putting on the headband. To be fair, though, Jam, to be fair, 4-2 means already done. I was going to say, even if they're a little bit slow on kickoff. Oh, they're called back.
Romas is calling it out. Wow. I don't know. Romas could have seen it better. We're remote. We're away from the base, but Romas is standing right there counting. We would like to have some fairness. Solid Swede. Well, Team Own Goal Gang need to be looking for goals on the other side of the field for the last minute. All of them need to be setting their sights on the blue side of the field, and Solid Swede is rushing up forward there.
45 seconds left on the clock. 2-goal advantage. But Own Goal Gang, even if they do score, well, even if they do score, let's put a pin in that one, because Darth has found a fifth. Does he go slow but sure to ensure that he gets the 3 hits? He's having a second bite of the cherry. Keeps on losing it around the back of his head. And again, the fear in his eyes whenever that ball attacks him.
Okay, just a reset.
This ball
full mental reset.
Do more damage to his face than his fist.
Mercy kill. He was just led back to his own seat. I just hope they have another one of these in case this one breaks, because I think the tetherball has gotten some punishment of the whole thing.
Just mere seconds left of this one. Absolute carnage. Carnage that you can only find, by the way, at the Allied Esports. Sorry, the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Let's make sure that we get it right, Relic. Tell you who's got it right, though. Team Ball Chasers, 5 goals to 2. A strong output, a strong offense, and fist bumps all around. They're loving it.
I'm not sure what the exact area of focus should be for these teams right there, whether they should be focusing on Great Rocket League or on Great Tetherballing. What's going to be do them the best? If they do Tetherballing really well, they don't have to spend too much time away from their PCs and they can score more technically. But if they spend more time on the Rocket League, they can score more goals. It's all very complicated. I also hope, now that I've seen them chat all around, that they're all in the same chat. Everybody out there. And they're having tons of fun.
I'm quite enjoying the 2 different coaching styles as well. Celios, we've seen it for the entire weekend. Very much evoking the American football style, where the coach is prowling his technical area, speaking into a little microphone. He's got lookers all around the ground. You know, he's got his big old card that's been laminated with all of the strats and all of the plays that you could potentially try and invoke the thoughts of and try and, you know, enact on the pitch to go and get that conversion. Meanwhile, the Romus, very Pep Guardiola mid-penalty shootout, sort of supporting his boys style, gathering them round, G'ing them up. And they're going to need that G'ing up. It's 1-0 in the series, 5 minutes on the clock. Own goal gang attempting to dismiss the sweep threat.
And again, own goal gang, like we've already discovered it previously with Vaudeville, they just start own goaling. Yeah, they might lose, but they're going to force Team Ball Chasers to be up there. And that's a possibility. Solid swing and shoots towards his own target, and Darth is now forced to go out there. When was the last time Darth even touched this middle of the field, I think? And it just rotates him on through. He has been pretty good recently, at the very beginning, at the very least.
No way! No, he's not being allowed with that. No, surely not. Surely not. I know there were calls from the opposite team. Look at that smirk. He knows that he's someone who's gotten away with murder out there. That was only 2 hits of the ball. Good sir. But it looks like he's been let off the hook by the referees on stage. This commentator is slightly suspicious, though.
Ooh, Caitlin, the chance for her own. And now on a flank, Team Ball Chasers, they scored, and I'm doing air quotes right now, scored the very first one. They would love to add a second one. Darth, are they just giving him the ball? He just says, like, no, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, God, whatever. Please stop me from scoring these goals. Not sure. 1, 2, 3. It's a scuffed last one.
Oh,
we'll do it.
Jam, the form in getting the headband on, exquisite by now. Really smooth, really simple. The ball is currently on the floor. We can all see it. Everyone in the venue can see it. That's as messy as my room when I was 16 years old. That's not a compliment.
I see the admins for the match helping out the ball get to its deserved place on top of the chair. But hey, here's another strategy. If you want to be hated, of course, if you want to be the heel, once you're done with the tether ball, just throw it away. Just throw it as deep into the audience. and then let
them.
Why not?
What? The jar of jam, sower of chaos. You've heard it here first. What even are rules?
I mean, nowhere in our rules did it say that they cannot do that. Again, to hark back to the whole Taskmaster thing, all the information is on the task. Everything else, do what else. Gato Noir with a goal of his own, an opener, and we're welcoming. We are welcoming the representative of the Air Force Gaming, the ambassador at Ramstein Air Base. It is, if you have never done this one before, it's a toughie. Slow but methodical, I like it. But sets it gently.
The ball with respect, though. Love it.
Yeah, nice.
That's
I'm pretty sure we almost saw a goal right there.
To see. There's a legitimate strategy in it, though. Do you want to hit the ball as hard as possible? Because it's coming right back at you with the velocity that you put into it.
Oh, I think we're seeing different strategies. Caitlin, Reiki. Neither of them can put the ball on target. They're still in the lead, so they do not need another session of tether ball up there. It's Team Own Goal Gang wants to get to the blue side of the field and find something for themselves to see. Reiki deep in the field. Darth, well, different teams. I'm looking at the blue team. Caitlin on a dribble to the corner. They're looking to set up her own teammates.
Or buying time. Either a very legitimate strategy. With 2 minutes left on the clock, and Darth's got the explosions out, denying Own Goal Gang any chance to score a goal down the other end of the pitch, which they have shown to be relatively accomplished in by this point. They have scored multiple, just the one in this game. That's loose. And here's Darth, the man of the moment. That's past Gato Noir. Caitlin!
3-1. One up. Yes, you push it too hard, and it's Newton's whichever law of things going back. The same way you push them away. Honestly, originally both of us thought there's going to be a pole, they're going to kick it around. Again, tough, but still, this one is tougher. Especially since it also includes putting it on and putting it off again. Extra time wasted. And you need to have a four for that.
Less than 90 seconds then left on the clock. Open net opportunity. Caitlyn again! Ooh! Was there a little bit of, I don't want to go back out there. I don't want to hit that tether ball again. Is it starting to hurt? Can you feel the pain? Will you suffer through more in the name of your team? Is Sigma big throw into the blue half? And Reiki there, a bit of a faux pas. Oh, lovely back pass from Caitlyn. Reiki not prepared for it. Solid swing to Sigma, going high. Waiting for the big old hit downfield, solid swing, and there's Darth intercepting Jam and dismissing the danger.
Got to Noir, chance for a breakaway in his horse cart wheel Merc. You're looking for something, but the time is running out for team own goal gang. For either ones that they want to do. Goals at the opponent's net, goal at their own net. Darth misses, and this is an opportunity for own goal gang for a breakaway.
Solid swing. Oh, was looking for the bump there, wasn't he? And now Darth down the other side of the field, actually very kind, leaves off to Caitlyn. Look at the mind games. Look at Reiki storming down to strike through the middle.
No, he has a hat.
Oh, that's
a disadvantage.
Hat. Wait, surely you take the hat off?
No, he cannot. It's like.
No, look at the form. He's fine. He's fine. No sweat. Good to go.
Wow, is his first attempt? Oh, he has to go out there and do it again. You know what the rule needs to be? You need to pick it up gently and set it down gently, otherwise it's a redo. Timer has run out for the second game in a row. It is Team Ball Chasers who managed to get the dub. And holy moly, Relic, this was a lot of fun. They made an amazing performance out of it, and it's Reiki, I believe, who we'll be hearing from. But handshakes all around, nothing but respect from these two rosters. And of course, shout out to Team Rocket and Team Car Soccer we saw previously. Everybody, all of these four teams has been an absolute delight on stage.
The sweep, Jam, the sweep, doesn't matter who you're facing, it is always an impressive feat to achieve. I think that we saw a lot of pain absorbed by these players to make sure that they score the goals, that they build the advantages over both of these games. Gato Noir will be a name that I remember for a very long time just because it's that cool. What a wonderful set of show matches before we head back in to it's the final stages of this tournament. Winners final, losers final, and indeed the grands. Three teams who I'm very excited to hop back on stage.
Well, you said that I'm an agent of chaos, so before we go on the interview with KP, I got one suggestion because I'm not going to be there for the next two series. For Allied Forces Gaming versus Coast Guard Gaming, they also need to round around the chairs and hit the tether balls. KP, take it away.
All right, boys, thank you very much for some entertaining show matches, but those show matches wouldn't be possible without some entertaining fellows. I'm joined once again by Reiki from the winning AFG team. Reiki, first of all, how much experience does your team have? Because I'm pretty sure I saw two of you doing the tutorials.
Yes, so me and Caitlyn, we have about the tutorial between us. I think both of us booted up the game yesterday for the first time, so.
And now it's going to be installed on all your devices, right?
I mean, it's currently installed on my device, so I'll maybe pick it back up.
All right, Reiki, I want to talk to you a little bit more about like on-base activities here in Ramstein, the esports side of things, right? Because you heard us talking a little bit on stage, hyping it up. I want to know how more people get involved, because I feel like more people need to be involved in this beautiful little community you've got going on within the base.
I mean, yeah, we're always looking for volunteers. We really want people to get involved because esports is a passion for us. And it's not just esports, it's, community nights or tabletop nights or anything like that. Anything that brings people together as a community is what we're really looking for. So we really want people to come and help us and come support us and come just be a part of our family.
what's the easiest way to get in contact?
I mean, we have a Discord that we run everything through, but the easiest way is just to go to afg.com or airforcegaming.com and sign up and then join our community, and then our Discord is actually in there. And then you can get in contact with me, any of the base ambassadors, or anybody else on base that wants to play games and have fun.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Reiki. Congrats on the win. Epic games to come. We'll let you wander off because, folks, we have got to go to a break. But when we return, we are back into the competitive action. That's right, because up next, we have got America versus America. Air Force Gaming clashing with Coast Guard Gaming. No elimination on the line, but the final opportunity before finals to prove that AFG can bleed. The question mark is if Coast Guard can take all the way and slay the dragon. Join us in a few minutes when we find out.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now into the best of sevens. We just had some exhilarating show matches, all in good fun, and now we're back into the action to crown our champion of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025. I'm Vodable. We got Relic here, and here is your bracket of what has gone down so far. If you're just tuning in, well, business as usual for Air Force Gaming and Coast Guard Gaming. A rematch that we saw before. Air Force Gaming still have not dropped a single game so far. Here, Relic.
They've not dropped a single game here so far. They've not dropped a single game in the last 2 years. You have to go all the way back to 2023 to find a game dropped. But for this particular trio, it's been flawless so far. The new look Air Force Gaming could potentially be even better than what we've seen before. Cover your ears, King Tut. On the other hand, Coast Guard Gaming, I think, did super well earlier today to demonstrate that they can look at a resurgent French Air Force from over the course of the weekend and say, nah, we still got this. 3-0 fashion, super impressive. And now they've got their second opportunity of the weekend to throw it back in the Air Force's face.
It's going to be a great time. We got lights, we got Xylem, we got Echo, and we have the stairs, of course, into our souls and into the competition. A little bit more somber, it feels like, than yesterday, but we'll see exactly how things go down in our winners final. Again, both these teams in the upper bracket, so they have a second life if they do fall here, try and make it back into the grand finals afterwards. So looking forward to see what they can do, showcase their skills as best as possible. But we also have the Air Force Gaming team doing everything that they can as well. I mean, they are wanting to showcase their skill as much as possible. We saw how effective Chowder, Buck, and Crow were before. Now we know that they're probably going to try and do the exact same as they always have. Take every game at a time and not give up enough opportunities to their opponents. Their skill just seems to be on another level.
One has to wonder what the Storm Shadows are going to be doing in all of this. They're sitting pretty, waiting for, as you say, the loser of this series in the lower finals. They're off the back of a pretty hot victory themselves. They are feeling good, but they would have had the longest wait as well between series. So is it study time? Is it practice time? What have you believed in, Vodable, across your mighty fine Rocket League casting career and seeing so many teams walk through various streams and such?
I think it's time to duel between these two teams, Air Force Gaming and Coast Guard Gaming, facing off against each other in the best of 7. I'm sorry, you set me up perfectly for that one, Relic.
Well,
Much like Exodia, that was a forbidden joke, but we'll roll with it right now as the Air Force Gaming in blue, the Coast Guard Gaming in orange, take to our field. But the first of, yes, the keen-eyed amongst you would have noticed, has become a best of 7, and we will be running this best of 7 format right to the end of the tournament. So no longer is it 3 games and you're good. We're gonna find a 4th.
Anfield night this time, changing things up a little bit for the best of 7s. New scenery, but same arena. See if that will affect the mindset for Air Force Gaming and Coast Guard Gaming, but also just kind of goes to show the level the competition has risen towards with it getting to this point. The top 3 remaining, and that was very close for the first goal.
Yeah, a bit passive here from Air Force. You could call it conservative, you could call it safe, but you'd rather be sorry for giving it a go to break out of your own half. And they will be sorry now, because they've conceded first.
Massive one there for Xylem to get on the board initially. Stared down the competition enough and maybe shook something within them. Everyone going for the fake kickoff on the play allows Buck to have possession of the ball. Chowder goes for it again off the corner, but Xylem, man in charge for Coast Guard Gaming, tried to get it downfield as best as possible. Echo, a good clear out. Chowder in the running for the MVP race. All players on the Air Force Gaming roster. Coast Guard Gaming not too far behind based on some of the stats we've seen so far.
Xylem. Coast Guard Gaming looking at playing keep away perhaps. They keep on going sky high. And that's honestly not a bad strategy. Try and burn up the resources, which give Air Force Gaming so much of their superiority. Xylem off the backboard. And here comes Lights. That'll be a shot that goes wide. Crow. Chowder. Crow with the follow-up perhaps. Echo intercepts. And with a little boost. Can't do much. His teammates are there in support.
Almost at the halfway point of this game in Air Force Gaming. This is the longest time in quite a while that we haven't seen an opening goal from them. Crow with the drop down. Lights with possession. That might be because Air Force Gaming have been waiting the majority of the day. They played their series at the start. Now we're almost at the end of it for them to get into the action again. Probably need some time to warm up, but we talk about the record for this team of Air Force Gaming not having dropped a single game in the past couple of years. This could be the first one if things stand.
And that's why I always profess practice, Audible. Keep yourself warm. Should have done your research on the teams beforehand. There's no need to worry about them on the day. Crow, you need to worry about him. First real sight of goal that Air Force Gaming have had, well, all game. And there are still 2 minutes left, but that is a cheap giveaway. Coast Guard's got a 2-goal lead.
That they do, Relic. The dunk sending this forward over top of Chowder. They tried to go for a cheeky clear, but it did not prove to be enough. Air Force Gaming now down by 2. Having to pull off a pretty decent comeback. Keep their streak alive.
This is legitimate, concerning for that streak. We've come close before. HMS Triumph and the French Air Force both threatening. But this has been the most convincing case by far. Crow keeps it low. Crow not past Lights. And Echo with the transition. All of Air Force forced back. Xylem misses. But the chase is going to be won by Echo. Falls kindly to Lights. Chowder. It's Buck to Crow, but Echo with a huge interception.
Massive there from Crow, but again, it's still back in the blue half of the field. They need to get on the board, and then more where that came from for them to stay in the good graces of the competition. Chowder right towards Echo, and no, it's deflected directly into their own net. Not too much they could have done to stop it.
At the risk of repeating myself from earlier this weekend, Audible, you know a goal is coming. It's inevitable. Can you outscore them? Coast Guard, that second goal is doing a heck of a lot of heavy lifting. But Air Force Gaming, they've sunk their teeth in. They've got a taste for it. Buck versus Xylem! Tie game!
Sneaks it underneath, barely squeezing by. The garage door was closing, but they got their arm right underneath it to grab their hat and the goal. Just like Indiana Jones, it feels like. Air Force Gaming are somehow able to steal away a tie game, which seemed like Coast Guard Gaming were going to be the first team to serve them up a loss of some sort. Air Force Gaming, though, they have 30 seconds to see if they can close this out before overtime.
A-Fi is their temple. To enter it usually spells doom. Can the Coast Guard Gaming escape a rolling ball in time? Or are they about to get smushed when their hopes were high? It's a neutral challenge. Chowder looking to end this now. Goes central into the midfield. Fortuitous bounce. Echo. Spiked. Overtime. This is loose. Echo. To chase, to cover. Pulled off by Lights. Here he is. Wins that. Chowder. Give it up to Echo. Go and get this 100 steal. And that's a mighty fine challenge. Going Crow, look at the space ball here. Buck moves up. That's on target! What a save from Echo!
Oh, so close, but not enough for Air Force Gaming to pull off this 3-goal comeback. They got 2 in the tank. Will they be able to secure 1 more before Coast Guard Gaming gets something on the board? Chowder misses the touch. Echo's got a chance to rotate back and get into a better spot for their team defensively, but the corner boost is already stolen by Air Force Gaming. That's a tough position to find themselves in. Pro, top scorer for the team. Got the setup. They're not wanting to overcommit on this play, and wisely so.
That was bold from Chowder, big pre-read, but this had benefits. Crow on his bike, Buck in support. There's Xylem. Echo over to the far side of the field, where they'll find Chowder, but without boost. Crow called onto it. Like a hawk. Surveying before they strike. That's a big miss from Light. It's a critical miss from Light. You can't beat the Vaultable.
This is insanity. We would have thought after that 2-goal lead with just a minute and some change left that it would have been Coast Guard Gaming taking the first ever game victory against Air Force Gaming there, but it was all for naught. You talked about them being inevitable. Well, they just Thanos snaps. Most of the competitions are out this weekend, and well, it doesn't seem like there is going to be an endgame movie for a lot of these teams to recover in. Tough spot to be in when you're facing off against the best of the best in this competition for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, but that just goes to show their resiliency more than anything else.
How many times can you tell yourselves we were just that close? If only we didn't do this. If only we could have taken advantage of this. It becomes repetitive. And yet, much like the preceding movie Vaultable, infinity has to be your limit as you wage war on the best in this competition, and that this competition has ever seen.
We shall see what the bounce back is going to be for Coast Guard Gaming. But you know that these players on Air Force Gaming are feeling good and confident. Just took them a little bit to warm up, and then eventually they were like, oh yeah, we're still the best in the business. And they proved it yet again.
Game 2, Forbidden Temple. We go again. Clean slate. Relieving for Coast Guard Gaming. Perhaps a smirk emerging on the faces of Air Force Gaming. A chance to put this squad in their place, where they feel that they belong. They've swept them before, in a grand final no less. And it's a much stronger start off kickoff than we've seen before.
A great start off the kickoff, but even then, Coast Guard Gaming, they had an amazing start in the last game and just did not prove to be enough. And especially with the shots coming in like this, Echo does get it aside as best as possible. And a good center again. Coast Guard Gaming taking their time with this one. They know that's what worked out so well before, and a great pass over to Echo, just a little bit too wide on the play.
A little bit of tiki-taka. Love to see that. Smart play from Chowder. Buys space at the expense of Coast Guard Gaming and a car. Takes out Lights. Xylem straight to Crow, straight on target. Oh, Buck was going for a really cheeky redirect, falls directly on it. Doesn't quite get the angle that he was hoping for. And look at Echo marooned, taken out of the field of play. Buck with a bit of miscontrol. Relief for the Coast Guard. Oh, maybe more than that. It's on target. Xylem 1-0.
Wow. Beautiful touch from Xylem. Started things off strong for the series from before. Chowder, not the touch that they were looking for. Right into the clutches of the awaiting arms of Xylem for the starter. But again, we saw the same story, not yesterday, but also today, but also in this series too. Just deja vu multiple times for the way that Air Force Gaming have played against the competition. And as I say that, here we go again. Crow gets one to tie things up real quickly.
Case in point. And that's a lovely finish. Echo, without much boost to work with, cannot find the touch that would have seen it away to the side in a best case scenario. Air Force Gaming with the win conditions. Air Force Gaming with the tie. Oh!
Ding! I almost saw Coast Guard Gaming with their own goal.
It's just reactionary.
That it is. So close for Coast Guard Gaming to get that one on through. You know they wanted it to be a little bit closer towards the heart of the net. They also got to keep it high and away from the defenders. Makes it difficult for them to find themselves in a better spot than they are currently. Lights with the pop-up though. Will drop down for the net, but no, a team bump. Oh, that's such a tough spot. The rotational awareness was not quite there for Coast Guard Gaming.
Feels bad. Not the end of the world, but not the news that you want to read as the headline. Less than half the game to go. Chowder with a shot. Nice clearance from Echo, but Buck's going to stop it before it even crosses the midway line. Xylem, Lights bumped. Chowder steps in. Crow, the third rotate. Crow, stopped by Echo. Here's Buck going sideways for the setup. Double commit from Air Force Gaming. Again, not something that you see too often, but Lights tries to play it slow. Echo tries to play it back to Lights. Miscontrol, mishap, shenanigans, but Coast Guard get away with it.
Ooh, a tough spot to be in for the defense. Lights almost got the save to squeeze it out, but had no more boost, so had to fall on top of it. Buck, an amazing try. Echo couldn't do anything. The shot into the demo to clear the way for the path to victory, potentially, in game number 2. Air Force Gaming, as always, in the cockpit, ready to take off against the competition.
Very smart individual play. Coast Guard, for the first time in this series, fighting from behind. And I don't want them to be catching a stray here, but they are used to this feeling already. Get all this experience, lend them the power to find that equalizer, to maybe force another overtime.
That's the question. The musty flick, though, coming out from Lights. Put out the mechanics, a little bit of a fake on the challenge there, too, for both attackers at the midfield going for it. Air Force Gaming, they know they can just take things a little bit slower and control the pace of this game, so there isn't a chance for a comeback by Coast Guard Gaming, especially with shots going in like that. Crossbar and out, though. Crow's on the follow-up, does get deflected, and this stays a one-goal affair.
Rather incredibly. A third, and I think we do write this one off. Still a chance of that. Buck. Stopped by Lights is Chowder around the corner. Nice bump onto Xylem as Chowder lurks. Sees Crow in the center.
Wow.
written up.
Oh man, we saw signs of life for the series for the first time in a while against this domineering squad of Air Force Gaming in the last game. But now in Forbidden Temple has not proven to be enough. Coast Guard Gaming, we'll see what they can do on the next map. If they have a chance to bounce back, that'll be their best time to activate it. Otherwise, they'd have to pull off a full reverse sweep against the reigning champions.
Was it really that narrow a window? One sliver of a shot to upset the Air Force. That is an opportunity for the ball. A lawnmower, I should say. An incredible connection from Echo. Kickoff goal?
Maybe. I mean, you just spoke that goal into existence is all I want to take note of. So we'll see what happens in this 1 second. And it rolls on the ground, unfortunately for them. Great kickoff control by Air Force Gaming to knock it down. 2-0 lead for them. We'll see what the adjustments are going to be by Coast Guard Gaming. But for now, they'll just have to sit and wait for the time to tick down in between the games and figure out a game plan. I mean, what would you say, Relic, that they need to really work on? It just seems like Air Force Gaming are just ready for anything that's been thrown at them.
What Air Force Gaming do particularly well is how they set up offensively. It's really tempting for any team if you see that you're starting to squeeze the life out of a defense and or tear it apart, which sees multiple corridors of shooting opportunities opening up, to start cutting in on rotation and cutting in on rotation. The risk, therefore, being that if one player on defense can get a real strong clearance, all of a sudden, you might look around and your teammates are all out of boost, all out of position, and that is, we'll say 6-7 times out of 10, almost nailed on to be a goal for the opposition side, because they're already going to be thinking about how do we get down there, how do we transition into the final third, how do we get that shot on target, if it's not going on target already. Air Force Gaming don't succumb to that. They are so efficient with their rotations, they lock down those hundreds, and they are so well spaced that Coast Guard Gaming have no option with no boost to try and break out of their own path. Case in point, they also know how to counter well, and it's only down to the heroics of Echo on this occasion that we don't see that opener go the way of Air Force Gaming.
We'll see how this one goes for Game 3 here on the 10th year anniversary edition of DFH Stadium. Will this be the fateful time on the anniversary of this very event to see if anyone can take a game against Air Force Gaming? The best bet would be Coast Guard Gaming. Maybe not in this individual series. They could have a second chance after the lower bracket, but even then, they've had the most shots out of anyone.
First minute comes and goes, no goals. Xylem lifts. Pass two. Nice save from Buck, a nice placement from Buck. Recycled to Echo. Look how far back Xylem's going, though, just to pick up boost. It's a good thing he's back there, actually. Can throw it into the midfield once again. Lights. We'll continue forward with this one. Buck wins the challenge, but Echo's there. A little Salt Bay pinch towards net. Pro puts forward the save. And that's a beautiful combination. That's going to be on target, and Lights on hand to put onto the backboard. Not an ideal position at all, because Buck was ready to punish.
Ran out of boost and fell like a rock towards the ground. Couldn't do as much as they wanted to recover. A tough spot to get into afterwards, but the best effort that they could have given. Good old college try. As the wise words of Master Yoda, do or do not, there is no try. And that time, unfortunately, they did not do that time.
Impressive, Air Force Gaming is. 3 minutes for the Coast Guard to try and find another equalizer. I say another equalizer. They didn't get an equalizer in the last game. They managed to get 1 goal back, 1 goal game. But Air Force Gaming looking incredibly comfortable in possession, looking really strong in these challenges. And a lot of that is down to mechanics. How do you place your car and how do you not run into your teammate? Crow taking out Echo, but Xylem at the very least has bought time for his team.
Good looks for Coast Guard Gaming, still keeping this competitive 1-goal differential between the two. Light's not the touch that they were quite hoping for on that play. Chowder might have the full reign of the ball, but they actually gave it up. They should have stayed with it. They were thinking their teammates were closer to them. I was hoping to go for a clearance of the defenders and just gave up possession instead.
A little slice from Echo. Buck. Backboard. Feigns it. This will be a much better idea for Chowder, as Xylem at the very least finds the save. Lifts it. And gets past Buck. Here's Lights. Echo lurking in the middle. Lights past one. There it is. Tie game.
Okay, this is what we like to see. Tied it up 1-1. 1:50 on the clock. Might have a chance for some more. We'll have to see if they can do more where that came from. It was a nice look for them for now. We need a lead. We haven't seen one since game 1, where Air Force Gaming have controlled the pace of play since then. That's been the name of the game for them. Just keeping control of setting up success for themselves. Not playing to the tune of their opponent's. Crow, though, off the backboard. Might see a chance for Buck on the follow-through. There's no third member of their team to really put this through, but everyone on Coast Guard Gaming just giving possession away to their opponents, and Crow just walked that in.
Look away, kids. It's filthy, it's disgusting, it's embarrassing. It's not that bad, don't worry, guys. That's just mind games at work. That is a 1v1 specialist in their element. This is Air Force Gaming. It's not just about the team. The individuals pop off so hard.
That they do, and they're looking to just close this out as quickly as they can for this series. Finish it as it started with a sweep of the competition. Haven't dropped the game yet. 50 seconds to hold on to this lead. The pressure is mounting, though, for Coast Guard Gaming. Crow does get the clear out. Lights backing up their teammates as best as possible. But a bit of a mix-up there, and it will concede a goal for Crow.
And that should have been a shining chance to go and get a shot on target. Instead, Calamity, Collapse, and Crow is there to find the third. You will never, ever be able to convince me of Audible that a team will beat Coast Guard Gaming with 2 goals. I truly believe you've got to score 3. At the very least, you've got to score 3 before the 1 minute mark. If we're talking about the 1 minute mark and you score a second, maybe, but then again, this team just keeps on impressing.
Less than 10 seconds now before we go to match point and a grand finals point to qualify for Air Force Gaming. The worst they would be able to get at that point would be the runner-up spot, 2nd place. But of course, they want to go all the way. They don't want to stop here. They want to go the distance and not drop a single game throughout the tournament. We'll see what the adjustments are going to be this time from Coast Guard Gaming. They look solid there. It's just a couple of mistakes due to the nerves. The collectiveness and calmness of Air Force Gaming is one of their biggest assets.
Does that man look nervous to you? I have full confidence in this team. I think, unfortunately, the reality that we live in is that Coast Guard Gaming, albeit having the potential and albeit having the genuine team play and skill to overturn Air Force, they need to be perfect, Bod. They need, if we're being generous, maybe 1 mistake in the entirety of the 5 minutes, which That's so much to ask of a team, whether they've played together for a long time or not.
We'll see what they can do in this next game, what their plan is going to be for Coast Guard Gaming. Shout out to production. I'm loving these beauty shots. Either way, though, seeing the way that these players have prepared onto Utopia Coliseum, potentially the final gladiatorial battle between these two squads. Coast Guard Gaming, with demos galore, look to charge forward with a new path enlightened by the 60-second break that they had in between games.
Early possession then going to the team in blue. Air Force Gaming, if you're just joining us. Buck. Well, it was set to head back to Chowder. And he still manages to get the touch before anyone else. But it kind of contributes to this Coast Guard Gaming travel up the field, although that was very quickly erased. Buck won't take no for an answer here at the door. Lights. Sees everyone ahead of him. And that's not good because it means that he knows he's going to be stopped. 100 stolen. Falls off his teammate. Interesting. Trying to fake out the team. Gets past one. Forces the save from Chowder. Xylem isn't able to get a piece of it. Echo to the backboards. And Crow to the side.
I like the ingenuity here from Coast Guard Gaming. Really having to mix things up and improvise against Air Force Gaming as best as possible. Backboard, nobody there. Saw that Crow was coming for it. Knew that they would be able to get a better deflection, so no sense sending someone up on a fool's errand. Two attackers went for that one, though, speaking of, and thankfully enough for them, not getting countered just yet. Xylem back in time to defend their homestead. Lights with a clear almost, but it got stopped out by Crow. Chowder's there for the shot. Xylem barely saves it off the crossbar and away. Is the counterattack here? No, Echo's got no boost.
I hear that the Pharaoh joins us in chat himself, King Tut. Hope you're doing well, good sir. Hope you're enjoying yourself. We're having a great time here. Certainly your team is, although a chance now. Lights is there, Crow's there, and Crow is enough to deny the Coast Guard yet again.
Keep being so consistent. Gotta give them the credit where it's due. So many teams, even at the top level of competitions, playing in any level of events with teams that might not be as skilled as them, tend to give up some goals and even a game or two here or there. Usually don't have perfect performances, but that's what we're witnessing from Air Force Gaming. Even after the first two goals we saw before. Oh, that was so dangerous. Luckily enough for Coast Guard Gaming, the woodwork as the fourth member of their team worked out well that time.
We'll give Xylem the benefit of the doubt and say that he trusted that that was not going to go in. But that certainly is a doink, a bish, and a bash. Bosh, 1-0.
Oh, that's so rough for the defense. Because, like, Lights realized that they were pushed forward too much, and then they just heard the noise, and they're like, oh, no. It's like that meme of William Dafoe, and I think Lighthouse or something, where he's just, like, staring up into the sky as the ball goes over top of his head.
Very accurate indeed. Very accurate. And accuracy has been the name of the game for Air Force Gaming. Doing everything right except that! Oh, and speaking of accuracy, oh my goodness! Can you believe what you've just seen, folks? It's 1-1 Coast Guard, but how they've achieved it, nobody knows.
I thought they somehow salvaged it away, but Lights took advantage of the situation perfectly. Notice that they don't make mistakes often, so once they do, you need to be there to capitalize on it, and that's exactly what they were able to do. Xylem gets past one. No boost to work with, though, so we'll buy enough time for Air Force Gaming to get back into position defensively. Crow with a big booming clear out. New Lights couldn't get a optimal touch off the ball. Chowder with the double tap, actually going to give it up to Crow instead. Two defenders went up for the ball this time. Buck over towards Lights. Good 50-50, even with no boost. The last bit of it was used to prevent that from progressing further. Passing back and forth. Echo over to Buck again. Lights diffuses the situation for now.
Echo. Silent back to Echo. Hugging this wall, looking ahead. Not really doing much with this. It's Chowder. Will not avoid the gaze or the ire of Xylem. Good challenge here. Sends the Coast Guard into retreat. With a challenge, no follow-up. Lights allowed to clear for free. Chowder bumps and bruises Echo. It's out to Crow on target. Off the crossbar. What a save!
20 seconds remain now. And no closer are we to crowning our victor of this game. But as I say that, Buck did not get the touch that they were looking for. Misses well in the back end. Chowder, last line of defense for the full-on rotation by the rest of the defense. Buck over to Crow. This could be it. It goes wide, and there's one final touch by Chowder. If there was an extra second, it would have been a goal.
Pray to your gods. Bring in the witches. Whatever wizard you can find. Because that goal mouth has never, ever been less safe. When you're facing Air Force Gaming, 4-0. Grand finals await.
What an effort by Coast Guard Gaming to try and take the first ever game against the squad. 2 overtimes, had the lead by 2 in game 1, but somehow, someway, Air Force Gaming always prevails. That was a spectacular series. Even though it was a 4-0, it was still a great back and forth battle between both teams.
And I think you can see from the looks on the faces here at Buck, for example, that they know just how close that was. That flawless streak continues on yet again. 3 flat years in a row. But something tells me that Coast Guard are now just one movement, one goal away from taking that chink out of the armor that could yet lead to more. Speaking of more, let's learn more on the floor as KP is talking to our winners.
I'm joined by Air Force Gaming. It seemed to be too hot to handle. I had to put these on just to look at them because these guys are gods amongst men. Crow, closest you've ever come though. Run me through what changed after that game 1 because Coast Guard came out of that door swinging.
I mean, simply put, we just locked in. They were playing really good though. I got to give them props. That was probably one of our most solid matchups yet.
And I mean, you know, the pressure's got to be mounting, right? Like, this streak can't keep going on. I'm sure there's a lot to review from that game. Did you notice any obvious thing? You're not going to tell us, but was there something obvious that you guys are looking to calibrate getting ready for the grand finals?
No, not that I'm aware of, honestly. I don't think that we're going to drop a game. I think we'll go all the way.
I'll have to put these sunglasses back on. Okay, I've interviewed you too many times. I've interviewed you guys too many times. So it's really important that we get down to the most important questions. Can you make a crow noise?
Can I make a crow noise?
Oh, yeah.
Caw!
Loud.
Caw! Caw!
All right, that's what we need. That's your war cry in the grand finals.
I'll let it rip.
Oh, we've got one more series before we get to that grand finals. You know, Coast Guard is the obvious answer, but it seems like the RAF boys keep pulling it out time and time again. Do you think the Brits have got what it takes, or are we cruising for an American-on-American bruising?
I think it's definitely going to be American-on-American in the finals.
All right, RAF boys, you better get loud and proud, because you're going to have to cheer your boys up. Big congrats again, Crow. Go sit it. Wait it in the grand finals. We look forward to seeing more of you, but we have got one more semi-finals. That lower bracket, it's RAF holding on. Coast Guard, is it going to be back-to-back L's, or is it going to be a rinse and repeat of last year's grand finals? Stay tuned. We're going to find out.
No more second chances remain for either of our two teams in the lower final here and now. We have RAF Storm Shadows facing off against their competitors on the other side of the pond. Oh, look at that. Oh, man. That is great. I saw it on the side of my eye after it happened, but that must have been a Coldplay reference, just based on
that
the
was
back
absolutely
of
a Coldplay reference.
That was
Dare
great.
I say,
That's great.
astronomically good. Anyway, that was. Oh, I love this event so much, man. I love this event. Everyone is a delight. Thank you all for being here, by the way. Whether you're in Twitch chat, whether you're in the venue, whether you're enjoying lunch at the cafeteria. I don't know whether lunch is still on, to be honest. Tell us what you had. We still don't know what you had. Somebody let us know.
True.
But sadly, and it makes it all the more tragic, we have to say goodbye to another one of our teams. And it's an interesting dichotomy here. Coast Guard off the back of a 4-0 defeat in series, although each of those games was really, really close. Storm Shadows have had a run through the lower bracket. They're feeling good. It's been a hot second since they've been on the stage.
That it has. They've had to wait some time, and now playing a best of 7 here against Coast Guard Gaming, who just went through one of their own. That was probably the closest match we've seen against the top dogs in AFG. So now it comes down to this. What is going to be the strategy for these players? And we shall see how it progresses from here on out. Either way, I was looking back at the clip for that, and the guy that they chose looks exactly almost like the CEO.
I think it was Greyman. I think it was Greyman.
It was Greyman, yeah. 10
and
out
it
of
was
10.
definitely Stelios.
Yeah.
Which Stelios,
anyway,
you look beautiful, darling. Don't you worry. Played the part so well.
Exactly. I just love like camaraderie we have between all of the people competing in this event, watching it as spectators, the staff behind the scenes, and everything else. This could have been a better time for these players to show up and really show out throughout the competition. So many matches up to this point. Over 30 have been played at this point in time. Now we only have 2 best of 7s left. First, this one, the winner will be our last grand finalist to take on the behemoth that is AFG in those grand finals.
Storm Shadows punching up in the blue. Coast Guard looking up at a third chance in the orange. Will we have a game 7? Well, the Storm Shadows have started marvelously.
That's exactly what we expect to see from Storm Shadows. Even after having to wait for so long for their series, they had to wait through the show matches, 4 matches of a best of 7. Now they are here and ready to go. Storm Shadows looking primed on the precipice of glory if they can come out on top in this series. Prove everyone wrong who thought it would just be another rematch from last year for Coast Guard Gaming to go toe-to-toe with AFG. Storm Shadows need a lot more than just a single goal in this best of 7 to get there.
Still less than 1 minute on the clock elapsed. Plenty of time for the Coast Guard to find a goal. Although Xylem, a bit of a feels bad flip here, allowing the counter-attack, but it's not a strong enough lift. Cedric helps out Envy. Cedric forward, but demoed for his troubles. Light expending a bit of boost over the top of P. Envy goes into the center where Cedric lies in wait. Tries to get a block on Xylem, but that's a strong clearance.
Coast Guard Gaming looks so confident against AFG in the previous series. It hasn't been much time for them to wait, really, just through some highlights in a couple minutes. The Storm Shadows are holding things down for now and making sure that their presence is known. Xylem trying to see what they can do on this one. Lights has a chance, but no, the team bump again. We've seen a couple of those mistakes from them.
Light stole the 100 away from P. He has to hobble back into position. Xylem. P through to Echo. Envy had the angle well covered. But there's more on the horizon. Lights misplays. Echo hits that corner again. Cedric looking to recycle to P, but it evades his glance. Xylem and Envy with the save.
Ooh, great touch by Envy on that play. Xylem will see what they can do with this one. Instead, it drops towards the midfield. Envy into the sidewall. And Lights has a chance if they can progress this into the corner. No, they cannot. He, again, keeps pushing forward. Almost got the waterfall with Envy. That's exactly what they were looking for, to drop things down. Strike true into the heart of the Coast Guard Gaming net yet again. A second goal is what Storm Shadows are hoping for, are vying for, are begging for at this point, to make sure they can secure this win, and they almost got it there.
It's precarious though. You know, throwing a lot of effort into finding this second. Ooh, they are having to put up some 11th hour saves. They won't be able to save that one. The woodwork does the job for them. Lights round the corner. Envy and Cedric combine to scramble away. Echo will go right under P. Went way too high. Echo is too short of the mark. Xylem, Cedric up high, blocks at the near post. Lights snuffs out P's exit attempt. It's Lights, gets the shot off the post, still can't be put home. P with a huge save.
Beautiful touch there by Echo to keep this a little bit farther away though from Storm Shadows. Cleared all the way to the other end. Xylem, if they can get the touch, no, barely missed it out due to the defender interfering. A little over a minute remaining. Cedric doing everything possible to prevent any more advancement downfield by Coast Guard Gaming. Sending them back from whence they came. Banishing them to the Shadow Realm with some demos here between both of the teams. Great touch up by Lights off the backboard too. Cedric can't get it, but no follow-up either.
Bit of a ghost touch there. Xylem saves. Xylem misses, as does Envy. It's a good thing that Envy did, otherwise that's heading straight for net. Dangerous. With 30 seconds left. Got to be nervy for the Storm Shadows. What a huge scalp this would be. It's just one game, yes, but it's what you can do with one game. Oh, what the Coast Guard would have done with one game against Air Force, we will not know unless they force the grand finals. But they are going to have a tough task on their hand. Last chance saloon in this one. Envy. It's Echo in field, and it heads straight to the floor of Audible. Storm Shadows, first blood.
And a great first blood that all they needed was a singular goal to take the lead in this series and shut down the rest of the competition. CGG trying to see what they can do in this next one to bounce back on Forbidden Temple. So keep the rotations going. There's a couple of honest mistakes on the rotations themselves, but just one opportune moment is all it took for the victory for Storm Shadows. So we really need to see Coast Guard Gaming get on the board first and foremost, and then at least one more so that they can come out on top. It's not the same story of them going up by 2 against a team like AFG. Storm Shadows, they're great, but maybe not at that caliber just yet.
You know it's serious when Xylem doesn't have time for the camera. No, look at those eyes this time around. He's locked in on that screen. Stelios barking out feedback, instructions, encouragement, maybe a little bit of all three. That was a very, very impressive showing. And consistency, which has very much eluded them across Friday, across Saturday. Is it here to stick around for the long haul on Sunday?
Ooh, evened out the 50-50 on that challenge for both players. Lights demoed out of contention for the ball. Echo barely missing the challenge as well. Storm Shadows just seem to have fire under their hearts, and they also have a demo in their net. Xylem and Lights together will come together for that goal.
Envy did get back into place in time, but was a little too over-eager. Flips too far ahead. Although with a 2v1, how much was there realistically that he could do? Coast Guard with their first goal of the series. Coast Guard with their first lead of the series. And Vodable, it's an early one. Over to you, Storm Shadows.
Or maybe not. Still the favor of Coast Guard Gaming for now, as P finally has potential. Make something of this ball. Good clear out. And another demo, the aggressive playstyle of Coast Guard Gaming coming to bear full force against the Storm Shadows roster, making it so they can't even breathe for a moment. Scratch an itch or something. They just have to keep eyes on the play at all times, or it's lights out yet again.
And Envy, once again, at the heart of it all, gets caught on the post. It could be your greatest friend. It could be your greatest nemesis, Vodable. And there's two pretty quick fire goals here for the Coast Guard now. But they're not out of the woods yet. Oh, what a bump!
And boom goes the dynamite that
what a
time.
play!
The bump comes through, the demo as well, and a good comeback here.
What a play from P! And Envy steers it home with aplomb. Well, that's how you light the fire after a rather slow start. It's a one-goal game. What did I say? Not out of the woods. Time to find the map again.
Or I guess the temple in this case. Storm Shadows, though, navigating as best they can. Bobbing and weaving around the competition as Echo takes control of the ball. You can just hear them flying back towards their side after the miss there, but not this time. Dunked over top of the defense. This is the Coast Guard game we expected going into this series.
A settle down moment, isn't it? Nicely from Lights. Echo. Great synchronization, great call. P too slow to get any piece of it. And that 2-goal gap is once again extended. Or rather, the 1-goal gap is extended back out to 2. Now my previous statement was correct. 3-goal gap.
I mean, you were just kind of expecting Echo to score again is all it was. We saw 2 from Lights, 2 from Echo now. Now we'll see if either of them can get a hat trick, because we still have somehow 3 minutes and 5 seconds. It's felt like an eternity already with the amount of goals that have been scored. Uh-oh.
I don't think the Coast Guard were too worried. I am more worried about the Storm Shadows retreating here. Prioritizing 100 boost over position and indeed possession. Envy sees Lights ahead of him. The lift. The drive. Cedric. Oh, that infield pass would have been perfect. P was ready for it. Over Lights. Xylem low on boost. Envy with a speculative challenge. And now Cedric all on their own. Xylem going for a... Wow. Was going for a bump. Cedric says absolutely not. Takes to the skies, and we somehow find ourselves back in the orange half. Not for too long.
Just a momentary stay. Maybe a one night. They were able to book a hotel room after a busy weekend. The Xylem trying to make it so that they get sent back to the nearest airport. They have to do what they can to bounce back throughout the rest of this series. They want to claim game 2 for themselves, but there's still so much time remaining for potential comeback. We know Storm Shadows has it in them to do just that.
Defense has been mightily leaky in game number 2, however. Same goal output. Let's not forget. It's just the 1-0 win that sees them up in this series. For how much longer, though? To be debated. Ooh. Here's another one for the Coast Guard.
feel like they're starting to see the lights at the end of the tunnel, and there's just being filled with goal explosions. And they're kind of confused on where they're driving.
Yeah. Well, there's not much more to write about this one would say, unless Storm Shadows have a truly extraordinary final 90 seconds. Having to score now, it just really hasn't fallen to them. Even here, Envy, that going on to the backboard when he really should have taken, I mean, to be fair, maybe they were taking the shot. And again, it was just a bit too high, or it's been a bit too low, or the pass hasn't quite been as succinct as what we saw in game one. Possibly a write-off here, Vodable, but it's okay with such a long series ahead.
Oh my gosh. What's not okay is allowing Light to just have free reign with the ball so many times. Freestyling, pulling off the clips, pinch on the ground. More just a tap forward towards success. 6-1. Do we get a trip to sunny Brazil? Or will the Storm Shadows prevent that from happening? They want to do that as much as possible.
Oh, beautiful double tap from Cedric. A show, a flurry, a sign. We're still here.
"38 seconds. We are still here, as you mentioned. That does help them going into the next game. But will it be enough? Coast Guard Gaming almost had another one. Light's also being 4 for 4. Something to note too. And Echo being 2 for 2. The efficiency of Coast Guard Gaming much better in this game than the last. And looking at the scoreboards from the previous game, we saw so many shots from the US Coast Guard. 3 for Echo and 3 for Lights that time without a single goal, and 2 from Xylem. Just had to stay on the defensive end outside of that and weren't able to break past whatsoever. So this time, different ball game, almost a 7th goal, but they don't need it.
The Storm Shadows game win. Calm. Mentally strong. The Coast Guard win. Bravado. A breath of fresh air. A new lease of life in this series. A statement. We are here. One apiece as we head into game 3. But we did see a little bit there from the Storm Shadows Vodable to suggest that that game 1 squad is there. Just keep an eye on the defense. Keep it tight.
That is what we need to see. Tight defensive rotations from these players, but also shutting down the opportunities before they can get started. We saw so many chances given away to the side of Coast Guard Gaming. So if you are the Storm Shadows, make sure you go for those 50-50s. Make sure you try to intercept as best as possible. Still have at least one person left on the goal line just to be safe.
I'm curious, what do you rather? Would you rather lose 6-2 or 1-0?
1-0. Because that could be like,
Really?
oh, it was close, you know? The other one's like,
Yeah, but
I feel terrible because I got destroyed.
I don't know about you though. I tune out after a certain point with so many goals. Like, I think the worst feeling is if you lose 3-0, because that feels like your opponents are genuinely like trying, and they have just, I mean, they've done something incredible. Like that save, which was for all for naught. Echo still manages to score.
Even after pulling out insane mechanical efforts, it just hasn't proven to be enough just yet for Storm Shadows. Tough spot for them. So Coast Guard Gaming, I mean, hey, they're like, we're going back to Forbidden Temple, we'll take it. It worked out well enough for them. They're happy for a repeat performance potentially. They do need to get a second goal. Echo with the shot. Envy, defensive effort. Successful, but how long will it be? Right in front of the net again. Just peppering with shots. Throwing everything at the net, and eventually something will go through.
Storm Shadows just can't breathe. Echo
No.
have gone all the way back to their own base, managing to stop this and getting too much further. P. And there's Lights. They still keep control of their hundreds. Cedric. P doesn't want to turn around, doesn't want to commit. Xylem and Envy looking for Cedric, but Lights already beats him to the punch. Oh, so close to being on target. Shepherded to the side. Envy pickpocketed. Cedric stopped by Echo. P forward, but to the backboard, everyone's home.
Good look from Echo on this one. Keep that away from their side as best as possible. Almost went for the air dribble into the bumper demo. It was a little too easy to be read that time. Echo, if they got the touch there, would have easily been a second goal as well. Demo goes through, 50-50. Cedric does win that one. Wave dashes forward as well. Keep the momentum going. Even then, Coast Guard Gaming just not giving them any room to breathe.
But I love that they slow down before they consider their options. Unbelievable connection from P. Desperately unlucky that it doesn't get under the crossbar. Xylem will fall out to Echo with P's clearance, although he is able to get another touch of the ball. Oh, Envy caught upfield. Not punished by Echo, who couldn't quite reach for it here. And these constant demos, irregular though they might be time-wise, but they just keep on denying Storm Shadows support mechanisms to help them progress up the field.
Two minutes left and a second goal just finding itself through defensive wall. Storm Shadows gave it their all in game one. It seems like their effort have been exhausted since then. Overcommitting a little too far, but you have to go to the midfield at some point. It's just bad timing for the rotations more than anything else.
Not exactly the blowout potential that we were seeing in game two of Audible, but a goal does well. Oh, a goal didn't really come as close as that one, or at least a look at goal. Storm Shadows desperately trying, banging their head against the proverbial wall. No joy still, 90 seconds left.
Storm Shadows need to change something here and now. Off that side wall. See, trying to hold on to possession as much as they can. I feel like this team of Storm Shadows second-guessing themselves a bit too much on these challenges of when to go for the ball and how far forward to progress downfield. It's been a tough spot, especially when there's shots like that coming through. A beautiful setup for the set piece.
Delightfully clean. Xylem, Echo right place, right time, but still has a lot of work to do from that position. Nestles it so cutely in that bottom pocket. And that might be all that she wrote for Storm Shadows in game three. Forbidden Temple, not a happy hunting ground, it seems.
No, it does not. Frowns on their faces, but not too much, because only would be down by a single game. Thanks to them winning the first one. Different story than what we saw happen in the upper bracket with Coast Guard Gaming. So they still have at least some chances to come back. Coast Guard Gaming looking to close out this one. He talked about a 3-goal differential being worse than a blowout. It's gotta hurt because Storm Shadows did most of everything right. It just seems like Coast Guard Gaming outplayed them and chose their battles a bit more efficiently.
It's a great spot. I think it's a great spot. Have the Storm Shadows spotted it? How aware are they of the errors of where they've simply been unlucky? And I guess more to the point, just how strong the Coast Guard have been after that first game loss.
We'll have to see, changing some of those settings to see if they can lock in even further. 2 more games needed for Coast Guard Gaming, 3 for their opponents, the RAF Storm Shadows. They got to get all the support as they can for their Shadows roster and from the French Air Force roster as well, to see if they can motivate them enough to tie up this series. They got the first game win. They need more. They want to move on to that grand final to represent the European nations. We'll see what they can do from here on out. Either way, though, still been a stellar series. Just Coast Guard Gaming proving yet again why they are that runner-up contender from last year.
Allow me to share the feeling, allow me to share the vibe. Shout out to the crowd. Hey, y'all looking great. Looking mighty fine. Give us a wave, give us a cheer. But I think this is the game that decides this series, mod. I really do. I think if Storm Shadows find their win here, anybody's guess as to how we progress as we head into DFH 10-year anniversary. If Coast Guard win, and as convincingly as they have done across games 2 and 3, I fear the 4-1.
We shall see what happens here. Either way, though, on to the 10th year anniversary edition of DFH Stadium. What a ride it's been all this time, playing, watching, commentating Rocket League, being a part of the community. I mean, even here for the Air Force Gaming channel, the amount of time they put into this game, but Storm Shadows are putting in the effort this go around for their first goal in a while.
See, all it needed was to rethink the game. Less ice hockey, less soccer, more volleyball. Keepy uppy, and dunk. Also, I think not being on Forbidden Temple also helps.
Indeed.
The RAF Storm Shadows, but in all seriousness, though, really well worked play. All 3 players involved, committing overloading at the right time, knowing that the Coast Guard wouldn't get a clean transition had everything gone wrong.
2 players going for the ball this time, too. It's a tough spot to be in, and they can get there in time, even with no boost. Would have been a better bet if Coast Guard Gaming committed fully towards the ball like they do here, but they still can't push it past the goal line, even with nobody having anything in the tanks that time. Does not matter as long as they had the bodies in the net. Envy again with their heroics on the goal line. MVP performance as the savior for their team. Echo with the flip percent went into the musty flick instead. Pulling out the mechanical highlights. And baiting out Cedric's lights themselves. Still not enough for that first goal in this game.
He soft but sure to Cedric. Light steps in. Envy, who has been a rock at the back, travels out to the midfield, gets the 100, is demoed. That's on target, and there's your tie.
Beautiful one from Xylem, and the first time we've seen them score since game number, I think it was 2 that we saw from them. So it's been some time that we're able to get them on the board here and now. So we'll see them progress even further. At least tie things up after the first 2 minutes of play. Storm Shadows, though, they still have it in them to send this to a tied series yet again. Make it so we don't have a 4-1 situation similar to the 3-1s that we've mainly seen throughout a lot of the competition. Still some great action nonetheless. Echo with a pop-up. Lights, not the best positioning that they could hope for. Them and Echo getting intertwined for a little longer than they would like. Cedric can drop this down, and Echo doesn't get the save. He doesn't have any boost either. Everyone is on fumes to try and go for the ball.
He with the chase. He with the poise. Stomps on Echo. Cedric misses. Envy's there. He makes the right decision to wait out lights. Otherwise, that ball ricochets into the blue half. Still going to make its way there, albeit briefly. That's a better second touch from Cedric. That's a great second touch from Cedric. Ooh, wow, 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 wow.
beautiful. Off the sidewall for the redirect. Bounces off the roof of Echo's car. It's tough because you don't know for sure if it would have gone awry. The follow-up would have been following quickly afterwards. Tried their best to get the save. Two 50-50s evening out, and the ball goes nowhere on that kickoff.
That is a rare sight indeed. Love that.
Truly.
Envy. Just a little short pass down to guarantee a better clearance. And here he is again. Very much been the man of the moment in game number 4 with 90 seconds left of this one. Dangerous, and speaking of the man, Asylum. See prioritizing 100 boost, but didn't actually get it in the end. Envy with the chase. P lines up. Wins the challenge. Infield, Cedric!
Wow.
Big save. Echo again.
So close, but not enough just yet.
Oh.
The shot forward though from Lights. It's off the post and away. Oh no. Oh, that's so rough to deal with. Xylem does get the clear out. Envy's there in time. Plenty of room to work with. P, not the best of touches, actually puts it in an odd spot and a better opportunity for Lights if the follow-up is anywhere close. But that it is not. So they will have to go back to the drawing board for Coast Guard Gaming, and that is not where they want to be. Cedric with the dunk.
If there was one thing to be said about that play, Audible, starting out, it's the thing that Coast Guard Gaming would have least expected was to fire it in an awkward angle across your own net. It most likely caught them out. It gives Storm Shadows that little bit of space. And the transition too clean. There was a mistake on the midfield line, of course, a miscontrol, or a lack of control, I should say. Correct myself. 30 seconds now. With 2 goals to the goods, is it enough for the Storm Shadows?
We shall see. They're looking to secure their 4th goal. Great positioning by P, making it so nobody can really break out of this orange half. Echo even with a potential chance. Denied by Envy, who has been playing some MVP defense. Without them, it'd be a whole different story. Ooh, so close on another goal.
Storm Shadows. Just what the doctor ordered of Audible. 2-2 in the series. We're back to a best of 3.
Major difference in this game to the last, where we saw only 3 shots for Storm Shadows. And you can already see on their screens there, plenty more. 12 shots this time. Even when we had 9 shots from the U.S. Coast Guard, still wasn't proving to be enough. Echo had to make 4 saves to still keep that within a 2-goal differential. Just goes to show how efficient Storm Shadows were, and specifically Cedric, who popped off when they needed to.
Yeah, big step-up moments for Cedric in the offense. Envy with the everything, quite frankly. I thought they were marvelous in that game. Not to dismiss P's influence as well. But those are the moments you can celebrate. And if you've got a teammate feeling down and they're able to put in effort like that and for it to be rewarded, it's a great moment where everyone can huddle around, and I'm sure that Stelios is going to be saying, look, that's what we're capable of. Look at how much better on defense we were. It's a little more rugged. It's a little less fluid. But if it gets the job done, does it really matter?
That is a good question. It doesn't. If you do get the job done, that's all that matters. So we'll see who gets the job done this time on Utopia Coliseum. To rise to the challenge. See P continue to push past the competition as best they can. Envy, though, looking for one. Echo, a great deflection and follow through. No more boots in the tank, though, and it's not even going to get the quarter one, just sniped away by Cedric.
Oh, that's a cheeky lip from P. Wonderful teamwork from the Storm Shadows. No goal to show for it, but easily the best flowing move of the game. One of the better ones of the series. Now for the Coast Guard. It's P who takes it away from Envy. Envy was only going to go backwards against their own backboard. Lights. Echo goes high. Envy, good meet, runs out of boost. Cedric misses their ball touch, but manages to find the bump here on Xylem. P now setting up again. Cedric, miscontrol of the car. Echo downfield. Back up to Lights, the lift. P's got discovered.
Oh, the miss from Echo on that play. They were hoping to maybe go for some sort of redirect to set their teammates up. I think their teammates also called them out. It's like, hey, let's try to reposition on our own side and go from there on out. Kind of working if they can get this forward. That they do. Pass one, but it's a little bit off the mark instead. Xylem's there for the touch underneath the crossbar, and there's the finish from Echo. Exactly what they needed to bounce back.
And you might look at this and say, with so little boost, was it worth not just waiting? I think that's a 50-50. I don't envy Envy in that scenario, because I think they do run out of boost at a critical point where they should have focused on what was ultimately going to be a follow-up shot. Then again, the respect is there to think that from that high angle, the goal can still be converted, Vodable. A bit of a Pandora's box. You open it up. What's inside is a mystery, and you won't know the answer until it's too late.
.240 on the clock now. Still plenty of chances for Storm Shadows to get on the board, especially if they can clear this out of their end. P with a good demo. No boost, but don't really need it. If Cedric's going to pop off again, that'd be huge. Wise decision by Xylem to target that man who popped off like crazy.
Envy. Oh, past Echo, doing a little dance. Big demo on Lights. P. Cedric, maybe look to line up Envy, but Envy hasn't had much confidence in the play. Cedric, again, this ball flashing across the orange net. There are opportunities. Storm Shadows reserved.
Decent touch off the backboard there as well. Aggressive play coming out from Storm Shadows. They know they need to turn things up to 11. All systems go. They can come back here, tie things up. Get us to our first overtime of the series, and Envy's gonna do just that. Bounce off the post and in.
What a clean shot. Wow, slices it with the sides of the car. Unsavable off the inside of the post. 9 times out of 10, that's ricocheting back out into the orange D. I think Coast Guard Gaming can feel a little unfortunate there. Mighty fine effort from Envy. Tie game.
Michael for another one here. Tried to fake them out with a wave dash. Demo from Echo, though, on to Cedric. Gives them a lane of exit from their own side. Cedric is going to clear for a moment. There's another shot from P. Down doing really well, playing a bit more defensively than they typically do for this squad. Letting Echo and Lights really pop off as much as they want to. Just being there for support on these challenges to keep the pressure going. That's exactly what we like to see.
Did you see? Oh, wait, hold on. Demo. I'm going to hold that thought. Actually, no, I'm going to say it now. Little moment there where Envy clipped the post. Very nervy, because that can send the car spiraling out of control. Strong period of play from Storm Shadows. P. Envy! Wow. Another phenomenally timed overload. 2-1.
Storm Shadows want this to go the distance, or at least to a game 6. We'll see if that will be the case. Or if it is going to be a scenario where Coast Guard Gaming bounce back the next 22 seconds. If Echo got that touch, they would have, barely missing it. No boost left for the challenge. Envy almost enough for them to put the final nail in the coffin for this game. 10 seconds to go, still on the half of Coast Guard Gaming. Xylem over to Echo. No time left unless they control the ball here and now. Everyone's scrambling for the ball and nobody having possession of it. Still popped up. Xylem, not going to be enough for them. Envy lets it drop down and Storm Shadow steal away the win.
That is a man who is barking. He's so pumped for his team. Rightly so. A-Fi historians out there, we know that the 2024 finals was Air Force Coast Guard. Can someone double check for me, please, what the 2023 final was, who the opponents of Air Force Gaming were in that one? Because I think I might be right in saying that if Royal Air Force Storm Shadows are able to get this one over the line, it might be the first time that there is British representation. Heck, anything outside of American representation in those grand finals. But that's a lot of pressure.
That's saying it was RAF, apparently. 2023
it was
RAF versus Air Force. So this is kind of like a potential for a repeat.
Yeah, yeah. And it shows a great comeback as well. A real strong resurgence in form. Coast Guard are surfing their place in the Grand Finals 2024. Storm Shadows looking to wrestle it back.
See what they can do. We go into Aquadome now. See if they are going to sink or swim with the fishes this time. This might be the preferred map for Coast Guard Gaming. Feeling at home a little bit.
Early demos for the Storm Shadows. P towards net, saves Xylem. Cedric forces Lights into evasive maneuvers. Another demo onto Echo. And P navigates his way past one. Envy won't get a piece of this, as Lights keeps the ball close to their chest, but here's P. That's on target. Echo save. Wonderful read.
Envy might have a chance on this one too. Almost snuck it underneath the crossbar. So close, but not enough. Xylem bumped out of the net and positioned by Echo. Hey, they need to use some echolocation to see where exactly their teammates are at underwater here. But Xylem can't really do too much with that play. Give it up to Cedric. The demo clears things out. Envy baits out one defender. P has a chance. Take this forward at least a little bit farther. Xylem, full boost in the tank. Got it past one into the midfield. Now just trying to hold on to possession.
Xylem wiggles their way through Envy. Cedric, no nonsense. Echo, oh, they've missed 100 boost. Cedric doesn't care. P, both he and Lights miss. Envy, round the corner, second touch. Echo, well prepared. As is Cedric. P and Lights take each other out. Open corridor, Envy the savior.
Oh my goodness, Envy almost able to be the goal scorer as well. It does get stopped out by Echo this time. Popped up towards the backboard. Lights just getting sandwiched with the wall. Cedric, a one final centering shot would be enough. Envy on the fall through. Echo's not even really in the best position for it. Xylem clears it out, but no boost to carry them forward afterwards. Does have the demo though. Doesn't matter too much when Echo's so far and away from the ball. And Xylem with a second demo, just playing Minesweeper on the enemy side of the field.
With a stare like his, you know he can lock in. He's not going to miss his targets, but he is going to lose the ball to P. That flies towards the net, wide of the net, mercifully for the Coast Guard. Cedric, not a clean connection. Xylem and P miss, and Echo misses.
No.
Open net, Envy 1-0.
Oh, that's gonna hurt so much for Coast Guard Gaming. They could have gotten that save, but Envy was ready for it. Ripped away by P, and now the champs are coming through. Just need to hold on to this lead, and RAF Storm Shadows will book a ticket to the Grand Finals. Coast Guard Gaming only have 2 minutes left to try and tie things up, send us to at least an overtime.
It's always the risk. You fall through the trapdoor. You don't know when the next time you're going to be able to stand up is. The Storm Shadows are standing tall. 2-0 Cedric.
What a valiant effort by Echo to try and make that save. Got the initial one, but the follow-up was too furious afterwards. It's looking like it is coming home here, Relic. But will that be enough for the Storm Shadows? They still need to hold on for the remainder of this game to be proven the winners and our next grand finalists. Guaranteed top two, back to where they used to be at the beginning of this entire event for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. A couple years in the making.
1-0's precarious. 2-0 is still a little too wobbly for my liking here, Vodable. 70 seconds left. 1 goal changes the complexion completely. Lights. He waits calmly, patiently. Won't get demoed. P and Xylem meet in the middle. Benefits the Storm Shadows. Envy. Xylem. P wins out. Second touch, infield. Echo chucks it away. And Lights picks up the 100 boost. Has somehow magicked this ball forwards. But it's sent right back into the orange half. These clearances have been supreme.
Storm Shadows are just hounding the ball every chance they get, not giving Coast Guard Gaming a moment to breathe, a moment to think, to strategize, to plan their attack. With time ticking down in less than 30 seconds, they need possession of the ball here and now if they want to stay alive in this tournament. Otherwise, the Allied Forces Esports Invitational's second grand finalist would be Storm Shadows. Less than 10 seconds now. The pressure is at its highest. And with the time remaining, there's no more chances for Coast Guard Gaming. One more goal for their last-ditch effort, and it will be REF Storm Shadows booking their ticket through.
Chef's kiss. Brew puddle. That was so well deserved. Level up moment for the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows. Coast Guards, truly wonderful in defeat. Wonderful sportsmanship, smiles. A truly fantastic team that got beat by one which is on a lower bracket run, which is riding high, and which now, for the first time since 2023, is in the grand finals against their oldest nemesis.
We have a new contender. The day started with Air Force Gaming versus RAF Storm Shadows, and now it's going to end with it as well, Relic. Couldn't have written it better myself. They have traveled through thick and thin, took down their sister squad, took down the French Air Force, and then Coast Guard Gaming. Now they're here to take on the world that is Air Force Gaming.
You'll notice the top of that bracket, my friends, 3-0. And it was pretty convincing, 3-0-2. But what a difference a day can make, question mark. I certainly hope so, for their sake. I know that the Air Force Gaming lads, they want to keep this lossless streak going. Could you imagine if they do? But the Storm Shadows, there is so much incentive to knock them off their perch. Let's find out more, shall we? Let's head onto the floor with Killer Pigeon.
Big up the Brits! I'm joined by Stelios, the coach for RAF Storm Shadows. Stelios, an insane series up against Coast Guard Gaming, but I've got to know in particular what was said after that game 5, because you were roaring into the microphone.
Just to maintain the stuff that we've been talking about doing pretty much since the first day, which was communicate with each other. I've got a thing called the 2 eyes, which is information and intent on our comms, and something that we've failed to meet really from day one. Today, of all days, we've decided to do it like we know how to do, and look at the boys. I mean, I have to credit them all. They have smashed it, and they have executed everything that we've asked of them from the first minute of this series, and they deserve all the credit.
I mean, you got to take some of it as well. You've been there cheering them along all the way, and there's got to be something just that feels a better taste. You beat Coast Guard on Aquadome, which you think would be a home field advantage for them.
I've got nothing to say about the Coast Guard. They are such nice guys, and they are excellent players, as they've shown throughout this whole tournament. Rocket League can be a cruel mistress at times, and today we showed that if we take our chances, we can beat absolutely anyone. So, AFG, I hope you're listening.
You know what? My final thought here is you guys definitely the best improved day to day to day. Do you want to recommend to the organizers to maybe make it a 5-day event next time?
I certainly wouldn't complain, and I don't think anybody else would complain either, because, I mean, whilst we're here, I will shout out everyone running the event, from behind the scenes of production to Evan from Rallycry. They have done an amazing job looking after every single talent here at the event in Ramstein. So if they were to extend it for next year, nobody's complaining.
Well, we've still got one series to go, my friend. I'm going to let you get ready because you are on a high right now, and I don't want to ruin it. Congrats, good luck in the finals, but we've got to talk to our commiseration lads here. It's called the Coast Guard Gaming lad. Yeah, just roll on through. You've earned that right. It is, of course, Xylem, always the stoic starer, but a little bit of a tire in your eyes. It's been a long event, an exhausting event, and these RAF boys did not make it easy.
No, definitely not. They decided to peak, which was wild. So they did great.
And I mean, what does this mean for you guys now? You were the only returning roster full. Are we going to see you guys back bigger and better next year, or is it maybe time to change things?
We have a lot of change coming on our side of things, but potentially, most likely not the same, but we'll see whenever that time comes.
We're going to see the return of those eyes staring in the camera?
Probably not.
You're breaking my heart right now. You've been a champ throughout. You've always had a smile on your face, even if your eyes look ready to kill. My friend, it's been an absolute pleasure. Commiserations. I look forward to finding a different way to meet. I mean, you're going to have to make it out to these and shout out to the Coast Guard Gaming. All right, folks. We have to say goodbye to them, but we do get a new story to write. It's not going to be the rematch. Air Force Gaming still waiting that grand finals, but this time it's someone other than Coast Guard Gaming to challenge. RAF Storm Shadows have continued on a meteoric rise to now make it through to grand finals. Air Force Gaming still yet to drop a single game, but CGG were the ones who came closest. We head to a short break. When we return, it's grand finals time, and at this rate, I feel like something has got to give. Air Force can't run this event for 3 years without a single loss. Let's find out.
I'm depositing a large amount, making moves inside this boy. I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit down the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play these busters think they're not about. Walk up in the bank and I'm depositing a large amount, making moves inside this boy. I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit down the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play these busters think they're not about.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025, presented by USAA. It's been a long day. It's been a long journey. We started this day with 7 teams, and now only 2 remain. One of them, as expected, is going to be the AFG boys, but we have a new contender. We have a new potential story to be written here, but it needs to be carved and etched in stone. We need to get them to the stage for a grand best of 7 that, after what we've seen today, should deliver. So let's open up by welcoming the stage the defending champions. It's Air Force Gaming.
I can't believe what I'm seeing right now.
Buck follows up, tries to suss out Rayman. Chowder with a bicycle kick, and what a save!
Leaded its Crow, who is the currently undisputed global leader for Air Force Gaming.
Buck's now gone right back on the attack, but it's gone wide, but forcing them to play a little faster.
Just working on my trophy speech.
It's Air Force Gaming! Impeccable and unstoppable, but maybe not unkillable. They have continued to win game after game after game for years, but they came so close to slipping against Coast Guard in those opening games. And their opponent just slayed the guards. Join me in welcoming to the stage a new grand finalist, an exciting one like that. It's RAF Storm Shadows.
3 shots for 4 goals.
Perfectly executed and centered in the net. Steve has the boost in his own tank. 1-2. The net is open. Easy for Pete to finish.
Leaves it for Eggsy! Oh boy!
It's RAF Storm Shadows! The support is real, and who can blame them? These boys on the left have been nigh on unslayable. I've got to talk to Buck. I've got to get his feelings going into this one. Always a calm and collected man, but are these RAF boys making you sweat a bit?
Not at all.
Not any concern? You don't think you drop one game here?
No, we beat them, I think, 7 or 6 games in a row, and it's going to be 10.
Well, as they say, you're only as good as your last game, but you've got an opportunity to fix that here. Meteoric rise, where's the limit?
Well, as high as you can look, I guess, but yeah, they've played us at our worst. They're yet to play us at our best, so we'll have to say, wait and see, and yeah, just good luck, guys.
Humble while also feeling a little bit confident here. He said play at their best. It's a best of 7, a grand finals decider. Is it going to be back-to-back-to-back champions for AFG, or could RAF return from the first grand finals to claim the 3rd? We head across the casters as we get ready for the final series of the tournament.
Well, what a matchup we have here. Relic, Jarvcham. We're going to be breaking it all down before we start, but it's so great to see RAF Storm Shadows make that run through the lower bracket and end up right here, where they feel like, well, they have reinvented themselves, they've rejuvenated themselves, they hit the peak, I think, as Xylem has said during his interview, and they absolutely did in that previous series.
Back in the grands for the first time since 2023. I feel like this time around it is way more impressive because of the overall skill level up from all of the competition around them. That Coast Guard Gaming series was a litmus test. They are definitively now the 2nd best team in the competition. How will you fare? Well, they didn't even need a Game 7 jam. They were able to close it out. And those 2 winning games, getting them across the line, off the back of 2 chastening defeats. Coast Guard Gaming cruising to Game 2 and 3 victories. I agree with this squad. I don't think that Air Force Gaming have faced them at their best. But we still have yet to figure out if their best is enough to do what the Coast Guard couldn't, what so many teams couldn't, and pick up at the very least a game win against these boys in blue.
It's a funny thing. On one hand, your opponent is undefeated, so expecting you to win as well, statistically, maybe nobody expects that. Same time, the upset is going to be worth double, triple your money. And these are the trophies that you just saw that these teams are playing for. Plus, of course, the respect and admiration of all of the armed forces participating in this event. And beyond that, in the background of the RAF Storm Shadows, you see Stelios. He has been here on this very stage 2 years prior with the RAF Storm Shadows roster. Now, as a coach, he's leading his 3 players to a victory.
Do we think they can genuinely do it, Jam?
I don't see why not. One game
Let's
at a time.
find out together.
It's 7 games, no bracket reset, no game advantages, straight up 7 games to decide who's the winner of Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025. So at the end of those 7, however many, we're gonna find out. Do we have a new champion? Does Air Force Gaming just keep on winning? It all starts with a great shot by Cedric, and this is why I believe in RA's Storm Shadow round.
And it's not just the shot, Jam. The build-up play. This first 30 seconds has basically been all Storm Shadows. But as we know, you can have a 2-goal lead against Air Force Gaming, and it still might not be enough. Crow's taking out Envy, and Buck ready to step in, meets P in the midair. Chowder, Buck on target, Envy with the save.
There are so many options that Air Force Gaming could take. First, just original double tap off the backboard. I think Chowder decided against it. There's the player coming in, make the defender think that's where it's going originally. But whatever option they took, none of them really stayed. So while they're still in control of the ball, this is where Air Force Gaming might try again and again. But this clear, one find it on target, but another time it might. Most important, it's a really great hit up into the other side. RAF Storm Shadows, I don't know, they have a cannon for an arm all of a sudden.
Yeah, their clearances have really taken a step up, markedly so for Sunday. It's part and parcel of why they were able to find such joy against the Coast Guard, even with limited boost. They can generate power, but they still need to get the business done in the opposite side of the field. And Buck's taking out C, but Envy's got a free shot at net. Crow, my goodness, that's a huge save, helped by his positioning.
Chowder now returned to the other side. There, the RAF Storm Shadow shots are incredibly deadly. So far, Air Force Gaming, well, still coming onto the other side and trying their attempts. And say, if they were able to come as close to the scoring as that, again, coming close is not enough. Not only you need to be actually putting goals on target, you need to do it in at least 4 games. Well, 4 games is going to win you that, but somehow I do not feel that this is going to be just a simple 4-0 affair. Cedric, P, Envy. My God, we've called their names so many times throughout this whole tournament. Now they're finding themselves here against the Titan of Air Force Gaming, who decides that they're going to make it a little bit easier. They're going to demo play.
Yeah, they've been chipping away, haven't they, at this back line. Hasn't buckled just yet. P will get that to Ced. No, they won't get that to Cedric. A little too hot to handle. Envy off the top of the box. Registers as on target. And P through the melee. Buck off against his own backboard. Crouch lurking, Envy lurking. The lift is good enough from Crow for the moment. Wins that first challenge, Envy. Around the corner, above Buck. No, not above Buck. Cedric. We've got a demo in net now. Envy, but these challenges in front of net. Wait for it. P feels bad. Backflip. They're so close, Jam.
They're not getting it just yet, but the intention is there. They are staying in Air Force Gaming side for such a long time. I can't remember if there was another team throughout the tournament that was able to stay for such a long time. I mean, perhaps they outstay their welcome, but in the sense that Air Force Gaming just do not know what to do with these uninvited guests. Demos are rattling left and right. Both teams are losing players. And as such, maybe a perfect rotation is not utilized, but Bach finding the smallest gap into which to place the ball opens up the scoring in game number 4 for Ace Force Gaming, but it took them 4 minutes to do so.
That was good. Perfect rotation, perfect shot. perfect shot. Admittedly helped by Cedric being marooned on that backboard with little boost and knowing full well that he was the last line of defense. Didn't require a demo, just required that one opportunity. And this off the back of the Storm Shadows with a really strong passage of play. Air Force, strike first. Trying to double their money here. P chases. Oh, the interplay. Buck, that's on target. Oh, C and Envy. Seeing Envy. Miscommunication. 2-0.
I think this is a case of I got it, I no longer got it. And by the time you make that call, it's already too late. There was a chance for Envy to take it and bring it out. But 1-0, 2-0. Yes, it's going to be a bit harder for them to mount any sort of comeback. Envy is dispossessed by Chowder, and Chowder's already rushing himself. And up until this point, 4 minutes, either equal or really in favor of REF Storm Shadows. Not finding anything on the other side of the field, Air Force Gaming decided to take matters into their own hands and started scoring. They haven't left. They were always there. The thing is, they're not being able to make and find easy chances themselves. So this is going to be a low-scoring, high-chance conversion game, I suppose you might want to say. As in, all of your chances that you get, you absolutely have to take them, however rare they might be. 1-0 Air Force Gaming.
I loved 95% of what the Storm Shadows did there. We're just missing that final piece of the puzzle. Unfortunately, Jam is also the piece of the puzzle that any Rocket League team that wants to win requires. How do you score? And Air Force Gaming just had all of their bases covered to the extent where they basically just outweighted the Storm Shadows. Yes, we can big up Buck. Really strong opportunity that he made himself by his accuracy, by a really lovely pass into him. Good comms, lovely positioning. But the Storm Shadows, if they can unlock the key to this blue, I guess orange, blue jerseys, orange team door,
indeed,
different series entirely.
And you saw those stats on your screens. REF Storm Shadows outshot their opposition. You saw how frequently they made very dangerous attempts at net and how frequently they found themselves on the other side of the field in front of AFG's net. And rarely do teams versus Air Force Gaming manage to do so. This is a rarity and something that RF Storm Shadows absolutely have to utilize. Air Force Gaming, they better close down that door before it opens up wide, and the goals are going to be dropping like from the horn of flint.
It's a far cry from the Royal Air Force that faced the US Air Force in 2023. That much is for certain. They can call themselves a team that has seen significant improvement. All involved, all contributing. Not happy hunting grounds here, Jam. Lost twice on Forbidden Temple in the last series. Will they lose again, though? It's a scary start. It's still a scary start. A less scary start as Cedric puts things to bed.
What do you think this is? A bad map for them? Or would it be just Forbidden Temple? Just they are forbidden to win anything at this particular stage. Buck wins a great 50, but it's only to the sides. He's still there, though. He's still being a nuisance. Cedric, I think, gets bumped by him. Even when Buck has already finished making any sort of touches on the ball, he's still there, creating chances that his teammate might use. Chowder, great shot, and Crow, you could see him behind, gets P out. Buck is on the side. They're fighting for a mid-100 boost right there. The ball keeps on returning to the side of REF Storm Shadows. There's so many players up there, but REF managed to bring it to the side, if only for a moment. A little bit of exchange at this bump by Envy is crucial, but double commit might spell trouble. P with a clear, a little bit of a breather.
Good patience. Storm Shadows largely restricted to a lot of their 12 pads here. So they've done very well to weather the storm. Envy taking out Chowder. Crow with the save. P. Envy going to sit back. Sees Buck with the counter. It's Crow on target. Cedric makes the save unconvincingly. Helped out by a teammate. Crow almost claustrophobic on this blue side of the field. Cedric finally buys some time and much needed space.
Envy with a tempo of his own. Cedric retreats and gives P a chance to make anything on target. But there's enough Air Force Gaming players to counteract whatever RF Storm Shadows are throwing. There's 3 on attack, 3 on defense. Every single one of yours that goes through and does a 50-50, we have somebody to meet you. And unless you can beat 1-2 reliably, you don't have a player advantage, and we're always in a better position. Unless you stay for a long period of time, and RF Storm Shadows proved that in the previous game. Yes, they can stay on your own side of the field for a long period of time. We just need to see that now. Instead, it's Buck continues on scoring in this series, and Air Force Gaming are keeping RF Storm Shadows at a hang's length.
Envy, I think, suck it in there. It's an element of the Air Force players which I really love, where near that midfield line they do take their time, they slow it down, assess their options. It's a strong kickoff from the Storm Shadows. They find themselves behind yet again. Nice bump. Would love to see a little bit more of that from the Storm Shadows, get some demos going, as long as they are quality. Although I guess if you do reach enough quantity, it doesn't really matter. It has the same effect all the same.
There's another attempt by Air Force Gaming to increase the lead, and they're still their very old sames. Air Force Gaming haven't changed throughout this whole tournament. They do everything methodically. They approach every single play carefully. They have everybody in support. Nobody's out of position. Again, it's quite often you might see that, oh, somebody just overcommits or miscommunicates or something. Air Force Gaming just do not have that, and Chowder puts yet another one on the target. They just, it's a day's job for them right now. Okay, get in, score goals, get out.
It's not desperate per se. It's just what they're limited to, the Storm Shadows. Did you see how little boost was in that tank? And if you don't keep up the pace, then Air Force Gaming are just going to take it off you anyway. It is truly exceptional game management. Save from Envy, miss from Cedric, and there have been a few more misses than they would have liked. Oh, you can see P was trying to go cross-field to Cedric, and Cedric does actually get onto the end of this. But there's that slowdown again, inviting the Storm Shadows to challenge. An arena which Air Force Gaming are all too happy to meet them in.
You put it really well, game management. That's exactly what Air Force Gaming are currently doing. They have taken control of this game and have not let go. Everything that is happening because Air Force Gaming deems it so. If the game number 1, RAF Storm Shadows, could all of a sudden have tons of control, have boost control, as the third one rolls in with 30 seconds remaining, now it's back to what Air Force Gaming has been doing for the last 3 days, and that is they start the game, and everything that they do is in their control by their rules. The other teams can only chase, and so far nobody had been able to chase them as a result.
Game 1 was admirable, to say the least. But the Storm Shadows have regressed a little bit, not by their own choice, I hasten to add. Air Force Gaming tightening the grip. With 2 goals to the good, you're in a good place. 3 goals to the good, and it feels like you just ain't gonna win this one sheets. 2 wins to the good, and it's business as usual for the Air Force Gaming boys. Storm Shadows, back to the drawing board.
Well, now more than at any point in time, RAF Storm Shadows need the support of the crowd. I do know the RAF Shadows are there, the HMS Triumph, and everybody else who decided they're going to be cheering for the UK side. On the other side, Air Force Gaming will of course have the support of the US Servicemen, the Space Force Gaming, the Coast Guard Gaming. All there. They're all going to be supporting, and the cheers were pretty loud. I'm not sure who the French team is currently cheering for, but then if I take the fact that Stelios has gotten himself a Hitman shirt from the coach of French team Hitman, I think they might be supporting RF Storm Shadows as well.
Jam, I was saying yesterday, I believe in world peace. This French team is supporting all the British teams. To be fair, I'm pretty sure there's American teams rooting against the Air Force as well. They just want to see that a single game win is achievable. I mean, to be fair, I guess it just makes it more tantalizing. Let's all return here. Let's grab some more service people for 2026, shall we? We will find more opponents for this team that just refuses to die. 0-0 clean slate. Game 3.
SAS is a clean slate. Well, what they really want, RAF Storm Shadows, is that this clean slate is unlike what we've just seen in game number 2, that it allows them to finally start putting their own terms on the field somewhere where they can be equal, in an equal partnership in this series, rather than constantly being told what to do by Air Force Gaming. And right now, after stopping that initial attack by Air Force Gaming, they're at the very least find themselves on the other side of the field, and now they can grab that boost, take about 2/3 control of the field, and try to make their way back to your side of the field. Even if they don't take the 2/3, having the control of the center corner boost, they just...
Overlapping plans, multiple win conditions. This is the Air Force Gaming strength. RAF Storm Shadows, it's not that they're not working as a team, they're just not predicting what is possible should the ball end up in a certain place at a certain time. First minute's come and gone, and it's still 0-0 for the moment. But the Storm Shadows, just pure eye value alone, you can tell that they are playing to their absolute limit.
Well, we heard that they're at their peak, so this is what they need to right now deliver. Peak, not drop in quality, but continue showing consistency where they've ended up in the previous series versus Coast Guard Gaming, knocking down the second seed, where they've lost to them in the group stage. Counts for a lot. And now, well, it's literally now or never, pardon the cliche. Time is ticking, but they're still making their work little by little, brick by brick, moving to the other side, trying to find something. Cedric, Envy, all of them were so deadly when it came to so many plays around the field. And let's not forget B. I think coming into this final day, he was the top scorer for the roster of REF Storm Shadows. Everybody has been committing their own work to what's right here in front of your right, the grand final here.
It was a nice 20 seconds or so there from the Storm Shadows. 100 boost steals. They couldn't really penetrate the defenses of Air Force Gaming, not yet anyway. Easily readable for Buck here. Falls to the floor, as does the ball. Chowder. Oh, Envy is to Crow. Changes up the pace. Buck taps in.
Yeah, another one from Air Force Gaming right here. A clear just needed to happen. Well, Envy does a really great job rushing back. A little bit of bump on the side of Crow. The net was at the mercy of Air Force Gaming. Try as you might, one still keeps on trickling in. And right now, REF Storm Shadows will just rush towards there. Before Air Force Gaming even have a chance to celebrate off the kickoff, they want to immediately go back to your inside of the field and keep on trying. Keep on looking for that goal. Cedric and Envy with P in support. Going to be making some shots here or there. If Cedric can get a bump or two, maybe even a demo, and an opening might be created.
These demos need to happen at the midway line, though. Mid-transition for Air Force Gaming. It's the only area where they could potentially be weak, where the Storm Shadows can catch them out. That's near the target. Oh my goodness. Right place. Crow again demonstrating great situational awareness. It's a lovely save down the other end. P helps his squad out. P taking out Chowder too. That's a bounce. It's an awkward bounce. It's going to go wide. Envy. And Buck puts it over to Crow. And all of this time wasting going to suit the Air Force Gaming squad just fine. Still 1-0 for now.
And as they bring the ball to the blue side of the field, P gets demoed. Both Buck and Chowder on the back wall. Obviously, would force Crow to just rush back. They're sitting pretty deep, again, midfield line. They know that opportunity might come if just they're ready to receive, clear a rebound, and they've been collecting these. Again, this is one of the strongest bits, their positioning and their pace, allowing them to be always there where the ball is going. Anytime you let go of the ball, the opponent's going to be there. No boost on Cedric, no boost on P, and there's no chance for anybody to stop Crow's shot.
It's pure starvation. Crow had the entire net minus that tiny little place where one defender stayed, sorry. 30 seconds less than. P. Will they get a goal here? Anything to make it interesting. Cedric, Crow, aerially dominant, the Air Force from the United States of America. The Storm Shadows just don't quite have the mettle to meet them, to dominate them, to put them on the back foot. Last chance saloon. Game 4 awaits.
Match point and tournament point for Air Force Gaming. They have been here before. Chowder definitely has been here before. For Crow and Buck, this is the first time appearance in an Allied Forces Esports Invitational. And it seems like they've been here before. Finals do not faze them. Being on stage under the lights does not faze them. Everybody talking about who will bring their downfall does not faze them one single bit. They're not even sweating. That's what Buck said ourselves.
I love that moment between Cedric and Envy, I really do. Like, you could see it's a deflated feeling. It's like, come on, we've got this. And Jam, this is by far the best individual performances from this roster against Air Force Gaming, who look as chill as could be as a autumn evening in the United Kingdom at the very least. I know the weather works weird around the world, but it's when your backs are against the walls that you just have to believe in yourself. You have to believe that there is a possibility that a win can come your way, or indeed that you can earn it for realsies. It's game 4. It's the last chance. It's match point for Air Force.
And right now, RF Storm Shadows, the only way they can get through this is gonna be them starting the game off strong. From the first minute, nay seconds, they need to be the ones in control. And before Air Force Gaming even has a chance to say anything, open the mouth, gesture somewhere, RF Storm Shadows gonna go, no. This is how we're gonna be playing. This is our possession. This is how we're gonna be rotating. Without, of course, revealing every single secret. God no. But just making sure that Air Force Gaming never even puts a step how they want it. They should be playing under RF Storm Shadows rules and music.
Demo from Crow on P. Envy, that's a really important challenge. Pulled off by Cedric. They're going to steal that 100. Here they are again. Winning a challenge over Chowder. Another 100 steal. Envy. It's P. Near the target. Near enough. First shot goes to the Storm Shadows. Buck. Envy. Crow attempts to stop it. Chowder caught out. Demoed by Cedric. It's 2v1, 3v1 if he gets on the end of this. Miscontrols. A good start, Jam. Not a great one.
I love the idea. Even if the first miss happened, he was already there and coming on through. All the attention could have been diverted by original 2 players. So that demo, if this is what it takes to create a chance against Air Force Gaming, then take it. Absolutely take it. Just be wary that your defense always need to be sleeping with one eye open. And Chowder is deadly in the air. Buck so far has been the top scorer for Air Force Gaming in this series. Chowder knows that both him and the rest of his team needs to deliver. Whoever scores does not matter. It's the total points on the board.
Yeah, that was a bit of panic. Panic that the first man in the press is going to do more damage than the second. Panic from the backboard. Could have been saved. Difficult mechanics required. but could have been saved. While it's still 1, it is still possible to tie with 1. Burrowing out to their own half. Buck and Cedric cancel each other out, but the overall win is for Air Force Gaming. That's daylight.
Just a series of great moves. This is just a smokescreen, but Chowder knows immediately, yes, there's an opportunity. Last time he checked, there was nobody on that flank, nobody close up to the ball that can stop anything. As it seems, if I'm not mistaken, Storm Shadows just committed 2 players to that demolition. Great they demoed the player was coming out of that smoke with just a ball, not claimed by anyone, really. That's where Chowder and his vision of the field comes in.
Oh, awesome. Accuracy and the comms and the passing. You just have to tip your hat if you've got one. And how about the finishing? Too good.
That's a hat-trick for Chowder. And he has been quiet. He's already scored 1 goal in this series, but in this game particularly, already put it up to 4, a hat-trick for him, and something that we haven't seen throughout the series just yet, and that is a barrage of goals, just one coming after the other. It's always slowly, 1 by 1, but still coming in here though. Air Force Gaming, as if to remind us at the very end of the tournament that this is how they're winning. Not only they score, they try to overwhelm their opposition. And so many fell to them before that. Make that a 4th one for Chowder. He is living his best life out.
It's just got that sinking feeling. Different branch of the military forces, of course, but an apt saying nonetheless. 4-0. Less than 2 minutes remain. Storm Shadows have to score, and they have to score now. Crow does enough. Buck and Chowder combine. An attacking vector once again. Oh, P comes to the rescue.
He's going to be trying to start an attack, and he's going to be with the ball. Cedric on the follow-up. He still haven't picked up any boost. He just plays it to the corner. Air Force Gaming are already there. Going to be easy for enemy to break down to Chowder, who is defense both as well as the offense, and his numbers must be wild through this particular game. Now as they return back, no, you pop it up. Air Force Gaming are going to swat it down. It's just like that tether ball punching you back in the face as you try to hit it away. It's just not going to work. Crow, bottom right corner. Not going to get the goal, but Air Force Gaming in the final minute have a 4-goal cushion to overcome which a miracle needs to happen right here on the field.
It's not just enough to challenge. You have to challenge right. It's not just enough to have a shot. You got to throw a demo in there as well. It's not just enough to be a great Allied Forces Esports Invitational team. You've got to be exquisite. This is a team that has gone lossless since 2023. This is a team that has won back-to-back invitationals. Sorry, breaking news. Correction. This is a team that has won back-to-back invitationals. Air Force winners.
A complete performance from Air Force Gaming. Over 3 days, over countless games and series. The end result leaves no doubt. It's not a fluke. It's a legacy by this point.
A legacy that I do hope, Jam, that they will get the opportunity to attempt to continue. I think I speak on behalf of everyone involved in production. We love, adore this tournament, this event. Your Allied Forces Esports Invitational champions. Look at that, proud with their trophies. Despite the roster changes, Jam, still supreme.
Remember those names: Chowder, Crow, Buck, They're going to be the ones to beat next year. And hey, this year, the squad is 2/3 new folks. And yet still they come in and defeat everybody. I don't know what they are feeding Air Force Gaming folks back there at their base. But I want some of that because I want to be playing at their level. They are incredible. So far, nobody to stop them in another perfect run through the bracket. Not a single game dropped ever since their win in 2023.
Commiserations, of course, to every other team that took part. And I must re-emphasize, this is no slight on you. Don't you dare think that. You are all such excellent players. It is a privilege to cast you guys. Sometimes with these tournaments, we get a little bit extravagant, flamboyant, we have a bit of fun, much like with the show matches. You guys give us genuinely excellent content to cover, to critique, to analyze. Air Force Gaming are just on this next level jam. A brilliant event all round with even more brilliant champions.
We could have wished for a better, more deserving champion. Well, that is it from us. Myself, Jarv Jam, Relic, Vaudable, all the production team and admin team, everybody who has made this event possible. We are gonna rest, but we need to hear from the winners. So for one last time today at this year, Killer Pigeon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, lads. Phenomenal casting and a phenomenal tournament. I'm joined by our champions, Air Force Gaming, for the third time. Give it up for Air Force Gaming! A phenomenal streak. Big shoes to fill. But after a win like this, what's next?
Next year, we win it all again.
And you know what, Crow? I feel like you were pretty critical. You all done your part, but I checked the stats. Top shooter, top scorer for the team. Is this expected? Do you want to be a little bit cocky within the team, or is this just a 33 effort?
No, I was just peeking, honestly. That's not normal. Chowder's usually the GOAT right here.
Hey, you know, I got to come across here and talk to Chowder because, you know, I want to hear from you. Is it going to be AFG 4 times in a row next year?
I mean, we'll see. I'm not going to be playing for this team. I'm going Space Force next year, so I'm gonna be looking to beat him next year.
The competition heats up, but you know, you're proud of the boys. We talked at the start of the event. You said it was an upgrade, and I mean, even though you're going to be part, and I'm sure you remain brothers upon brothers.
Oh, of course. I mean, we're friends with almost all of like the U.S. military guys. It's always a good vibes, and it's always fun to play against them. So, can't complain.
Oh, it's always fun to watch you guys, but we have something else here. You know, it's great to give the Americans the awards. You guys deserve it. But we've got something else special, so I'm going to welcome to the stage, it's Tech Sergeant Crawford for our MVP award. Come on, big round of applause. She's a critical part of this. All right, talk to me, Sergeant Crawford. How did we decide this MVP vote?
So based off the stats and staff and coach votes, we have awarded...
I'll do it. I'll happily do it. I expect them to show the passion they've always shown, because as you say, it's on the field and off the field, and it's hard to compete with them. French Air Force Gaming's Zalu is your MVP. I feel like we're going to make him cry. Salut, I'm going to come over here and talk to you, my friend. I know this event has been something special to you, but Leo, do you want to maybe put it in a few words yourself, like what this means, what that means, what everything about this means?
That's just crazy. I have no word. I'm speechless, but thank you so much, everyone. Like all the team, all the staff. That was just a crazy event, and yeah, we try our best, and next year I really hope we can fight against all the team there are, and maybe other team in the world, I hope. And yeah, thank you so much.
So you will be back?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. I will be back.
All right, big round of applause for French Air Force Gaming. Thank you, buddy. Oh, and I can't believe it. How is it already over? That is a taste right there. That's what it takes. One trophy to convince them they want to come back for more next year, because I have no doubt about it. It's got to be happening. 3 editions now of Allied Forces Esports Invitational. The 2025 edition has delivered, I think, the best so far, and I can only assume we're going to be going bigger and better next time. But we couldn't have done it without all of you here. Big shout out to every single team that turned up and bled heart and soul on this stage. Big shout out to everyone behind the scenes, from the Rally Cry guys to everyone on the Ramstein base, the 86th FSS, USAA. All of you at home and here make this possible. You are what makes esports so special. This time to say farewell. Hopefully we'll meet again next year here in Ramstein for a 4th edition of Allied Forces, Esports Invitational 2025. I'm getting emotional myself. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to be your host of this event, and I can only hope we meet each other next time, once again, when this glorious event takes to the 4th stage. Bye.